Chapter 10. An hour later, he was still wide awake. Lying on his back, his arms crossed behind his head, he stared moodily at the shadowed ceiling. Hunger still prowled beneath his skin, yet he was determined to ignore it, to deny it. Taking any further step with respect to Antonia no longer featured in his plans for this house party. Not even simply to discuss what he'd intended to discuss with her before they'd been sidetracked. Given what had occurred in the conservatory, he could imagine all too well how any such discussion, which would necessarily have to be conducted in private, would end. She'd wanted more. She'd had no intention of calling a halt, not until they'd been forced to. Recalling her responses, her blatant encouragements, he seriously doubted he could rely on her to toe any conventional line. And given how far their runaway passions had swept them, he couldn't be 100% certain he would be able to rein them, him and her in the grip of said passions, back. He could foresee the problem looming, one with which he'd never before had to contend. While he wasn't about to make the classic mistake of imagining he could predict what she was thinking, he didn't believe he was indulging in any overweeningly arrogant self-confidence. If he made it clear he wanted her, she would invite him to her bed, with alacrity. And then, heaven alone knew how matters would evolve. The threat of being unable to exert control, of not being in the driving seat, bothered him, troubled him, a lot. If he was brutally honest, it made him nervous. Control, as in being in control of himself and any situation in which he found himself, was something he strove always to maintain. He'd been trained to wield power more or less since birth, and in almost all situations, control was power. He shifted in the bed, still restless, still nowhere near relaxed enough to fall asleep. Outside his door, the house had quieted, settling, as large houses did, into brooding stillness. His eyes had grown accustomed to the dimness. The moon had shifted and now shone sufficiently strongly through the uncurtained window to the side of the bed for him to see across the room quite clearly. The gentle creak of a floorboard outside his door drew his gaze to the panel. He blinked, focused, and confirmed that the door handle was slowly turning. He tensed to rise, then remained as he was. The shaft of moonlight fell across the bed. His face was in shadow. Anyone coming through the door wouldn't immediately see he was awake. The latch clicked back. The door was slowly, very slowly, pushed inward. Eyes glued to the spot, he waited, breath bated, to see who would appear. Cecilia? The murderer? Antonia drew in a tense, tight breath and slipped through the doorway into Sebastian's room. One swift, wide-eyed glance at the bed showed the moulded line of his long legs, unmoving beneath the covers. The upper half of the bed lay in shadow, but surely by now he would be asleep. It had taken nearly an hour to conclude her internal debate. For her true self to win out, for her to accept that no matter the arguments against it, her best interests lay in pursuing their attraction to its logical conclusion there, at Pressingstoke Hall, where he and she stood on level ground. If she was ready and willing to forge ahead, so should he be. After that kiss, she had absolutely no doubt of what their future relationship would be, and if there was one fact that interlude in the conservatory had made abundantly clear, it was that he knew that too. Regardless, she could readily imagine he would seek to put things off until their return to London, and the ability to manage their interactions tipped his way. It would be unwise to allow that to happen, to allow them to return to their normal lives without establishing at least a basic framework for their future relationship. If she didn't make a push to get that much settled now, while they were there, she might well find herself married without having gained the assurances she needed to make marriage with a man, a nobleman, like him, work. And then getting that necessary framework in place would become a protracted battle. Such a scenario found no favor with her. If he had any sense, it wouldn't find favor with him either. But then, he was a man, a nobleman, one who thought he could manage damn near anyone. So it had to be there, and her moment was now. It was time for her to put her stamp on the relationship she was determined they would have. And regardless of whatever plans he might have made to the contrary, as witnessed by the fact he hadn't come to her room, she knew perfectly well that if she issued a challenge, he wouldn't, simply didn't have it in him to refuse to engage. Turning back to the door, she carefully eased it shut. No sense waking the tiger too early. She stood staring at the panel. This was her moment of no return. She drew in a breath, swung around, and determinedly walked to the bed. She halted beside it, blinking as she saw he was definitely not asleep, blinking as her eyes drank in the sight of his bare chest, displayed in its muscled glory given he was lying with his hands behind his head, and the sheet lay across his waist. It had been a decade and more since she'd last seen his chest bare, and the image she retained from then was very, very different to what lay before her now. What lay before her now made her senses sing, made her mouth water. Several more seconds elapsed before she finally dragged her gaze up to his face, and despite the dim light, met a look that was one step away from a glare. "What the devil are you doing here?" His voice was low, his tone aggressive, his diction clipped and forceful. Had she harbored any doubt that he held a definite view as to how their relationship should evolve, specifically under his direction, those words would have eradicated it. She took her time studying him, then opened her eyes wide. "With all your years of experience, after that kiss in the conservatory, I would have thought you would know." Her inner wildness had well and truly taken over. Even to her ears, her voice sounded sultry, converting the simple words into a blatant provocation. She saw tendons in his arms shift as his hands fisted in response, but his lips had set in a hard line, and stubborn to the last, he didn't move. "I decided," she continued, her tone a conversational purr, "that it was time we dealt with this, with what's grown between you and me." "Undoubtedly." Sebastian seized on her words like a drowning man. "But is this the best venue for a rational discussion?" With her standing by his bed, gilded by moonlight, her hair cascading over her shoulders, her curves wrapped in a pearl-pink silk robe, with, he fervently prayed, a nightgown beneath, she was a sight designed expressly to addle his wits. Rational discussion was already far beyond him. It was all he could do to keep himself locked in position in the bed. His inner self was scrabbling to break free of his reins and seize her. And, thrusting such thoroughly unhelpful thoughts aside, he fought to keep his eyes glued to her face and ignore the impulses pummeling him. Her fine brows arched. Although her expression conveyed taunting amusement of a distinctly feminine flavour, he sensed something else in her shadowed eyes, in the steadiness of her gaze, a quality of steely determination, again with a definitely feminine feel that he realized he associated with her, like a hallmark. A hallmark that declared her backbone was of the same tempered steel as her mother's, as his mother's, his sisters, and all their ilk. He was a nobleman, but she was his equal. That last scale fell from his eyes as she quietly replied, "Who said anything about discussion, rational or otherwise?" And he knew from her tone this was one battle he wasn't going to win. He made one last desperate bid for the reins. "Antonia." Smoothly, with a determination that was all the more impactful because of her gracefulness, she drew the sash at her waist undone, and the sides of her silken robe gaped. He broke off with a damn near audible gasp as he saw his prayer for a nightgown had been rejected. Beneath the robe lay long, delicately curved limbs, perfectly rounded shoulders, breasts that promised to fill his hands, and hips that formed a perfect cradle that was, at least as his primitive mind saw it, shaped specifically for him, all sheathed in skin, one shade away from alabaster white. The moonlight struck, caressed, and turned that skin exquisitely pearlescent. He felt as if he'd swallowed his tongue. He certainly couldn't find it. His mouth had dried. He couldn't remember the last time he'd been struck speechless at the sight of a woman's body. He had a sneaking suspicion he never had been. Not until now. She took his silence as acquiescence, as surrender, which it was. She shrugged off the robe, letting it slide with a sibilant susurration down her delectably long limbs to pool about her slender feet. Completing his capture. Starting the torture. He had, he realized, no defense against her. None whatsoever. Had he ever had? He'd always thought, being dark-haired himself, that blondes were the right foil for him. Virtually all his lovers had been blondes. The few who hadn't had been redheads. He'd never taken a brunette as a lover, but as his senses, drank her in, he had to wonder if some part of him had always known, always recognized that she, black-haired, was his one true lover, his perfect mate, and consequently he'd shied from taking any like her, any his senses might see as a substitute for her, to his bed. He was already so ferociously aroused, if he thought about it, he would be in pain. Unable to summon either strength or will to stop her, he watched as she knelt on the bed and, with that grace that was so much a part of her, in a crawling prowl, came up the bed toward him. He assumed her aim would be to lie by his side. But then she shifted, slid a leg over his hips, and sat on the sheet across his waist. He closed his eyes, and only just bit back a groan. Behind his head, he held his wrists in a death grip to stop himself from reaching for her. the warm, alluring pressure of her weight over his waist and upper belly, the firm press of her inner thighs against his sides, was temptation incarnate. She had him trapped, physically trapped. He couldn't move, and there was nothing he could do. She purred, and it was definitely the purr of a cat surveying her own bowl of cream. Where to begin? The question sounded distinctly rhetorical, which calmed him not at all. Her hands hadn't yet touched him. He cracked open his lids. His gaze fell on her breasts, the luscious mounds, pearlescent in the silvery radiance of the moon, their peaks tipped with rosy pink aureolas and nipples, made his mouth water. She'd straightened, and her hands rested on the sleek muscles of her widespread thighs. He hauled in a tight breath and forced his gaze up to her face, to her perfectly sculpted chin, to the fullness of her lips, eventually to her eyes. He trapped her gaze as she raised her eyes to meet his. "You're a virgin." He couldn't remember the last time he'd had a virgin beneath him. Sometime in his school days. She blinked her eyes wide. "I know." Her lips slowly curved in another of those amused female smiles, the sort women used when they knew they had the man in question exactly where they wanted him. Helpless. "I'm fairly certain you're up to dealing with that little matter for me." Then the damned woman swayed, sensuously shifting the globes of her derriere so they brushed the head of his straining erection. He couldn't stifle his groan. Again he closed his eyes, clutched his wrists. His jaw felt as if it would crack. Why am I resisting? He'd known the reasons before she'd walked into the room, but they escaped him now. Was there any sense in prolonging his resistance to something that was clearly, whether there or in London, going to be? "Antonia." His voice was almost gone. So deep, so rough, it was more growl than diction. He dragged in another breath and realized he didn't have any idea what he wanted to say. Then he felt her weight shift. Is she pulling back? A wholly contradictory panic assailed him. He opened his eyes. As she put her hands on the bed, on either side of his shoulders, and leaned close, much closer. From a distance of mere inches, her grey eyes met his. Fearlessly, she held his gaze. And cat-like, dipped, so her breasts, delectably warm, deliciously weighted silken mounds, caressed his chest as she closed the last inch and breathed over his lips. "Sebastian." Then she covered his lips with hers, and he was lost, utterly and completely vanquished, not by her, but by the primitive force she unleashed in him. That she was there, patently recognizing that she was his, by her own wordless declaration accepting that truth, and offering herself so blatantly to him, there was no way he couldn't seize. His hands whipped from behind his head, clamped about her hips, and he rolled, bringing her down to the bed beside him. Then he rolled further, and she was beneath him. The movement had trapped the sheet between them. He considered that a bonus, given she was, as he'd reminded her, a virgin. This engagement would have to be slow, even though every impulse he possessed hungered, wanted, now, this second. Ruthlessly, he seized control of the kiss, and kissed her ravenously, rapaciously, with a plundering voraciousness he couldn't tame. Didn't want to. Saw no need to. This, him and her like this, rolling naked in a bed, had been written in their stars. As if confirming that, she matched him to a large degree. Only his years of experience distinguished their efforts, in their intent, in the strength and sheer power of their desire. They were otherwise well matched. And there was, he discovered, as her hands found his chest and stroked, caressed, and then blatantly possessed, nothing wrong with her imagination or her inventiveness. She caught his lower lip between her teeth and tugged, then nipped, sending a surge of sheer lust to his groin. Not that that part of his anatomy needed further urging. He ached to join with her. But first things first. Antonia had always wondered how she would feel in this position, naked with a man's weight pinning her to a bed. As it was, she couldn't stop smiling. Even as she answered his searing kisses with fiery kisses of her own, even as her fingertips sank into the broad sweep of muscles banding his chest, and she battled to hold on to her whirling wits, her lips were curved, and inside she was grinning. With effervescent joy, and not a little satisfaction. She'd wanted this. She'd played her hand, and risked an embarrassing scene, had gambled on his desire for her being strong enough to break free of his restraint and answer her call. And he'd proved her right, and she'd won. But oh, my lord, this was better than she'd expected, even better than her wildest fantasies. The scalding heat, the earthy promise, the spiking sensations were all heralds of a deepening intimacy. Above all else, the elemental power, the raw possessiveness that flexed beneath his skin, that invested his every muscle, that, although still under his command, strained to snap its leash, called to her inner wildness as nothing else ever had. Well matched? No, they were more. Perfect complements. Even as the concept flashed through her mind, distracted to the limit by so many novel sensations, the erratic, abrasive brush of the wiry dark hair adorning his chest, over the fine skin of her already sensitive breasts, the ruthlessly commanding pressure of his lips, the all-too evocative probing of his tongue, the flexing of his fingers as they gripped her hips and held her down. She suddenly understood her own instincts, understood why she'd been so set on pressing on with this engagement here and now. Because the marriage she wanted with him was one of perfect complements, not precisely equals, but balancing halves. They were different, had different strengths, and although their weaknesses were few, they differed in those too. With his hands drifting upward from her hips, cruising over her sides, she couldn't corral her wits sufficiently to ponder her new insight. Yet at those distracting hands closed possessively over her breasts, one goal shone, compulsively demanding, in her mind. She needed to establish the necessary framework in which that perfect complementarity could flourish, here, now, in this bed, in this arena, one in which he was regarded as an expert, and she had no training, no experience. But if she didn't succeed here, didn't set their course correctly tonight, even as his fingers played, and she felt her spine bow, tensing in response to the most exquisite pleasure, even as her wits deserted her, she committed herself to her goal. But wresting control from him in this sphere was easier thought than done. Every time she tried to focus on him, he distracted her, with a touch, a caress, each laden with such blatant demand, such domineering possessiveness, that her mind seized, caught on the cusp of wanting to protest and wanting to savor. Time and again, savoring one, he steadily swept her into deeper, sensual seas, and rather than cavil, she urged him on. Sebastian hadn't expected anything else. She had instigated this, had climbed naked into his bed, and insisted they take this road, here, now, and his inner self had never been of a mind to argue. But even as he indulged his fascination with her breasts, with the superfine skin, with a texture that was a cross between peach silk and satin, even as he finally bowed to his inner demons, ranting, wrenched his lips from hers, bent his head, and tasted one delectable curve, he was conscious of an elusive novelty, of something being different. He'd been along this road so many times, it was impossible not to notice the deeper thud in his veins, the evidence of something beyond mere desire. With any other woman, such an encounter would have been about nothing beyond pleasure, an appeasement of a mutual desire that, although it might flare hotly, was destined to burn for only a short time. With Antonia, that quest for pleasure, hers even more than his, remained, but beneath that pulsed another drive, one he recognized as having elements of possessiveness, of a need to claim, to brand her as his and no others. With a woman, a lady, a noblewoman like her, thinking in terms of ownership was as futile as it was archaic. That said, as he bent his head and took one rosy, tightly puckered nipple into his mouth, licked, laved, then suckled, and she clutched his head and moaned, he was acutely aware of an impulse to mark her, but reined himself back. He reminded himself she was new to this, and this time her pleasure would be his first reward. He set out to claim it, to distract himself from that surging, underlying emotion by reducing her to gasping surrender. Beneath his expert ministrations, she writhed and clutched. He achieved the gasps. But instead of surrender, those gasps came with increasingly insistent, increasingly explicit demands. She seemed intent on pushing him, on testing his control. With her hands, with her lips and tongue, with the untutored undulations of her body beneath his, she persisted in driving him on, driving him just a little insane. He didn't realize just how truly enthralling the web of desire she'd cast over him was. Not until her greedy, grasping hands slid evocatively down his back, long fingers reaching for the waistband of his silk trousers, but lying as they were, she couldn't quite reach, something he'd made sure of. Yet in instinctive response to that unvoiced demand, he rolled to his side and whipped off the offending garment, even as she eagerly thrust aside the sheet, the last barrier screening their hips and legs. Only then did he remember that they were supposed to be going slowly. Too late. Even as the thought bloomed in his brain, she hooked a hand around his nape and hauled him into a searing kiss, as she twisted and brought her body and long legs flush against his. The sudden contact, burning skin to burning skin, sent fire leaping down every vein. Then their legs were tangling along with their twining tongues, and with blatant provocation and flagrant invitation, she arched against him. Something in him broke, shattered. Then her other hand slid between their hips, and she cradled his erection in her hot palm, then closed her fingers in incendiary possessiveness and unadulterated demand about him. And her conquest was complete. Not a single thought, not a single glimmer of self-protectiveness, of any need for caution or restraint, remained to deflect the driving need to be inside her, to join with her and ride with her into ecstasy. He couldn't breathe other than in shallow draughts, and he didn't think she was any better. Need consumed them, hot and demanding, and they fumbled and shifted and rolled and writhed. Fire burned wherever they touched, their bodies flamed with near incandescent passion. With their lips locked, he raced his hands over her one last time. Then he gripped her upper arms, rolled her onto her back, and came up on his elbows over her. His hips pressed hers to the bed. He had to use his weight to corral her. But her hand hadn't released his erection, and with every caress she stole his breath, his wits, his very will. Roughly, he caught first one hand, then the other, then drew back from the kiss long enough to haul her hands over her head, and with one hand anchor them in the pillows, her black hair a silken mass cast over the white pillows. She lifted beneath him, twisting to see. With his free hand he caught her chin, drew it down, bent his head, and took her mouth, this time without the slightest finesse. Not that she seemed to care. Every ounce of demand, of command, and scorching hunger he poured into the kiss, into her, she returned in full measure, further heating them both. He'd never in his life felt so consumed, so driven. But they both needed this, it seemed. Plundering her mouth, holding her to the kiss, he released her chin and skated his hand over her breast, paused to knead and claim again, first one mound, then the other. Then he sent his palm gliding over her desired dewed skin, tracing a path downward to where a patch of black curls hid the delicate folds of her sex. He wasn't surprised when she gasped at his first touch, or that she shifted and squirmed as he wedged her thighs open, parted her folds, and learned her secrets. Antonia's mind felt overwhelmed. So many sensations, so many startlingly new, so much to absorb. But this intimate exploration, was something she'd heard of, but had never fully comprehended. She'd never grasped how intensely pleasurable it would be. His lips remained on hers, languidly supping, and while all but instinctively she returned the slow caresses, her focus had shifted, registering and recording each glide of his fingers, each stroke, each intimate probing. Then he circled the nub of flesh at the apex of her thighs, and her nerves sparked, and heightened tension shivered through her. That tension sank deep, seeming to pool in molten waves in a cavern low in her body. She'd barely adjusted to the latest sensations, to the sparking pleasure as he touched her just there, when he kissed her more deeply, temporarily deflecting her attention, and with his thumb riding against that nub of sensitive flesh, he slid one long, heavy finger deep into her sheath. Her nerves leapt, her senses constricted, locking on the intrusion. She lost all awareness of the world beyond the bed, beyond them, him and her, in the heated darkness. That he knew what he was doing, she had not a single doubt. In climbing into his bed, she'd already made the decision that she would trust him with her body. She'd already trusted him with nearly everything else. So she drew breath through the kiss and let him show her. Let him open her eyes to the extraordinary pleasures of love-making, of such intimate sharing. And that heated tension, born of need, of hunger and yearning, changed, coalescing into a spiral that constantly shrank, cinching tighter into an ever-hotter knot of need that the rhythmic glide of his finger in her sheath only heightened, tightened. Then he shifted the hand between her thighs, pressed more firmly with his thumb as he reached deep into her body, and the spiral imploded, fractured and shattered. Her spine bowed, and she cried out, the sound muffled between their lips. Pleasure, sharp, exquisite, excruciatingly intense, flashed down every nerve, followed almost instantly by a sensation of suffusing heat and a feeling of blessed ease, of release. She sighed into his mouth, and her spine eased back to the bed. Pleasure and that sudden loss of tension seemed to reach to her toes. Yet inside, in that heated cavern, she still felt strangely empty. He drew back from the kiss. She sensed him studying her face. Her lids were too heavy to lift, but she let her lips curve. "Very nice," she murmured, "for the first course." He huffed out a laugh that sounded ridiculously breathless. "So, what's next?" He dropped his forehead to hers. "You're going to be the death of me." "La petite mort? I certainly hope so." He groaned. She realized he was quivering, his muscles quaking, as if they were under enormous strain. "We don't have to. Not yet. We could wait until later." "No, now, Sebastian." Of that she was quite sure. She opened her eyes as he shifted, easing to her side. His grip on her wrists loosened, and she slid her hands free and lowered her arms. He looked into her eyes. She wondered if he knew his were molten. The usually cool green was anything but. His irises glowed, as if banked fires burned inside him. Despite that, he met her gaze levelly and said, "You're slender, and I'm not. The first time is going to hurt, no matter what. Are you truly sure?" She didn't bother answering, not with words. She reached for his erection, and found it as hard as iron. He hissed in a breath and closed his eyes. She ran her fingers up the impressive length, then swiped her thumb wonderingly across the baby-fine skin stretched across the broad head. A pearl of liquid rubbed onto her thumb, and he wrapped his fingers in a brutally tight grip around her wrist. She didn't release him, but shifted instead, raising one leg and wrapping it about his hip, opening herself to him as she guided his erection to the cleft between her thighs. He exhaled in a rush, then released her wrist, gripped her hip and her raised thigh, and anchored her as he obliged and eased slowly into her channel. Just a little, just past her entrance, not enough to breach her. She caught her breath and let her lids fall as a sensation rolled through her. His eyes still closed, Sebastian rocked shallowly, savouring the gentle clench of her inner muscles as the scalding slickness of Paradise's vestibule coated the head of his erection. The position wouldn't do to breach her, but it had been her choice, her doing, and he saw no reason not to honour that and allow her to grow more accustomed to the sensation of him entering her body. But the moment couldn't last long. He couldn't hold back the raging tide of desperate need that crashed and churned inside him. When he could withstand it no longer, when his body felt aflame, he rolled her fully onto her back, planted his hands, palms down on the sheet on either side of her shoulders, braced his arms, and raised his chest. The movement pushed him deeper into her scalding sheath. He withdrew as far as her entrance. She didn't tense, expecting him to rock in just a little way. He locked his gaze on her face, shadowed now as the moonlight had faded, and with one sharp, powerful thrust, seated himself fully in her softness. She arched and cried out, the sound well-nigh breathless. He saw the spasm of pain that crossed her face. The sight scored him like a blade, and he held still, desperately fought not to move, battled to hold against the instinct to plunder. He clung to the sight of her face, watched, waited, and sooner than he'd expected, he saw the tension born of pain fade. Then she opened her eyes. The grey orbs, brilliant and bright, stared into his eyes. Then she smiled, not tremulously, but intently. Then she reached up, dragged his head down to hers, brushed a kiss across his lips, and ordered, "Ride." She shifted beneath him in blatant invitation. He'd never before laughed at such a moment in his life. But a bark escaped him, even as he did exactly as she wanted. And at first slowly, but increasingly forcefully, he drove them back into the fire and the flames. If he'd had any notion she might be a passive lover, she promptly shattered it. Her body rose to his. She quickly caught his rhythm, and then she was riding with him, faster, more urgently, more powerfully, on through their landscape of passion. Antonia had never dreamt such closeness could be, had never comprehended what physical intimacy truly entailed. The slide of naked limbs and intimate caresses had been one thing, but the moment when he'd thrust deep and filled her, the sensation of him there, at her core, had branded itself forever on her mind. So alien, so him, so very male. He'd held her trapped, impaled, but he'd hung suspended over her and watched her as if, in that moment, she'd been his entire world. Now her heart swelled, and her spirits rejoiced, and they thundered on through a haze of heat and hunger, and passion seared, need soared, and desire thrummed, until ecstasy hove on their horizon. Her senses had abandoned the world, and shrunk to him and her, and their joining. In that moment, nothing else existed but this. Nothing could be so important as this seizing, this claiming, this possession. His of her, and hers of him. They were united in that too, in their commitment, their intention, their unswerving direction. The tension mounted, stronger, more potent, more intense than before. Now that he joined with her, there was an urgency, a building desperation that flayed them and drove them both on, ever on. She clung and sobbed as that unrelenting tension ratcheted, thrust by thrust. Then, abruptly, the world fell away, and she flew. Her senses imploded in a blaze of white heat and mind-numbing pleasure. Scintillating shards of golden glory flew down her veins and cindered her hold on reality. For one instant, he held her there, on the cusp of paradise. Then, on a deep groan, he went rigid in her arms, and she felt the hot spurt of his seed deep within. Then all tension left him. As if his arms could no longer hold him, he tumbled down onto her. Instinctively, she wrapped her arms around him as far as she could reach and held him. Pleasure, bone deep, flooded her, along with a sense of togetherness she hadn't expected. His weight held her trapped, but she didn't mind. She held him close, shut her eyes, and let the oblivion that hovered just out of her senses' reach rush in and buoy them both on its tide. Antonia awoke to find herself lying on her side, with Sebastian spooned around her. She vaguely recalled, in the heated depths of the night, that he'd woken, lifted from her, then tugged her sleepy self around so he could cuddle up behind her. She grinned at the memory. And the more she recalled, the more success, sweet and very pleasurable, flowed through her veins. Then she realized she could see that although the sun was not yet up, pre-dawn light was washing through the window. She didn't know the rules of conducting a liaison, but she was fairly certain being discovered with Sebastian in his bed by some footman or maid was likely to cause a scandal. Sebastian's arm lay heavy over her waist. Moving slowly, she eased out from under it, reluctantly shifting away from the heat of his body until she could swing her feet to the floor. She pushed up to sit on the side of the bed and felt fingers lock like steel about her wrist. She glanced over her shoulder and met surprisingly intense, pale green eyes. "You do realize," he rumbled, "that this means we're getting married?" "Of course." The words leapt to her tongue. She arched her brows haughtily, but at the last minute held those particular words back. Instead, she smiled and let her confidence and assurance fully invest the gesture. Twisting her wrist from his grasp, she patted his naked, still quite fabulous and exceedingly distracting chest. "Let's leave that discussion for another day." That, of course, was a red rag to a bull. He immediately pushed up. Leaning on one muscled forearm, he narrowed his eyes on her face. "What discussion? Your boldness in—" He paused. Rising, she looked at him inquiringly. In seducing him? Would he say it? His eyes narrowed even further, and his face set. In coming to my room last night means we've leapt over all discussions. There's no longer anything left to discuss." That was what he thought, arrogant nobleman that he was. But telling him that she wanted him to admit what he felt for her, more than anything else, so that she would know he knew, wouldn't get her what she wanted. But given what was at stake, she was willing to be patient. Heaven knew she'd waited years, more than a decade, to get to this point. What were a few more months, if that was what it took to gain everything she'd ever sought in a marriage? She bent, scooped up her robe and shook it out. "You're just put out that I took the initiative and filched those particular reins from your grasp." She shrugged on the robe. "As I see it, as matters stand, there's no reason we need to rush into anything. We can safely leave all details until later." Tying the sash, she flashed him a calm smile, then headed for the door. Sebastian shook his head. His wits were still not functioning. She was teasing him, wasn't she? But what the hell did she mean by leaving details until later? Details like a wedding? He glared at her silk-clad back. Then he realized and called, "Wait." She swung around and arched a brow. He kicked off the covers and got out of the bed. "I'll escort you back to your room." He reached for his clothes, and was grateful that she waited without further comment. Distantly, he could hear the sounds of staff rattling coal scuttles downstairs, but none would have yet ventured upstairs to the bedchambers, given the only others along their corridor were the newly married Fanshaws. Antonia returning to her room unseen should be straightforward, but still. Tucking in his shirt, he waved her back and cracked open the door. After confirming the corridor was deserted, he escorted her to her door, waited until she opened it and went in, and with a swift scan over her head, he confirmed there was no one else there. Who he'd imagined might be waiting, he had no idea, and didn't want to think too much about the impulse that had prompted him to check. With a curt nod, he left her. He halted along the corridor and waited until he heard her door shut, then returned to his room. He stood in the room's centre and stared at the bed, while memories of the night poured through his head. He grunted, then walked to where he'd left his coat, fished in his pocket, drew out his watch, and opened it. It was just after 5 o'clock. He closed the watch, slipped it back into the pocket, and set about stripping again. Naked, he tumbled onto the bed. The scent of her, of the herbs in her soap, and the elemental perfume of well-loved woman wreathed through his brain. He tugged up the covers, closed his eyes, and imagined she was still there, beside him. After their activities of the night, because of those activities, he needed more sleep if he was to have any hope of coping with her and her machinations, let alone locating the damned gunpowder. Safe inside her room, Antonia snuggled down in her bed. She might as well get another hour or two sleep, while creating the impression she'd spent the night there. Smiling exceedingly smugly, feeling thoroughly pleased with herself and her world, she closed her eyes. Chapter 11. A horrendous scream rent the morning. Sebastian sat bolt upright. A second strangled scream reached him. He flung back the covers, leapt from the bed, and hauled on his trousers. Shrugging on his shirt, he strode to the door, flung it open, and stalked into the corridor, The scream had faded to sobbing whimpers coming from not that far away, on that floor in the gallery. He strode rapidly in that direction, hearing voices in the Fanshaw's room as he passed. He turned under the archway and paused. A maid stood backed against the gallery balustrade, her hands to her face, staring in abject horror through the open door to one of the main bedchambers. She was the source of the whimpers, and presumably the scream. A chill touched Sebastian's nape. He strode forward. Ignoring the maid, who, seeing him approaching, pointed into the room and gibbered, he walked to the open doorway. He halted on the threshold and looked into the room. As he'd feared, it was Cecilia's bedroom. From where he stood, he could see only the end of the large bed. And her feet, one bare, the other with a feathered, high-heeled slipper dangling. The other slipper lay on the rug at the foot of the bed. The hem of a filmy peignoir lay rucked about Cecilia's calves. Away from the bed, closer to the door, a heavy pewter jug lay rolling on one side, the water it had contained pooling on the floorboards. The sounds of rushing footsteps, of exclamations and questions, fell on Sebastian's ears, but he blocked out the distraction. He drew in a too shallow breath, held it, and stepped into the room. 2 paces and he halted, his gaze riveted by the crumpled, doll-like body tossed on the bed. Cecilia was dead. Her eyes were wide open, staring up at the ceiling. Her fair hair was still up in the elaborate French knot she'd favoured the previous evening. She was clad in a silk nightgown and the peignoir, both in shades of pink. Neither garment hid the bruises circling her throat, like some gruesome necklace. Sebastian hailed in a quiet rush. Despite her faults, Cecilia had been a lively woman with whom he'd once shared a bed. She hadn't been evil, but evil had come looking for her. Behind him, the maid was now sobbing freely. He felt cold, chilled, and hollow. Brusque voices drew nearer. Some of the other men entered the room. Like him, they halted just inside the door. A detached part of his brain noted that the bed was still made. Cecilia's body had been flung on the undisturbed coverlet. There was no sign of a struggle on the counterpane. She'd been dead before she'd been tossed there. He scanned the room. There was no sign of a struggle anywhere, no rucked rug, nothing disturbed or out of place. Amid the press of males, all uttering horrified exclamations, Sebastian sensed a softer presence slip through the door and draw nearer. Instinctively, he shifted to block her view, but Antonia gripped his upper arm and held him still. She glanced at the body on the bed. Then she looked up at him, briefly studied his face. Then her fingers slipped into his. He closed his hand around hers and gripped, tightly, as if she was his anchor to the world. Hadley Fanshawe, who had halted, transfixed and aghast, at Sebastian's side, was the first to voice the obvious question.
What should we do?
Drawn back to reality by the feel of Antonia's fingers in his, Sebastian hauled in a deeper, freer breath and stated, "We send for the doctor, and we send word to Sir Humphrey's house and summon Inspector Crawford." Sebastian stood before the fireplace in the estate office and stared at the flames leaping in the grate. "I didn't kill her." His tone was flat, emotionless. He honestly wasn't sure what he felt. Crawford humphed. "At least, this time, you weren't the one who found the body." "Could the maid tell you anything?" Antonia asked. Sebastian glanced at her. She was sitting in one of the chairs before the desk, behind which the inspector and Sir Humphrey sat. The two men had arrived several hours ago. They had consulted with the doctor, who had been waiting to make his report before continuing with his day. Then magistrate and policeman had been waylaid by several of the guests, with whom they'd briefly spoken. Subsequently, they'd examined the scene and talked with a number of the staff. When eventually Crawford and Sir Humphrey had come into the drawing-room, where all the guests had gathered after a hurried breakfast, they had made a general statement that they intended to interview everyone again. Then they'd asked to speak with Sebastian. He'd pushed away from the mantelpiece against which he'd been leaning and joined the two men, and Antonia had risen and walked with them into the front hall. When he turned to her, intending to insist she remain with the others, she'd been waiting to catch his eye, with a very definite challenge in hers. Instead of imposing his will, he'd cravenly surrendered. He hadn't been up to fighting himself as well as her. Neither Sir Humphrey nor the inspector, both of whom had taken in that brief but wordless exchange, had ventured to try to dissuade or deny her. In reply to her question, Sir Humphrey snorted. "Silly female keeps dissolving into hysterics, but in between, we got out of her that she'd opened the door to take in her mistress's washing water, saw Lady Ennis as we found her, dropped the jug, screamed, and backed out of the room." Sir Humphrey raised his gaze to Sebastian. "She said you were the first to arrive." Sebastian nodded. Her first scream woke me. Unsurprisingly, I rushed to see what had happened. "Who was the next to arrive?" Crawford asked. Sebastian frowned. "I'm not sure. I was transfixed by the body, but it might have been Fanshawe." He drew breath and exhaled. "I heard his voice as I passed their room on the way to the gallery, and Cecilia's room is closer to the east wing, where our rooms, mine, the Fanshawes, and Lady Antonia's, are." "When I arrived," Antonia's voice was calm and composed. "Most of the men were already there. Mr. Parrish and Mr. McGibbon were just going into the room, and Mr. Boyne followed me in. The women were still arriving, but most stayed in the gallery." The inspector grunted. He read through the notes before him, then glanced sidelong at Sir Humphrey. Antonia watched the magistrate and the inspector exchange a long glance, some wordless communication. Then Sir Humphrey grimaced faintly. He shifted, then clasped his hands on the desk and looked at Sebastian, who was, once again, staring at the flames. Sir Humphrey cleared his throat, then said, "It's been suggested, not an accusation, mind, but merely a mention, that on the face of things, you, Lord Erith, might be seen as the most likely suspect for both murders." Antonia watched as a curious, quite menacing stillness stole over Sebastian's tall frame. Then slowly he turned his head and looked at Sir Humphrey. For long enough for Sir Humphrey's normally ruddy complexion to pale. Then Sebastian blinked, slowly, his long lashes momentarily screening his piercingly pale green eyes, and in a tone of voice that reminded any who heard it who and what he was, he quietly asked, "On what grounds?" The inspector darted a glance Antonia's way. "The motive appears somewhat hazy." "Indeed." Sebastian's diction, clipped hard and rigidly even, was the equivalent of a screamed warning to any who knew him. He straightened and took 2 prowling steps to stand behind the vacant chair facing the desk, the better to fix both Sir Humphrey and the inspector with his intimidating gaze. Antonia knew perfectly well what motive had been mooted, and knew he knew it too. But he would put Sir Humphrey and the inspector through a metal-spiked ringer before allowing his long-ago liaison with Cecilia to be mentioned in such a context, and they didn't have time for such distractions. She fixed her gaze on the inspector, and her own voice, even, but considerably lighter in tone, asked, "Did the doctor give you an estimate of what time, Lady Ennis was killed?" From the corner of her eye, she saw Sebastian's eyes widen, fractionally. Then he turned his intimidating look on her. She ignored it, and kept her gaze on the inspector. Faintly puzzled, but willing, anything to ease the oppressive tension in the room, Crawford hurriedly consulted his notes. "It seems clear that her ladyship was killed in the hours after she retired. She summoned her maid at about 10:30, and the maid left her mistress sitting at her dressing-table at 11:00. The clocks were striking the hour as the maid left. The doctor has declared that her ladyship was murdered sometime in the following 3 hours. So between 11:00 and 2:00 in the morning." Antonia arched her brows. "In that case—"
Antonia.
Sebastian's warning growl, gritted out through clenched teeth, held overtones of disbelief. Unperturbed, she continued, "Erith couldn't possibly have murdered her ladyship. Throughout those hours, he was with me. Or rather, I was with him, in his room, and I would definitely have noticed if he'd left." Silence greeted her pronouncement, as if all three men couldn't quite believe she'd said what she had. Crawford stared at her. Sir Humphrey blinked several times and looked increasingly uncomfortable and unable to decide where to look, at her or Sebastian, or the desk. As for Sebastian, she could feel his gaze locked on the side of her face. She was about to glance his way when he gripped the back of the chair in front of him, straightened to his full height, and faced the other two men.
"Lady Antonia and I are unofficially betrothed."
She managed to stop her reaction from showing, her eyebrows from flying upward. When Antonia glanced at him, Sebastian met her gaze levelly. He felt curiously calm, as if stating the truth aloud had been somehow freeing, settling. It had certainly given his inner self an unanticipated degree of satisfaction. He held her grey gaze, daring her to attempt any contradiction. She briefly searched his face, his eyes. Then her fine brows faintly arched, and she turned back to the inspector and Sir Humphrey, and let the statement lie unchallenged. Thank God. Given the cauldron of emotions the current situation had stirred inside him, he wasn't sure how he might react if she attempted to argue. He refocused his attention on the inspector and Sir Humphrey.
To have 2 murders committed in the same household in the space of little more than 24 hours, it's hard to avoid the conclusion that the murders are connected. It's possible whoever murdered Ennis feared he had shared something with his wife, enough for her to prove a potential threat, and so her ladyship was silenced too.
Crawford was happy to move on. "I agree. That is, indeed, the most likely scenario." "As to that," Antonia said, "when the company was going up the stairs last night, Cecilia seemed anxious, even nervous over something. We all heard her." Antonia glanced up at Sebastian. He met her gaze and nodded. To the inspector and Sir Humphrey he said,
"She spoke of escaping this place.
She claimed it was the atmosphere, but he shrugged. I felt she was bothered over something, but also playing some sort of role. Antonia added, I thought she seemed frightened, but it was an amorphous fear, as if she suspected one of the company of murdering Ennis, but didn't know which one it was. Sir Humphrey tugged at his earlobe. That she was frightened suggests she had reason to imagine the murderer might come after her. True. Sebastian let go of the chair, rounded it, and sat. It's possible she didn't know who the killer was, but had guessed what motive lay behind Ennis's murder, and knew, therefore, that the murderer might suspect she knew enough of the plot to also pose a threat to him. Regardless, she didn't suspect the man who murdered her. There was no sign of any struggle. She was taken entirely unawares. He paused, then arched his brows. Much as with Ennis. Neither he nor Cecilia felt threatened by the murderer until he struck. Very well. Crawford looked down at his jottings. The murderer is a man. No woman could have strangled her ladyship, not with their bare hands, as was done. So who among the male guests remain on our list of suspects? The inspector looked at Sebastian, then at Antonia. Could any of the other men have been involved with her ladyship? Antonia glanced at Sebastian. I saw nothing that made me think so. Sebastian looked at Sir Humphrey. It's possible, but I wasn't specifically watching for signs of it. You might try asking the older ladies, Mrs. Parish and Mrs. McGibbon, Antonia said. If Lady Ennis had had a lover among the guests, they are more likely to have noticed. However, those ladies' husbands would have to go on your list of possibles. With the Ennises, the Parishes, and the McGibbons, husbands and wives have separate rooms. She paused, then added, The only men you can strike from your list are Erith and Mr. Fanshawe. Hadley and Georgia are newlyweds, and Georgia would certainly know if Hadley crept out, quite aside from him not being that way inclined. Sir Humphrey cleared his throat. Just so. He glanced at the list the inspector had compiled. That leaves us with rather a lot of possibles for the positions of murderer and her ladyship's lover. And, Sebastian added dryly, the murderer and her lover could be one and the same. Antonia blinked. Actually, there's something we've forgotten to mention. She glanced at Sebastian. In the conservatory yesterday evening, we overheard Filbury and Wilson speaking with Cecilia. We were out of sight, and they assumed they were speaking in private. This was a little before we all retired. Crawford looked keen. He leaned forward. What was said? Antonia frowned, clearly trying to recall. Sebastian couldn't help her. His recollection of those moments had been largely overwritten by more vivid memories of the taste of her lips, the feel of her in his arms. They, the two men, were asking about the Irish estate. Antonia glanced at him. He met her gaze and fractionally shook his head. Apparently realizing he couldn't remember, she looked at Crawford and went on. They couched their queries in terms of being friends of the family and friends of Connell. In essence, they wanted to know if there was anything going on there, on the estate, to cause concern. Cecilia didn't seem to know of anything amiss. So, Sir Humphrey narrowed his eyes. Filbury and Wilson could simply have been asking as concerned friends, as they claimed. Or they might have been sounding out her ladyship to see what she knew of whatever this is that's going on, which seems somehow connected with Ireland. Exactly. Antonia nodded. After a moment, Crawford sighed and closed his notebook. If only Lady Ennis had told us what she'd suspected, she might still be alive. Sebastian stared at the inspector for a moment, then grimaced. In defence of her ladyship, there might not have been time. I think her suspicions evolved through the day, the longer she thought about her husband's murder. Crawford grunted, but acknowledged the point with a nod. We're going to be busy all day here, interviewing everyone again. All of the guests, and then all of the staff, one by one. If luck comes our way, we might find one of the staff, either those of the household or those visiting, who glimpsed one of the male guests slipping through the corridors. That said, the way these cases tend to go, I won't be holding my breath. No one ever seems to witness the murderers moving back and forth. Sir Humphrey looked questioningly at Sebastian. Any luck with your search for this gunpowder?
No.
He glanced at the magistrate.
But we did find 4 very old casks, most likely of brandy, hidden in the crypt of the old ruined chapel.
Did you, by Jove? Sir Humphrey looked enthused. Any good? Sebastian suppressed a wry grin.
I've yet to tell Blanchard. No doubt he'll send a couple of footmen to retrieve the casks.
However, the find made me wonder if there might be other hidden places, or perhaps a secret tunnel connecting the house to caves, or even to the shore. Pressingstoke Hall isn't that far from the sea, and this has been a smuggler's coast for centuries. He fixed Sir Humphrey with an inquiring look.
I've heard that was often the way with old houses in this area in times past, but I checked this morning, and there was no hidden place or tunnel marked on the house plans, even on the older iterations.
Ah! Sir Humphrey tapped the side of his nose. But there wouldn't be anything marked on the plans. Wouldn't be a secret then, what? But indeed, you're right. While what's around us, with one hand he waved at the walls surrounding them, is relatively new. It's built on a much older base, one dating from an age when having a secret tunnel into a cave system at least, if not directly to the shore, was the norm. The inspector looked intrigued. Wouldn't the finding of casks in this crypt suggest there wasn't such a tunnel? Not necessarily, Sir Humphrey said. 2 different routes for 2 different levels of involvement. If the master of the house was dealing directly with the smugglers, the secret tunnel and the caves it accessed would be used. But if the master wasn't involved, then the casks left in the crypt are the smuggler's payment for him looking the other way. That's how the system worked in these parts. Sebastian pulled a face and uncrossed his legs.
Regardless, we found no hint or trace of anything resembling barrels of gunpowder inside the house or in the grounds.
We'll need to expand our search to the rest of the estate. He rose, and Antonia smoothly came to her feet. Crawford and Sir Humphrey rose as well. Sebastian nodded to them both.
If you need us, we'll be riding over the fields, quartering the estate from the western edge to the coast.
Crawford glanced at Sir Humphrey. We'd better get on interviewing the rest. One of the men has to be our murderer. We just have to find clues enough to point to him.
We'll leave you to it.
Sebastian took Antonia's elbow. Gentlemen. With a nod to Sir Humphrey and the inspector, she let him escort her to the door. Antonia changed into her riding habit, then joined Sebastian at the side door. He'd already been wearing buckskin breeches and riding boots, topped with a soft linen shirt and a hacking jacket. A plain cravat completed the outfit. He might have been the model for what the fashionable Marquis was wearing this year for riding about the countryside. "So where are we heading first?" She stepped through the door he held for her, then, tugging on her gloves, walked briskly down the path toward the stable. He fell in at her side, striding with long-legged ease. It occurred to her that the shock of Cecilia's murder had leapfrogged them, her and Sebastian, over the awkwardness she'd assumed would attend their first meeting after being intimate. They'd been plunged into dealing with the ramifications of the murder, and of course, instantly, without the slightest hesitation on either of their parts, had banded together to face the situation. "Before we get to that." His voice was a deep murmur, but his tone was definite enough to be one step away from invincible. "I should make clear that as far as I'm concerned, all that I told Sir Humphrey and Crawford about us, you and me, is the simple, unvarnished, and inviolable truth." She considered that, considered how she wished to respond, then briskly nodded. "Duly noted." From the corner of her eye, she saw his expression fleetingly register complete bafflement. Then his features hardened, and he shot a glance, brimming with suspicion, her way. She pretended not to notice. Only her excellent training allowed her to keep her grin from her face. They reached the stable yard, and he asked for their mounts of yesterday to be saddled. Had it been only yesterday? It seemed longer. So much had happened in such a short time. She'd appropriated the map of the estate they'd found, and had made a rough copy on a smaller sheet. She drew it from her pocket and unfolded it. Studying it, she tried to estimate the area they had to cover. Where to first? He came to look over her shoulder. After a moment, he grunted. "North or south? We can't effectively do both in what's left of today." It was already late morning. She turned as he fished a coin from his breeches pocket. He tossed the coin, caught it, slapped it onto his wrist, and covered it with his palm. "Heads, we search north. Tails, we look to the south." He lifted his hand. She leaned nearer to peer at the coin. "Tails." She straightened and looked southward. "I meant search the southern half of the estate." He turned as, with hooves clopping, the horses were brought out. "We'll go west to the road, then zigzag over the southern half of the estate, and return via the coastal path, stopping at all possible hiding places we come upon." She steeled herself to weather the sensual jolt as he grasped her waist and hoisted her to her saddle, as if she weighed very little, which she knew was not the case. She was pleased to discover that, although the thrill to her senses was still there, the discombobulation had faded. Her wits remained hers to command. The instant he'd swung up to his saddle, she shook the chestnut's reins and led the way out of the yard, but then had to wait for him to set their course, which he did by taking the lead on the large, raw-bone grey. She urged her mare up to keep pace, riding to the side and half a length behind, sufficiently to the rear to respond to any change in direction he made. Although she suspected her map-reading skills were superior to his, he had a landowner's sense of north, south, east, and west. He led them unerringly west, toward the road linking Deal with Dover that formed the estate's western boundary. But as they rode, they zigged and zagged, stopping at barns and sheds to search. At the third such stop, when they emerged from a shed having found no sign of any barrels, she halted and glanced up at the sky, at the sun moving steadily west behind the scudding clouds. "I wonder what the others will think of us being allowed to ride out freely." even after Cecilia's murder. She glanced at Sebastian as he halted beside her. You don't think it'll mark us as working with the authorities, especially to the murderer? His gaze scanning the fields before them, he considered, then shook his head. Even now, I think their first assumption will be that I, and you too, are pulling rank, purely to get out of the house. After all, if we insisted on riding, what could Sir Humphrey or Crawford do to stop us? The others know we haven't left. And as for the murderer, although he has no doubt guessed that I was the one Ennis intended to speak with, as apparently Ennis was dead before I found him, there's no sense in the murderer risking showing his hand by attempting to silence me. He met her gaze. As I learn nothing from Ennis, I can't be a threat, unlike poor Cecilia, who Ennis might have confided in. She humphed and tried to stifle a persistent sense of unease, not on her account, but on his. He gestured to their horses, and she walked beside him to where they tethered their mounts to the branches of a stunted tree. Still, she persevered, I can't help feeling that the company at large might start to question your purpose in being here. Our excuse, that you're here as my father decreed escort, while acceptable, is hardly unshakably convincing. He lifted her to her saddle. As he swung up to his, he slanted an amused glance her way. After the events of yesterday evening and this morning, I believe my presence here will have been adequately explained to all. Far from imagining I'm here pursuing some intrigue, I'd wager the question exercising Mrs. Parrish's and Mrs. McGibbon's minds will be whether your father knows I'm here with you at all. She humphed and turned the chestnut's head once more to the west. Our relationship, our connection, is not that obvious, and I'm sure Wilson and Filbury are gentlemen enough to be discreet. His expression stated he thought she was indulging in fantasy, but he said nothing more, just nudged the grey into the lead again. But when next they stopped, at a hay shed, and he lifted her down, he said, You need to remember that all those remaining at Pressingstoke Hall know me only by repute. Not even Cecilia knew I know Drake beyond a nodding acquaintance. You know otherwise. You also know Drake. But for most of the Haut Ton, let alone wider society, there's no reason for anyone to suspect that the Marquis of Erith might occasionally undertake missions for Winchelsea and his Home Office masters. She considered that as they circled the hay shed, then checked inside, and some of her nebulous anxiety faded. After concluding that there was nothing concealed among the bales of hay, they walked back to the horses. She halted by the mare's side and faced him. How occasionally do you work for Drake? He lifted her to her saddle, then shrugged as he turned and gathered the grey's reins. A few times a year. He mounted, then widened his eyes at her. But of course, the sons of dukes can't ever be even vaguely associated with anything like work. She grinned at his tone. Then he wheeled the grey, and she followed him on. They reached the Deal Dover road at the village of Ringwald, and stopped at the inn, the 5 Bells, for lunch. While seated at a table in the corner of the tap, and consuming portions of an excellent rabbit pie, they debated the wisdom of asking the locals about any recent smuggler-like activity, and decided against it. Sebastian grimaced and concluded, It's too difficult to clarify exactly what we're asking about. To Antonia's mind, it was simply too risky. People asking about smugglers on this coast. She'd heard too many tales. Besides, We aren't really concerned with the mechanism by which the gunpowder got here, but rather with the stuff itself." His eyes on his plate, Sebastian nodded.
"True."
He swallowed.
"And even if they know something, they won't tell us. Neither of us are locals."
After finishing their meal, they mounted up again, and this time swept south, riding a few hundred yards inside the boundary and diverting to search any building they spotted. They halted at 2 cottages, and Sebastian used his title as license to search the associated sheds and barns, to no avail. After searching 2 more hay sheds, they reached the estate's southern boundary and swung east toward the coast. They came upon 3 abandoned huts and an isolated ruin of a cottage, but none of the structures held barrels of anything. Eventually, with the sun sliding down the western sky and the clouds massing more thickly overhead, they reached the coast just north of the next village. The tide was out, and the increasingly brisk wind set narrow white crests rearing on the grey-green waves. A bridle path meandered along the edge of the cliffs. They turned their horses' heads to the north and cantered along the path, scanning both the sands below and the nearby fields. Again, they turned aside to search cottages, barns, and sheds. Again, they found nothing. The sands at the base of the cliffs along which they rode remained smooth and unmarred. Drawing rein at a point he judged to be level with Pressingstoke Hall, Sebastian studied the pale sands.
"It looks like the tide comes up high enough to wash away any signs of activity on the beach."
He looked northward along the cliffs.
"If tomorrow we find nothing on the northern half of the estate, we'll try riding along the beach. There'll be caves in the cliffs, but whether we'll come upon the right one, much less that there'll be anything there to find, who knows?"
Beside him on her chestnut, Antonia shrugged. "If we find nothing tomorrow, it'll be worth a try." While they continued northward, keeping to the bridle path, Sebastian pondered the likelihood of caves and how best to address that. They spotted 2 more hay sheds and turned aside to search them, but there was nothing to be found amid the tightly packed bales. The day was closing in. He halted the grey above a steep dip where the bridle path dropped to cross a tiny lane that led all the way down to the sands. On the other side of the lane, there was a scattering of cottages built on a narrow rocky shelf that jutted out from the base of the cliff. Folding his hands on the pommel, he revisited their strategy.
"Gunpowder. Here."
He could still hear Ennis's strained voice, gasping the words.
What precisely did Ennis mean? Was the gunpowder already here, or was it going to be brought here sometime in the future?
He glanced at Antonia. She had halted the chestnut alongside the grey.
"Is gunpowder here now? Or is it on its way here? Or was it here last week, or earlier? But even when Ennis died, had it already been moved on? Or did Ennis mean something else entirely by the word here?"
She met his eyes, then shook her head and looked out at the pristine wave-washed sands. "There's no way we can tell, and no benefit in speculating. All we can do is what we're doing, searching everywhere we can think of to at least confirm that the gunpowder is, as far as we can tell, not in Ennis's house or on his estate. At least, not at this time." He thought through her words, then grimly nodded.
"You're right. And if we find no trace here in the next few days, we'll take what we know back to London and hope Drake's returned so he can decide where next to search, or what next to do."
The chestnut shifted. Acting instinctively, she settled the horse, then said, "Would it be better to leave and go back to London immediately?" She met his gaze. "Even if Drake's not back, you or your father, or Drake's, could find out who to contact in the Home Office." He considered that, then slowly shook his head.
"Crawford and Sir Humphrey will hold those at the house party at Pressingstoke Hall as long as they can, in the hope of identifying the murderer. Crawford is thorough. There's a good chance he'll flush the beggar out. If he does, then assuming we don't find the gunpowder ourselves, learning the identity of the murderer and all he knows of the plot will be our best route to locating the stuff."
Elucidating his thoughts aloud confirmed their logic. He glanced at her, saw her agreement in the set of her features, smiled faintly, and turned the Grey's head for the house.
"It's starting to get dark. We'd better get back."
She nodded and wheeled the chestnut.
"And tomorrow we'll search the northern half of the estate, assuming we don't ride in and discover that Sir Humphrey and the inspector have the murderer by the collar."
Chapter 12. They clattered into the stable yard, with the shadows deepening, and discovered Inspector Crawford seated on the mounting block. He rose and stretched, then waited while Sebastian dismounted, lifted Antonia down, and the stable lads gathered their reins. As the boys led the horses away, Sebastian and Antonia turned to the inspector. Crawford tipped his head toward the house.
"My lord, my lady,
If you would walk with me a little way, I'd like to pick your brains." Antonia shot Sebastian a questioning look, but when he just took her hand and wound her arm in his, she fell in beside him. With Crawford pacing on Sebastian's other side, they strolled to a point halfway back to the house, where the rising slope and a stand of trees combined to screen them from the windows. Crawford halted and faced them.
I take it your search wasn't successful?" "No."
Sebastian's reply was coloured by his frustration.
"But we've yet to search the northern half of the estate. We'll do that tomorrow. If we find nothing, we might well have to rely on the murderer for further information."
Crawford's brows rose.
"Do you think he'll talk?" "Eventually."
Crawford eyed Sebastian's face for a second, then plainly decided to let that subject go.
"Did you find the money?"
Antonia asked.
"The £300?
"No." Crawford glanced at Sebastian. "The search went well enough. We searched all the gents' rooms and those of the visiting staff, and none of them the wiser, but came up empty-handed." Crawford looked at Antonia. "So we used your suggestion to get the gents to turn out their pockets, but no one was carrying any roll of banknotes." Sebastian grimaced.
"It was worth a try."
He paused, then in a more pensive tone added,
"So where has the money gone?"
His expression tending grim. Crawford nodded. "I've been wondering how much gunpowder is worth."
"But if the money's been handed over,"
Antonia met Sebastian's eyes.
"doesn't that mean the gunpowder is here, somewhere near?"
Sebastian's expression hardened, and he nodded.
"Or at least it was. And that line of thinking confirms that the murderer, who must have taken the money from Ennis, is also the person involved in this plot, the person dealing with the gunpowder."
He focused on the inspector.
"Are you any closer to identifying the murderer?"
Crawford sighed. "That was why I was waiting for you two. I wanted to discuss with you both." The inspector included Antonia with his gaze. "The matter of alibis. All the guests have alibis of sorts for Ennis's murder, but only a few guests have alibis for her ladyship's murder. Yet the simple truth is that other than the pair of you and the Fanshaws, none of the other guests can have any reasonable alibi for the second murder. They were all in their beds in their separate rooms, all supposedly alone. So we're back to focusing on who had the chance, the opportunity, to murder Lord Ennis. Sir Humphrey suggested I run the gentlemen's alibis past the pair of you, in the hope you'll see something neither of us have. Sebastian nodded and settled to listen. Crawford tugged his notebook from his pocket. If we assume that the murders were committed by the same person, and please God that's true, then the one thing we can take from her ladyship's murder is that the murderer is a man. So we're concentrating on the alibis of the men, and that the ladies all had solid alibis for Lord Ennis's murder only underscores that our approach is correct. The murderer must be one of the male guests. Crawford glanced at Sebastian. Again, Sebastian nodded. That conclusion seems inescapable. I can't see Cecilia, dressed as she was, opening her door and admitting a male servant. Whoever strangled her was a gentleman she knew, ergo, one of the male guests. Indeed. Crawford flicked open his notebook. He leafed through several pages, then tapped his finger on an entry. Here we are. The alibis of the male guests for the time of Lord Ennis's murder. To remind you, my lord, other than yourself and Lord Ennis, there are 7 male guests to account for, and the period in question is quite short, from roughly 9:30 to 10 o'clock. For argument's sake, let's say that Ennis left the dining room at 9:30, and as he'd intimated, went straight to his study. We have no reports from anyone of seeing him anywhere else. So, Ennis was in his study by, say, 9:32. Next, McGibbon, Worthington, Filbury, and Wilson left the dining room for the billiards room. According to McGibbon, that was at 9:40. McGibbon and Worthington went straight to the billiards room, passing the study on the way. According to the pair of them, the study door was closed. They stayed in the billiards room, chatting and waiting for the other two. According to McGibbon and Worthington, neither of them left the billiards room until the ruckus, when you found Ennis dead. The inspector paused to turn over a page. Filbury and Wilson, however, did not go directly to the billiards room. They parted from McGibbon and Worthington in the front hall. And this is where things get interesting. According to Filbury and Wilson, they paused to chat near the gun room. They saw Boyne, who we'll come to in a moment, go into the library, but they don't think he saw them, and Boyne said he didn't. Filbury and Wilson then went out through the door onto the rear terrace and so down onto the lawn. There they smoked cheroots, but they didn't remain together. Wilson says he went off to wander through the rose garden. Apparently the design of such places is of interest to him. While Filbury says he ambled slowly around the lawns to the western side of the house. As you're no doubt aware, my lord, there's a small porch and an external door to the billiards room. Filbury, and later Wilson, entered the billiards room through that door, joining Worthington and McGibbon. Of necessity, both Filbury and Wilson passed Ennis's study window, but apparently neither noticed whether it was open or not. Neither of them heard anything either. Crawford humphed. Worthington, McGibbon, Filbury and Wilson then started their game of billiards, and it was some time later, between 5 and 10 minutes, they all say, that you raised the alarm. Crawford glanced up. "So that's those four." He turned another page and went on. "The next gentleman to leave the dining room, virtually on the earlier four's heels, was Boyne. He says he went into the library to the far end, sat in an armchair and settled to read a book. Filbury and Wilson saw him enter the room, more or less at the time he says he did. Later, Parrish and Fanshawe came into the library and saw him in the armchair at the far end, reading. They joined him and spoke with him for several minutes before the alarm was raised. According to Boyne, he remained in the chair in the library the whole time." Sebastian shifted his weight. His eyes narrowed, his gaze distant. He said, "I left the dining room a minute or so after Boyne. I didn't see him, but if he'd gone into the library, I wouldn't have. I did glimpse Filbury and Wilson strolling down the passage alongside the gun room. They looked to be heading for the door to the rear terrace, which fits with what they said." He paused, then frowned. "When Filbury and Wilson went out onto the rear terrace, they should have been able to see Boyne walking down the library, if they happened to glance that way and the curtains hadn't been drawn." Sebastian met Crawford's eyes. "You might ask Filbury and Wilson if they noticed Boyne in the library." Crawford nodded and made a note in the back of his notebook. "I paused in the front hall and checked the time." Sebastian went on. "It was just coming up to 9:45. I didn't want to get caught in my conversation with the other guests. I didn't want to have to excuse myself at 10 o'clock and indirectly call attention to my meeting with Ennis. So I went out of the front door and onto the front terrace, the stretch that runs beside the drawing room. There was no one in the drawing room. The ladies were in the music room. So I knew no one would spot me and come to chat. I waited on the terrace. It was quiet outside. And now I think of it, I heard the billiards room door open and shut twice. That must have been Filbury and Wilson returning, one after the other. That was only a few minutes before I returned inside. I waited until 9:58, then went in via the front door. I walked down the front hall into the side corridor, and so to the study." He paused, letting the memories roll through his mind. "While I was in the front hall, I remember hearing the ladies in the music room, and then Blanchard walked out through the servants' door, pushing the tea trolley. He saw me and nodded, then went on to the music room. I turned into the corridor leading to the study. The clock started to whir, but underneath that, I remember hearing the murmur of men's voices as I walked along the corridor. That must have been Boyne, Fanshawe and Parrish in the library. Then the clocks chimed the hour. I reached the study door, which was ajar, as the last chime was fading. I heard the clink of billiard balls. The door to the billiards room is at the end of that corridor, and the door was open, but from where I stood, outside the study door, I couldn't see anyone in the billiards room." Crawford had been scribbling madly. He paused and looked at what he'd written. "That's a good bit more detail than you mentioned before, but it all fits with where everyone else says they were." He flicked back to his earlier notes. "The only others to account for are Parrish and Fanshawe, who had remained in the dining room. Parrish says they finally got up from the table at about 5 minutes to 10 and ambled into the library. They saw Boyne sitting in an armchair at the far end of the room and walked down and started chatting. They were still chatting when all hell broke loose. And that fits with what you said." Antonia looked from the inspector to Sebastian, then back again. "So, where does that leave us?" The inspector was starting to look a trifle worn down. Crawford scratched his temple with the end of his pencil, then sighed. If we discard any notion of conspiracy and agree this is all just one man, one murderer with no help from anyone else, then there are 3 men who might have done it. 3 who were out of sight of any others for long enough during the critical time. But even for those 3, it would have been tight, very tight. Crawford glanced at Sebastian. I had another chat with the doctor. Sound man, ex-army. I asked how long he thought Ennis might have hung on after he was stabbed and fell. The doctor's estimate was 5 minutes, 7 at the very outside. Sebastian narrowed his eyes. That leaves us with Filbury, Wilson and Boyne as potential candidates for the role of murderer. Crawford nodded. Either Filbury or Wilson could have doubled back, returned through that rear terrace door near the gun room, then gone to the study. There was a decent window of time for either of them to have done that, when none of your others were in the front hall. Then they stabbed Ennis, left through the study window, and joined the others in the billiards room. And that's the one scenario that gives a purpose to that open window. He shuffled through his notes. Boyne, he had time to come out of the library and go to the study, but it's harder to see how he could have returned to the library in time. Even going out through the window and in again through that rear terrace door, he would have had to avoid crossing paths with Wilson and Filbury as they headed to the billiards room, or being seen by Fanshawe and Parrish as they left the dining room. Crawford shook his head. It's difficult to see how he might have managed it, time-wise. Sebastian grimaced. All 3 are Anglo-Irish, and all 3 spend a good part of their time in Ireland. There's also that snippet of conversation we overheard in the conservatory. Filbury and Wilson asking about conditions on Ennis's Irish estate. Sir Humphrey and I tried to ask them about that. Crawford's expression hardened. Let's just say both were evasive. They certainly didn't want to reveal, much less discuss, whatever the matter giving rise to that conversation was. Antonia studied Sebastian's frowning expression and the inspector's puzzled face. She cleared her throat. I hesitate to mention it, but there's one other possible candidate for the role of murderer. Someone from outside who came to the house in secret. Ennis was expecting him. She looked at Sebastian. Perhaps as part of his revelations to you. Ennis opened the window and let this man in. Having learned that Ennis was preparing to speak to the authorities, the man killed Ennis, then escaped via the window. Crawford shot her a glum, distinctly unhappy look. No. Still frowning, Sebastian shook his head. It can't have been that. Crawford perked up. Why not? Because while that neatly accounts for Ennis's murder, a mysterious man from outside the house party can't account for Cecilia's murder. Sebastian grimaced and met Crawford's gaze. Not unless you're willing to entertain the possibility of 2 different murderers. Crawford groaned. Heaven help us, no. He closed his notebook and tucked it back inside his coat. 1 murderer is bad enough. No need to imagine a second. Sebastian grunted. I agree. Antonia had been picturing where all the men had been, like a play on a stage with characters moving here and there. Of our 3 men who might be guilty, Connell Boyne was out of sight of anyone else for the longest period of time. Crawford nodded. True, but he's also the one it's hardest to see being able to stab Ennis in the study late enough to fit the doctor's timetable, then get back to where he was seen several minutes before Lord Erith here raised the alarm. The inspector grimaced. He's Ennis's brother, too. Not that that makes him any less likely as the murderer, sad to say.
As to that, Antonia said, another possibility we haven't properly canvassed is whether the motive for these murders is something quite other.
She looked at Sebastian.
Something not in any way linked to Ennis's message for Winchelsea.
Both Sebastian and the inspector stared at her impassively. Then Crawford heaved another sigh. And that's entirely possible too. Sebastian snorted. If it comes to that, Blanchard could have done the deed. He, or any of the staff, had as much opportunity as any of the guests. Crawford nodded. I'll be interviewing the staff again tomorrow. We'll see where that gets us. We can discount the obvious other motive, Sebastian said. Ennis had at least one son, so his heir isn't his brother Connell, so the inheritance can't be a motive in these murders.
There are 2 sons, Antonia put in. Cecilia mentioned they were at boarding school.
Poor tykes. They haven't been told yet, Crawford said. Sir Humphrey is getting Ennis's solicitor down tomorrow, and we're hoping he can take on the estate for the moment. Until we free Connell Boyne of suspicion in his brother's murder, no matter the motive, it isn't appropriate for him to take up the reins. Crawford looked at Sebastian, then at Antonia. Sir Humphrey and I would appreciate it if you both could keep your eyes on our 3 prime suspects. It's possible that our villain will let something slip when he's in what he deems less threatening company. Antonia added her agreement to Sebastian's. Then Crawford nodded politely, and they parted, the inspector heading back down to the stable while, arm in arm, she and Sebastian continued to the house. Sebastian and Antonia entered the house with just enough time to bathe and dress for dinner. They met in the corridor outside their rooms and descended to the drawing-room, side by side. Once inside the room, they halted. Both surveyed the subdued company. Then they met each other's eyes, and in wordless accord separated. Antonia strolled to join the ladies gathered on the sofas before the fireplace. A roaring blaze sent heat into the room, but seemed unable to lift the chill from the company's collective spirits. Mrs. McGibbon and Mrs. Parrish looked much older tonight. They sat with their heads together, conversing in murmurs. Amelie Bilhurst, quiet but holding her own, sat beside Melinda Boyne, and was patently attempting to keep Melinda's spirits up, a task at which she wasn't succeeding all that well. Melinda looked spooked. Antonia wondered if Melinda, a Boyne after all, knew anything about the murders, or anything that might shed some light on who the murderer might be. But Claire, Melissa, and Georgia, all with sombre expressions on their faces, were waiting to draw Antonia down, to sit on the arm of the sofa the 3 shared.
"Where did you get to today?"
Georgia asked. Antonia hid a grimace.
"I went with Sebastian to check on nearby farms for Sir Humphrey and the inspector, asking if they'd noticed any strangers about. Sebastian didn't want to leave me here alone. Well, without him."
A twist on the truth, perhaps, but essentially true.
"Well, it's been deadly here," Melissa whispered. "They, Sir Humphrey and that inspector, questioned us all, one by one. Not that any of us have been able to tell them anything," Georgia said. "Have you any word on when we might be allowed to leave?" Claire asked. "With 2 murders to solve, I don't think Sir Humphrey and the inspector are yet ready to allow anyone to depart."
Antonia glanced across the room and saw that Sebastian was surrounded by the men, no doubt being questioned much as she was. Other than glum rumblings of discontent, nothing of note was said in her hearing, before Blanchard appeared and announced that dinner was served. Sebastian came to give her his arm, a signal for others to adhere to the social habit and pair up, which they did. As a company of couples, they trooped into the dining room and claimed seats as they would. No one made any move to sit in the carvers at either end of the table. Blanchard surveyed the company, then proceeded to serve the meal with butlerish imperturbability, as if not having a master or mistress present was an irregularity he was determined to ignore. The meal was consumed largely in silence, a sober, even sombre, and exceedingly weighty silence, broken only by occasional murmurs as people commented desultorily on this or that. At the end of the meal, Mrs. Parrish and Mrs. McGibbon exchanged a glance. Then both rose, bringing the rest of the company to their feet. With nods, the ladies departed for the drawing-room, clearly assuming the gentlemen would want their port. But after exchanging glances themselves, the gentlemen, led by the married men, who seemed to feel the need to remain within sight of their wives, fell in and trailed in the ladies' wake into the drawing-room. Sebastian was only too happy to stroll with Hadley to where the younger ladies had gathered at one side of the room. He gained Antonia's side as Georgia Fanshawe, looking longingly out of the window at the front drive, murmured, "I wonder how long we'll be stuck here." Hadley caught her hand and squeezed it.
"I'm sure they won't keep us much longer, not once they've gathered all the information they need."
Georgia summoned a weak smile and trained it on her husband. Sebastian exchanged a look with Antonia, but neither of them said anything. Informing the company that they might well be held there for days yet, or until the murderer was caught, wouldn't raise anyone's spirits. Claire Savage shook herself, then raised her head and somewhat bravely said, "I heard there's a new play in production at the Theatre Royal. Has anyone heard more?" After an instant of something akin to shock, Melissa Wainwright leapt in to share what she'd heard. Gradually, minute by minute, although the atmosphere remained strained, it became clear that the general consensus was to carry on as best they could and ignore, as best they could, the pall the murders had cast. Difficult, given the company was lacking both host and hostess, but they gamely soldiered on. But when Blanchard wheeled in the tea-trolley, he was greeted with an undercurrent of relief. Mrs. Parrish and Mrs. McGibbon shared the honours, and all the gentlemen leapt to assist by ferrying the cups around. As soon as the tea had been consumed, the company, still moving as if with one mind, rose, and everyone stated their intention to retire. En masse, they moved out of the drawing-room and started up the stairs. Following at Antonia's heels, Sebastian detected a certain watchful wariness arising, no doubt from latent yet unspecific and undirected suspicion that seemed to have afflicted everyone. "Anyone for billiards?" Along with all the other men, Sebastian glanced down to see Connell Boyne hovering at the foot of the stairs. Boyne scanned the faces in a half-hearted way. His tone hadn't suggested any real enthusiasm, more as if he thought he ought to offer the invitation. Murmurs in the negative came from all the other men. Sebastian briefly shook his head and continued climbing in Antonia's wake. On gaining the gallery, he looked down into the hall and saw Connell, left alone on the tiles, vacillating, clearly debating whether to come upstairs or head for the billiards room. In the end, Connell thrust his hands into his trouser pockets and slouched slowly off, toward the library or the corridor to the billiards room. Sebastian couldn't tell which. He turned and followed Antonia and the Fanshawes into the east wing. Sebastian dawdled in the corridor outside his room until Hadley and Georgia had gone into theirs, and the door had shut behind them. The instant it did, he turned and walked silently back along the corridor, scratched at Antonia's door, then opened it and walked in. She was seated at the dressing table, her arms raised as she pulled a pin from her hair. She levelled a look he couldn't quite read at him. He ignored it and quietly shut the door. "Have you rung for your maid?"
"No, not yet."
"Good, don't." He crossed to where a straight-backed chair stood against the wall, lifted it, turned it, and set it down behind and a little to one side of the dressing stool, so when he straddled it and sat, resting his forearms on the raised back, he could see Antonia's face in the dressing-table mirror. She arched a haughty brow at him.
"You presume."
He snorted softly. "Did you really imagine I would allow my de facto affianced marchioness to sleep alone and unprotected under the same roof as a murderer?" She looked at him, then lightly shrugged.
"Put like that, I suppose not."
He had the distinct impression that despite her neutral expression, she was laughing at him. She was amused, at the very least. She returned her attention to freeing her long hair.
"Did you hear anything useful?"
"Nothing at all. You?"
"Likewise. But while no one has actually said the words, and despite the lady's earlier talk of gypsies, or an itinerant being responsible for killing Ennis, it's clear the realization that there's almost certainly a murderer among us has started to sink in and take hold."
Ah, that was what was behind the men sticking by their wives' sides, and the company as a whole acting like a herd.
"I dare say such behaviour is natural in the circumstances."
She withdrew a last pin, and the mass of her hair tumbled free. A rippling wave of black silk, it reached down her back, almost to her hips. His palms itched. His gaze had already fixed on the black-as-deep-as-night waterfall. She reached for her brush. He watched as she raised it, and set the bristles to that silken mane, and slowly drew the brush down. Hypnotized by the unbidden, innocent sensuality of the repetitive, rhythmic movement as she continued to brush the long tresses, his gaze remained transfixed, his senses flaring, even as he wondered, pondered. Control. How effortlessly she tried his, how she challenged it, even unintentionally, as now. On a flash of insight, he realized why. Why she and only she had always possessed the power to deflect and distract him. Because he couldn't control how he felt about her, how he reacted and responded to her, over her, about her. When he was with her, not only in a bedchamber, but wherever they happened to be, there was no such thing as control, as his customary absolute and inviolable mastery over himself and all he did. When he was with her, control faded and lost its hold. When he was with her, he was driven by instinct, by reactions and feelings. Feelings engendered by an emotion too powerful to deny. He blinked back to the present, to the faint shush as she plied her brush, and frowned. In the mirror, her gaze flicked to his face, then fastened on his eyes. To excuse the frown, he said the first words that slid into his mind, into the space vacated as that too powerful emotion eased its hold on his wits. Where the devil is Ennis's gunpowder? His frustration had bubbled up and infused the words. He crossed his forearms on the upper edge of the chair's back and leaned his chin on them,
More. What's the damn stuff for? Who organized for it to be here, wherever here is? And is it still here, wherever here is, or has it already been spirited away?
She switched her gaze forward, staring into the mirror, as if focusing on some distant point beyond her own reflection. She continued to steadily wield her brush.
It was only 2 nights ago that Ennis used his last words to tell you the gunpowder was here. There's been no evidence of any relevant activity around the house and grounds, so taking the simplest interpretation of his words, presumably the gunpowder is still here, wherever here is.
He grunted, grumbled.
If they, whoever they are, learned Ennis was about to betray their plot, and were in a position to kill him before he could, then surely they would also have moved the gunpowder at the same time, on that night.
Only if they could. If they could arrange to move it, and could risk moving it immediately.
She paused in her brushing, head tilted as she thought. Then she resumed the slow, evocative stroking.
And only if the gunpowder was already here. Ennis might have meant the gunpowder was on its way here. If it had already been moved on, he would have told you, or at least tried to tell you, where it was going.
He turned all the aspects, all the disconnected elements of the situation, over in his mind.
I keep coming back to the apparently inescapable truth that, in light of Ennis's last words, the question of whether Ennis and Cecilia were killed because of this plot, or for some other reason, is entirely beside the point.
It's impossible to make sense of the motive for their murders, even to be sure that they're connected, without knowing who the murderer is.
True. But why they were murdered doesn't change the fact that we came here with a specific goal in mind, to receive Ennis's message for Drake. We have that message, such as it is. Gunpowder, here, that's all we have. And given the effort Ennis made to give me those words, it's most likely those words are, in fact, the gist of what he wanted to communicate. So we've done what we came here to do. In the mirror, he met her gaze. We could leave tomorrow, so Humphrey and Crawford won't try to stop us. We could return to London and put everything we've learned into Drake's hands. He grimaced, assuming he's back. But even if he isn't, we could place our information into the hands of his masters in Whitehall.
Antonia set down her brush, swiveled to face him, and rapidly searched his face. After a moment she said,
"We could, but we're not going to, are we?"
His gaze shifted from hers. All she got was a faint grimace in reply. She went on, as if she hadn't noticed, feeling her way through his thoughts.
"You've already sent word to Whitehall. Wellington's imprimatur would have ensured the message got delivered with all speed to the right people."
She studied Sebastian's expression, what little of his feelings she could read from it. Frustration, disgruntlement, disappointment, yes, but not defeat. Never that. She made an educated guess.
"Correct me if I'm wrong, but there aren't that many of you, are there? Gentlemen like you who occasionally work for Drake, who step in when, for whatever reason, he can't do something."
His gaze returned to her face. Several seconds elapsed, then he shrugged.
"As far as I know, Drake relies on only a handful of sons of the nobility."
"Exactly."
Knowing Drake, she hadn't imagined anything else. High-handed selectiveness was entirely in keeping with the Marquis of Winchelsea's character.
"And Drake left for Ireland when?"
He had to think back.
On the 16th or 17th.
So 5 or 6 days ago. And I also assume that he isn't swanning about Ireland as the Marquis of Winchelsea.
I seriously doubt it.
So even if he'd been able to travel rapidly on this side of the Irish Sea, even if he's been able to complete his business over there in just a few days, which I take it is unlikely, then he wouldn't return to London until tomorrow, or the next day, or more likely, some days after that.
He held her gaze levelly.
There's nothing in your assessment with which I disagree.
However, bear with me.
She tried to see what lay behind his pale green eyes. What was driving this? A wish to take her back to London, leave her there, and then return? That she could believe.
Your letter to Whitehall would have been received this morning. As I understand matters, it's highly unlikely they can or will send anyone else down to look for this gunpowder. Yet gunpowder is a word that conjures up destruction, and just attempting to convey that word to Drake was enough to get Ennis killed. As Wellington said, having received Ennis's message, our goal now must be to locate the gunpowder.
She paused, continuing to hold Sebastian's gaze.
Ennis died to get those 2 words to you, to Drake. To people who would care enough to do something about it, to stop whatever destruction is planned. You can't turn aside.
Finally, she caught the flash of something she recognized in the back of his eyes. Offended pride, which he immediately buried. Sure, at last, on what grounds she stood, she let her lips curve, just slightly.
And you're not going to convince me that you ever would. And I'm not about to sit meekly and let you wrap me in cotton batting and tuck me away somewhere safe while you continue to search for the damned gunpowder.
He sat up and uncrossed his arms. Before he could growl a word, she rose and caught one of his hands.
I'm now a part of this too. You involved me, and so did Drake. You can hardly complain over the outcome. Now,
she tugged on his hand. She didn't want him dwelling on that for too long.
Stop being such a grump. We still have the northern half of the estate to search tomorrow. And yes, I will be searching it with you.
He looked disgusted, but at her insistent tugging, got to his feet.
It was worth a try.
She threw him a look, disapproving but resigned, as she drew him around, then backing toward the bed, she allowed thoughts of a completely different nature to infuse her gaze.
We can't do anything more until tomorrow.
The atmosphere between them changed, in just a heartbeat, to one of leaping senses and tightening nerves. She smiled, confidence and self-assurance rising.
Come to bed.
Her voice had grown sultry.
I guarantee you'll see matters in a more positive light come morning.
His gaze remained locked with hers. His brows slowly rose, and he allowed her to tow him toward the bed. Mentally, Sebastian threw up his hands, surrendering, even if he wasn't entirely sure to what. To compulsion? Yes. To hunger? Definitely. To need? As she halted by the bed, grabbed the sides of his coat in both fists and hauled him to her as she stretched up, and he bent his head, it certainly felt like that. Their lips met, and that swelling need ignited. No tentative dipping of toes into desire's sea, not for them. The tide raged, and they plunged in, and it swept them, swirled them, then dragged them under. And they went, gladly jettisoning all vestige of restraint and all pretense of rational decision. With blatant abandon, they let passion have them. Their lips meshed and melded, their mouths devoured, greedy and needy. Then she parted her lips, and he thrust his tongue past, and claimed every lush inch of her mouth. He possessed and branded in flagrant mimicry of what was to come. Then her tongue boldly tangled with his, and they fell into a duel of wills and wants, and he lost his last anchor to the world. She pushed, she challenged, and he instinctively met her, on this plane as on all others. Ardour burned brightly within them both, a near incandescent flame. It heated, it lured, it drew and drove them on, into ever-escalating hungers, into turbulent seas of passions unleashed. Desire burned, a fire in their blood, and hunger and need thudded in their veins. And compulsion reigned. Her small hands were everywhere, tugging at his clothes. He finished unbuttoning her gown, then acquiesced to her insistence and shrugged off his coat and waistcoat, both of which she'd already undone. An errant thought whisked through his mind. One day they might manage to take this slowly, to draw the moments out. But that day was not today. Driven by something that was close to desperation, an increasingly urgent need to feel the other close, that close, they shed clothes like leaves, swept away by the gale of their need, until they came together, skin to skin, senses to achingly yearning senses, bodies flush and limbs embracing, in the space beside her bed. Hands, hers and his, reached, stroked, and caressed. On a panting breath, he broke from the kiss and sent his lips cruising over the delicate curve of her jaw, down the long column of her throat, following the sculpted line of her shoulder wide, before swooping down to pay homage to one breast. He filled his hand with her other breast, kneaded the already swollen mound as he suckled, and she cried out, her fingers digging into his scalp as she arched in his arms. As her naked hips pressed tight, then provocatively ground against his bare thighs. They stilled, all breathing suspended. Their eyes met for a fleeting instant. Then they tumbled onto the coverlet, landing in a tangle of long limbs, and searching, grasping, greedy hands. He seized the moment of unscripted wrestling to catch his breath, physically and mentally, and reached for what, in that sphere, passed for patience. For some lever, anything, that would slow them down. Control might be beyond him, but surely experience would afford him some ability to at least guide. She wasn't of a mind to allow it. She caught his head between her hands and yanked him back into a searing kiss, one that cindered all restraint. Then she undulated beneath him, her body sinuously tempting in a move as old as time. He reacted. It was impossible not to keep his body from answering her call, from covering her, settling heavily into the cradle of her hips, into the embrace of her slender, welcoming thighs. And then, with one thrust, he was inside her. Pleasure, laced by something far more profound, more acute, infinitely more heady, lanced through him. The jolt was a sensual shock, potent enough, glorious enough, to make him draw back from the kiss, simply to better savour it. From beneath his lashes, he looked into her face. Shadowed though it was, he saw her eyes gleam from beneath her weighted lids. For an instant, their gazes locked, held, and an ineluctable sense of togetherness welled, clicked, locked, and bound them. An invisible strand, one of pure physical sharing. A connection nonetheless, one they'd both intuitively reached for. In that split-second exchange, he and she both acknowledged that reality. Then her lashes lowered, and her lips curved. He bent his head, covered those alluring lips with his, and together they plunged into their fire. They rode and burned, gripped and clung. Antonia thrilled to the beat, to the heavy, repetitive rhythm of their joining. Her skin was aflame, while he was pure heat. The sensation of his body moving on hers, against hers, into hers, sent her senses spinning, spiraling through a universe of ever-expanding awareness, of touch, of fire, of molten heat, of the thud of their hearts, the compulsive surge and retreat, and the steady rise of that glorious, scintillating tension. Almost there. She gasped, clung, sobbed, and urged him on. The climax rushed up, an eruption of sensation that wiped all else before it, and exploded across her senses in a starburst of glittering, unadulterated pleasure. Leaving behind a clean slate, and an emptiness that, a second later, he joined her and filled. As if they were two halves of one entity. An entity formed through long association, perhaps, yet forged in this fire, welded in this furnace of passion and desire. Her senses slowly returned to earth. She realized he'd collapsed upon her. Heavy muscles and bones slumped, wrung out in abject surrender, and felt her lips spontaneously curve. If anyone had told her mere days ago that she would welcome his weight lying so heavily on her, trapping her and pressing her into the bed, she wouldn't have believed them. But now, lazily, languidly, she lifted her arms, reached as far around him as she could, and held him to her. There was a sharing in this moment, an intimate closeness that nothing else and no other situation could even aspire to. She held that closeness to her as she held him. She closed her eyes and let her mind drift into the beckoning, blissful oblivion. Eventually, Sebastian returned to the land of the living. He had no idea how much time had elapsed, which was unusual, to say the least. Slowly, he raised his head, taking care not to jar Antonia awake. He looked down into her sleeping face, drank in her expression, Madonna-like in its moon-watched serenity, and mentally shook his head. He'd had women beyond counting, yet he couldn't recall ever being this. Wrung out? Hollowed out? Whatever it was. So deeply sunk in the moment, so deeply enthralled, so profoundly connected and exorcised, that it took such a long time for him to reconnect with the world. Moving slowly and carefully, he disengaged from her clinging embrace, then slumped beside her in the bed. He reached down, freed the covers, and tugged them over their cooling bodies. He felt ridiculously gratified when she turned on her side, and apparently still asleep, snuggled against him. He settled one arm around her, holding her close, then feeling oddly mind-clear and nowhere near sleep, he raised his other arm, put his hand behind his head, and stared up at the ceiling. Unsurprisingly, His thoughts circled the conundrum curled, a warm and soft armful by his side. She'd always been there, a part of his world, as far back as his memories ran. She'd always been different in some unspecified way, occupying a slightly different category than anyone else. She'd been one of the few, possibly the only person inside his inner palisade, able to connect with him on a different, more personal, more direct, and no subjects barred plane. That connection had been outside his control, not something he'd allowed so much as something that had simply been. A link she had, from her earliest years, instinctively exploited and used. Yet when he'd started looking for a wife, he hadn't thought of her. If he was honest, he specifically hadn't thought of her. Because he hadn't wanted to risk what she would do to his ability to control himself, her, them. But now they'd flung caution aside, and there they were, with their feet inexorably following a path into matrimony. How was were they, to manage? Instinct, more primitive than educated, suggested he would be wise to set all thoughts of control aside, witness his signal lack of success that evening. Even had he succeeded, she would have realized all too soon and wouldn't have readily forgiven him, and would, no doubt, have taken steps to counter his manipulation, steps of which he wouldn't have approved and wouldn't have liked. Trying to exert control, even by his favored method of subtle manipulation, might well lead to worse problems than any he sought to solve. Now they'd embarked on this path, he needed to accept that reality. He would never control her, and she would never control him. So where did that leave them? As essentially equal partners, with different abilities and different strengths, yet on a par with each other, as powerful as each other in this domain they were creating and shaping between them. The landscape of their future, of the life they would share. He stared unseeing at the ceiling. He had to admit there was temptation of a sort in that challenge, for it would be a challenge, of that he had no doubt. He dipped his chin and glanced down at her. At the curve of her face he could see resolution, determination, strength. Much of what he recognized in her, he knew also lived in him. He'd lowered his arm. Caught in his web of contemplation, of her, of them, he ran a gentle finger down her nose. Like the rest of her, it was long, but in perfect proportion with the rest of her face. He shifted his attention to one lithely muscled arm, and traced its length with his palm. He loved. His mind froze. After a moment, he tentatively considered, for once truly looked. Then he shied away from the thought. But he didn't bury it, just left it, unaccepted, but not dismissed. He'd heard all the tales of Cynster's marrying only for love, always for love, that any attempt to do otherwise, like his great-uncle Arthur's first marriage, was doomed. But the stories of the grandes dames were just stories, weren't they? What currency did they have in the modern world? In the world he and Antonia inhabited. Another set of questions to which he didn't have answers. He didn't need more frustrations. Satiation still lay heavy in his veins. He closed his eyes, opened his awareness to the mind-numbing sensation, embraced the bone-deep glow, and surrendered to whatever dreams awaited him. Chapter 13. Sebastian left Antonia's room and returned to his as late as he dared, gaining his bed just before a footman crept in to lay and light the fire. Once the footman had gone, Sebastian lay beneath the covers he'd artistically disarranged and weighed up competing compulsions. Should he make another, most likely futile bid to somehow convince Antonia to remain in safety with the other ladies? Or should he acknowledge his newly recognized reality and accept that she would be riding out with him? In the end, he realized that with a murderer among the guests, even with Sir Humphrey, Inspector Crawford, and the constables around the house, his inner self did not deem the company sufficiently safe for her, not without him by her side. He wasn't sure how to regard that conclusion. Was it realization or rationalization? Regardless, with his way forward clarified, he rose, washed and dressed, and was loitering in the archway leading to the gallery when Antonia emerged from her room. She saw him and arched a faintly haughty brow, but made no other comment. That she donned her riding habit was a sufficient declaration of her expectations of the day. They walked side by side through the gallery and down the stairs. As they stepped onto the tiles of the front hall, she murmured, "It appears to be a good morning. Given the lack of screams, it seems no one died in the night." He humphed. A footman was passing, ferrying an empty dish back to the kitchen. Sebastian halted him and asked for a message to be relayed to the stables, to have the horses he and Antonia had ridden the previous day saddled and waiting in half an hour. The footman bowed and retreated. Antonia had halted and waited, listening. As Sebastian turned back to her, she bestowed an approving smile on him. Then she turned and walked on. Schooling his features to impassivity, he followed her into the breakfast room. They greeted the other guests already present, all the younger crew except for the Fanshaws, then helped themselves from the sideboard. After piling several sausages onto a mound of kedgeree, Sebastian eyed the excellent spread laid out along the board.
With both master and mistress dead, who is running the household? Do you know?
I believe Blanchard and Mrs. Blanchard have stepped up to the mark, and Mrs. Parrish has offered to assist if needed.
A plate containing one slice of toast, a small mound of scrambled eggs, and one slice of ham in her hand, Antonia turned from the sideboard, surveyed the table, then elected to sit beside Claire and Melissa at one end. Her friends eyed her riding habit with ill-concealed envy.
"Half your luck,"
Claire grumbled, as Antonia set down her plate and paused to allow Sebastian, who had of course followed at her heels, to draw out the chair beside Claire's for her. Claire went on,
"I take it you plan to ride out again today?"
Antonia sank onto the chair.
"Yes."
She glanced at Sebastian as he circled the end of the table and helpfully claimed the place opposite her. She briefly met his eyes. He hadn't heard the excuse for their absence she'd given her friends the previous day.
"So far, we've covered only half the area Sir Humphrey and the inspector asked us to check for strangers. With luck, we'll finish today." "Well," Melissa said, "I sincerely hope Sir Humphrey and the inspector bring their investigations to a speedy conclusion, so we can leave tomorrow, as planned. I had to get out of bed at cock's crow to move the chair I'd wedged against my door, so the tweenie could come in. Cecilia had planned a ball for tonight." Claire put down the slice of toast she'd been nibbling and reached for her teacup. But I understand Sir Humphrey has sent word to all the neighbours, informing them of the murders and asking them to stay away. Just as well, Antonia said. This is the country. News of the murders is sure to have spread by now, and as we all know, nothing short of an instruction from a magistrate is likely to keep the curious at bay. That's the last thing we need, Melissa stated, having to receive the local gossips all agog for the scandalous highlights.
Actually, Sebastian murmured, his gaze on his plate, the last thing any of us need is the press.
Melissa and Claire stared at him.
What a horrendous idea!
Claire sounded aghast. After a second she asked,
When do you think they'll arrive?
Sebastian looked at Melissa and Claire.
When did Sir Humphrey send word to the neighbours?
Yesterday, Melissa said. Mrs. Parish mentioned the ball to him, and he said he would call at the appropriate houses and ensure the word was spread throughout the neighbourhood.
Sebastian's expression turned cynical. 24 hours for the news to reach Fleet Street, then 12 or so hours before the hounds reach here. If we are released tomorrow, even if the constables succeed in keeping the newsman off the property, you can expect to run a gauntlet at the gate. A short silence fell, while Antonia exchanged horrified glances with her friends as they digested that unwelcome prediction. Melissa slumped.
This was our first excursion out from under our mother's wings. We'll never be allowed out alone again.
Claire pulled a disgusted face. Sebastian grinned.
Wear veils, and have your coachman whip up the horses 20 yards before the gate. The good gentlemen of the press will be too busy scrambling for their lives to notice who you are, much less demand answers to unwelcome questions.
Melissa and Claire considered that image. Both perked up. Sebastian pushed aside his empty plate and caught Antonia's eye.
We should get going.
Yes, all right.
She drained her teacup, pushed back her chair, and rose. She glanced at Melissa and Claire, who were once again regarding her with resigned envy.
Pray God nothing else bothersome happens today. Amen, Melissa said. And that Sir Humphrey and the inspector either find the murderer or else decide he's flown and allow us to go home.
Claire flashed a weak grin at Antonia.
Have fun.
Antonia hesitated, then replied,
Take care.
She looked at Melissa as well.
Both of you.
And tell Georgia too.
Oh, all the ladies plan to stick together, Melissa said. It's boring, but we all feel safer that way.
Sebastian, who had risen as Antonia had, and circled the table to pull back her chair, nodded in approval.
An excellent idea.
He glanced at Antonia, hesitated for a second, then waved to the door giving onto the rear terrace.
Let's walk around, rather than go through the house.
With a last smile for her friends, and a nod to the others about the table, Antonia led the way. Sebastian reached around her and opened the door, then followed her out and closed the glass pane behind them. The day was overcast, but although darker clouds were massing to the north, there was no scent of rain, and the breeze, blowing fitfully from the west, was mild. They went down the steps from the terrace to the lawn, then strode side by side around the short central wing, which at ground level housed the kitchen and associated facilities. A brick wall enclosed the kitchen garden, but archways in both side walls allowed them to walk through to emerge on the lawn below the rear terrace, running beside the library. They cut across toward the stable, eventually joining the path from the side door. Antonia noticed Sebastian studying the house as they walked.
What are you looking for?
Any sign of unexpected basements, of anywhere we haven't yet searched.
He faced forward as they left the house behind.
I swear we've searched all possible places inside the house.
She nodded, and continued to wonder at his apparent ready acceptance of her company. After his attempt to remove her from the house party and all danger last night, she'd expected him to try again, or at least to try to dissuade her from accompanying him. She would have sworn that in the moment when they'd taken their leave of Melissa and Claire, and he'd hesitated, he debated suggesting she remain with her friends in safety. But he hadn't. Instead, he seemed not just resigned, but acquiescent over her presence. That was a great deal more than she'd hoped for. Almost as if, with respect to her, he was changing his spots. Only she didn't believe that for an instant. She and her sister had heard countless tales from their mother of their father's smothering protectiveness, and had endured enough incidents of that on their own accounts to have formed a very clear idea of the only possible way to deal with a similar man, with a nobleman who, when in the grip of instinct, would behave as if he owned them, as if they were somehow his to dictate to, at least when there was any danger involved. She wasn't foolish enough to discard or denigrate the protectiveness such men like Sebastian, personified. Protectiveness was welcome. Any sane lady would agree. But possessive protectiveness was something else again, and needed to be guarded against. Needed to be trained out of those so afflicted. She bit back a smile. Sebastian wouldn't see that conclusion as amusing, much less approve of such attack. Too bad. That was the price if he wanted her hand in marriage. They reached the stable yard to find their mounts waiting. When Sebastian lifted her to her saddle, she discovered she now enjoyed the thrill, the spiking of her senses. He mounted up. She enjoyed watching that too. Then they wheeled the horses and clattered out of the yard, only to almost immediately rein in as the inspector, flanked by a bevy of constables, came trotting up. Crawford halted his good-looking bay, doubtless borrowed from Sir Humphrey's stable, waved his men on to the stable yard, then politely lifted his hat to them. "Good morning, my lord. My lady?" "Inspector?" Sebastian steadied the grey, who had taken exception to the other horses. At the same time, he glanced about, confirming none of the stablemen and no one else was close enough to overhear. "We're about to ride out and search the northern half of the estate for any sign of the gunpowder." Crawford nodded. "I don't suppose you've anything enlightening to tell me as to who the murderer might be?" "Sadly, no," Sebastian said. Antonia took pity on the inspector.
"Last night, everyone was very subdued. We all retired early. This morning, the main subject of conversation about the breakfast table was whether you will allow us to depart tomorrow, as was originally planned."
Crawford sighed. "That's a decision Sir Humphrey and I will have to make later today, and frankly, I'm not looking forward to it. With all evidence pointing to the murderer being one of the guests, the new rules that apply to investigations such as this say we keep you all here, contained, until something breaks. That said, I could see that's not going to be so easy in this case, and might not even be possible." Sebastian hesitated, then nodded and tightened the grey's reins.
"If anything occurs to us, or if we find anything to point to the murderer, we'll let you know as quickly as we can."
In that case, Crawford half bowed to Antonia. "I wish you good riding, and good luck." They parted. With Antonia beside him, Sebastian set course for the fields lying to the northwest of the grounds surrounding the house. When they reached the area they hadn't yet explored, once again they zigged and zagged, working their way toward the western boundary, stopping at all structures, no matter how small, to search for hidden barrels. The first place they stopped at was a farmhouse that stood isolated on its own plot. The farmyard with its associated buildings was a short distance away, around the flank of a low hill. Sebastian dismounted and came to lift Antonia down. Together they walked up the gravel path. The door opened before they reached it. The tenant farmer's wife blinked at them, then coloured and bobbed a curtsy.
"Sir, ma'am, what can I do for you?"
Sebastian glanced at Antonia. She smiled at the woman.
"We're searching for some barrels that those at the house,"
she waved toward Pressingstoke Hall,
"believe might have been hidden somewhere about the estate. Have you or your husband seen anyone moving barrels about recently?"
Clearly mystified, the woman shook her head.
"No, ma'am. Can't say as we have. Not much we have that's brought in by the barrel load, so we'd have noticed, I'm sure."
Sebastian shifted. "Do you know of any old cellar or cave where barrels might have been hidden?" The woman studied him for a second, then said,
"I was born on the estate, so I know most places, but other than the caves in the cliffs, I've never heard tell of any hidden place, not in the fields."
Sebastian regarded the woman for an instant, then nodded. "Thank you." He took Antonia's arm and walked with her down the short path. As soon as they were out of earshot of the woman, he bent his head and whispered, "I want to search the cellar. In a place that size, there's bound to be one. Can you get her out of the house?" The cottages they'd stopped at the previous day had been too small to boast cellars. Antonia halted, studying his face. Then she nodded and turned. The farmer's wife was still standing in the open doorway. Antonia walked back, smiling easily.
"I wonder if I could trouble you for a glass of water."
The woman straightened.
"Of course, ma'am." She stepped back. "Come in."
Leaving the front door wide, Antonia followed the woman down a corridor that led to a large kitchen at the rear of the house. The woman went to the dresser, picked up a pewter mug, and reached for a jug. Antonia stayed her with a raised hand.
"If possible, I would prefer water straight from the pump."
The woman nodded.
"Of course."
She set down the jug and made for the back door.
"The pump's just out here."
Antonia followed the woman out of the door. As she had hoped, the pump stood in the middle of the rear yard. She offered to hold the mug while the woman plied the pump handle. Once the mug was full, Antonia sipped, then asked the woman about her family. They were still standing by the pump, swapping observations on male children, when Sebastian came striding around the side of the farmhouse. He halted and frowned at her. "We need to be getting on." She smiled sweetly at him, then turned her smile on the woman and handed back the mug.
"Thank you."
The woman took the mug and bobbed a curtsy.
"Ma'am."
Antonia joined Sebastian, and they walked around the farmhouse and back to the horses. Only once they were mounted and had wheeled the horses did she ask, "Anything?" He grunted. "A root cellar, but no barrels." He set the grey trotting. "Come on." They halted in the nearby farmyard, which proved to be deserted.
"I suppose all the men are out in the fields at this hour,"
Antonia said. "At least we don't have to make excuses." Sebastian led the way into the barn. Their search of the barn and hay shed didn't take long. In silence, they remounted and rode on. Antonia set the chestnut to pace the grey.
"Is gunpowder transported in anything other than barrels?"
Sebastian frowned. "It can be,
but only smaller amounts would be in boxes or paper packages, and not generally for transporting any distance. I can't imagine Ennis wasting his last breath to warn us about any small amount. Also, the powder needs to be kept dry, and oak barrels are best for that.
She sighed. So barrels it is.
Another farmhouse, somewhat larger than the last, sat in a dip ahead. Again they halted and questioned the farmer's wife, who confirmed that, at that time of day, all the men were out in the fields. Again, the woman knew nothing of any barrels being moved about the estate. She went with them to look into the barn and hay shed. Antonia distracted her by professing an interest in her extensive vegetable garden, while Sebastian circled the house and searched its cellar, but all for the same result: nothing. He somewhat tersely informed Antonia before she'd even asked. He urged the grey on, and she followed. To that point, she'd had no reason to complain about his behaviour. However, the next structure they came upon was a lone hay shed. On reaching it, Sebastian quickly dismounted, waved her to remain a horse, handed her the grey's reins, and stalked off to swiftly search. She told herself he was simply growing impatient, and it really didn't take two to search a hay shed that was open on 3 sides. But their next stop was at a derelict barn, and once again he was off his horse and waiting to hand her the grey's reins the instant she halted the mare. "This won't take long," was all he said before stalking into the barn, leaving her to wait outside. She humphed. She glanced around, looking for a tree or bush to which to tie both sets of reins, only to realize there wasn't anything suitable nearby. Maybe that was why he'd left her holding the reins. She returned her gaze to the barn door, sagging on its hinges, and narrowed her eyes. Perhaps. But she had to wonder. The barn proved uninteresting. His expression hard and unrevealing, Sebastian returned, reclaimed the grey's reins, mounted up, and they continued quartering the fields, moving steadily westward. They saw no other structures requiring searching before they reached the Deal-Dover Road, once again not far from Ringwold, although this time to the north of the village. Sebastian drew rein and looked toward the cluster of village roofs. "Let's go back to the 5 Bells and have an early luncheon. There's unlikely to be anywhere else on our route where we might get food."
"An excellent idea,"
she returned, and led the way. She discovered her appetite had grown. Even the extra scrambled egg she'd eaten that morning hadn't entirely assuaged her hunger. At the 5 Bells, the day's main dish proved to be mutton stew, hearty and filling, and almost as tasty as the previous day's pie. They spoke little while they ate. For her part, she was absorbed with thoughts of where barrels of gunpowder might be hidden, and what next they might do if their search today proved as futile as yesterday's. Suitably fortified to face the afternoon, they quit the inn, remounted, and rode northward, steadily traversing the fields of the estate bordering the road. That tack revealed no structures of any kind, and landed them at the northwestern corner of the estate, where a large coppice filled the triangle between the fields, the road, and the northern boundary fence. The coppice hadn't been harvested for some time, and was overdue for attention. The trees grew thick and dense. Antonia drew rein, facing the coppice. Sebastian rode closer, ranging between her and the trees. He appeared to be peering into the massed thickets. She noticed a path leading into the coppice. "There's a path there." When he glanced at her, she pointed. "Should we get down and search?"
Sebastian rode to the opening of the path. Standing in his stirrups, he looked down it, then shook his head, resat, and turned the grey toward her.
It's just a clearing, nothing there. If whoever's behind this has a grain of sense, then assuming they want to use the gunpowder to blow something up, they won't risk leaving it in the open, even under a tarpaulin. In this season, damp will get in, and that will be the end of their plans.
"We could hope," she replied, and turned the chestnut's head to the east. They rode on, again taking a zigzag route across the fields, as they covered the last section of the estate they hadn't yet searched, the fields inside the northern boundary from the road to the shore. The next feature they came upon was another large coppice, a roughly circular one surrounded by fields. Sebastian had been riding on Antonia's left, but when they slowed before the coppice, he urged the grey forward and across, coming between her and the trees. This coppice had been recently harvested. Perched on their horses, they could easily see through the thin young shoots, but with Sebastian between her and the coppice, Antonia had to lean sideways and crane her neck to see around him.
Nothing there.
He nudged the grey on. Her view finally clear, she cast a swift glance over the coppice, confirmed there was no structure of any kind hidden in its depths, then raised her reins and pressed the chestnut into motion again. Still keeping station between her and the trees, Sebastian led the way on. From beneath her lashes, she cast him a narrow-eyed sidelong glare. Did he even realize what he was doing? Where was the danger here? What did he imagine? That someone was hiding in the coppice, waiting to take a shot at her? She humphed and shifted her gaze forward. Were noblemen in the grip of this particular affliction really so illogical? So driven by instinct that common sense fell by the wayside? She had a sneaking suspicion her mother would assure her that they were, that she, Antonia, should expect such behavior. She felt like snorting. She bit back an acerbic comment when they came to another coppice, this one on the other side of their route, and he behaved in the same shielding way, wheeling the grey around her to do so. But when a large barn, not derelict, and apparently very much in use, loomed ahead, she scanned the area, spotted a small tree to one side, and planned her approach. At the last moment, she pushed the chestnut into the lead, headed straight for that useful tree, pulled up, slid from her saddle to the ground, an admittedly precarious undertaking, given the chestnut stood a good 16 hands tall, regained her balance, and swiftly tied the chestnut's reins to the tree. She turned to find Sebastian scowling down at her, but wait was all he said. She hid her grin, and decided not to take umbrage at his tone. He would learn. She duly waited while he dismounted and tethered the grey. She even allowed him to lead the way into the barn. Searching that barn took some time. There were piles of hay to poke beneath, and stalls presently empty to explore. But once again they found nothing. In disaffected silence they returned to the horses and mounted up again. As Sebastian turned the grey eastward once more, she glanced at him. His face, with its angular features and chiselled planes, would never be described as soft, but his expression was even more granite-like, more impenetrable than usual. There was a hint of bleakness in his gaze as he scanned the area ahead of them. She could understand. This might be something of an adventure, but it wasn't a game. Gunpowder destroyed, Not just buildings, but people too. There was a duty of a sort weighing on Sebastian's broad shoulders, and now she thought of it, she felt she shared that burden. They needed to find the gunpowder. Not finding it would feel like failure. And failure wasn't something he was conditioned to accept, any more than she was. They came upon 2 abandoned huts. One showed evidence of being used as a shed, although she sensed it went against his grain, that he had to rein in his impulses to do it. He refrained from trying to stop her following him into the huts. They shifted tools and checked the floors, and again found nothing. When they mounted and rode on, they could smell the sea. Minutes later, they reached the bridle path that followed the edge of the cliffs. Judging by the position of the sun, barely discernible through the thick clouds, it was mid-afternoon. The breeze had picked up, and it was chillier this close to the sea. They halted and looked around. Sebastian pointed to a fence a little way to the north.
That's the boundary line. This is the northeastern corner of the estate.
Looking farther to the north, Antonia glimpsed the distinctive walls of Walmer Castle, a mile or so away. Sebastian followed her gaze, then looked away. The sight of the castle was a stark reminder of his failure to locate the gunpowder. He turned the grey's head to the south and nudged the heavy beast into a walk. Antonia brought the chestnut alongside. After a moment, he gave voice to his frustration.
I cannot believe Ennis used his last breath to tell me something that didn't matter. So the threat posed by the gunpowder is real. More, it's significant. And by here, he must have meant, at the very least, this estate. The missing £300 confirms that. And while it's now nearly 3 days since he was murdered, and the barrels might well have been moved, we haven't found a single place in which they might even conceivably have been kept. He glanced at Antonia. Her gaze fixed ahead, she lightly shrugged. So we keep searching. Ennis said the gunpowder was here, so it will be. Or will have been here, somewhere. He snorted disgruntledly. Where remains our abiding question. She tapped her heel to the chestnut's side and moved into a trot. You scan the land, and I'll search the sands. It was the same division of labour they'd used the previous day. He spotted an isolated cottage, and they diverted inland to search. Although a couple clearly lived there, the building stood empty. They searched, but found nothing. Feeling increasingly helpless, he led the way back to the cliff path, and they continued southward. After several minutes, she asked, if they want to blow up something in England, why bother bringing gunpowder from somewhere else? She looked at him, and when he met her gaze, arched a brow. Don't we have enough gunpowder in England? We have plenty, and a lot of it is in and around London. But the Office of Ordnance keeps a strict tally of how much there is and where it's stored. For someone wanting gunpowder to use illegally, stealing it would instantly raise an alarm.
All right. She nodded. So they have to bring it into the country. And that means by sea. And given we're searching for hiding places along this coast, that means they've brought it this far by ship. She glanced at him. So why not take it directly to London? By water, it's not that much farther.
No, it's not. But any ship coming into the Thames has to deal with customs and excise. So again, that route would risk failure, or at the very least, raising an early alarm.
The horses clopped on. He swayed with the movement, mentally filling in the picture her words had sketched in his mind.
Assuming the gunpowder was here, and the target chosen for destruction is somewhere in London, then I assume they plan to move the barrels to London by road. As far as I know, if they just loaded the barrels onto a wagon, there would be no checks or hurdles for them to overcome. They could cover the load and cart it into London without anyone knowing what they were transporting.
That must be their plan.
She sounded as bleakly grim as he felt. They continued along the bridle path, the cliffs and shore stretching southward before them. Just ahead on the seaward side, the cottages they'd seen the previous day clustered on a semicircle of rocky land that ran out from the base of the cliffs, crouched above the waves. The cottages faced the cliffs, separated from them by a narrow path. He considered searching the cottages, but discarded the notion. When Antonia glanced questioningly at him, he shook his head.
They're too close to the water to safely store gunpowder, even for a short time, and given their lack of elevation, any cellars or underground passages leading to the cliffs would fill with water.
She grimaced and looked ahead, and they rode on. Soon after, they neared the place where they'd broken off their search the previous afternoon. Sebastian halted the grey above the dip, concealing the tiny lane giving access to the shore. This time, they were on the northern side of the lane. Away to the southwest, they could see the chimneys of Pressingstoke Hall rising above the canopy of the home wood. They'd searched the entire estate and found nothing. No barrels, no sign of them, nothing at all. He drew in a deep breath, folded his hands on the pommel, and thought. Rethought. Antonia halted the mare alongside the grey. He felt her gaze on his face, but didn't meet it. After a moment, he mused.
It all hangs on what Ennis meant by here. If I was inside Somersham Place and said something was here, I would mean something either in the house or close by, attached to the house.
He finally met Antonia's gaze.
When we searched the house, we were looking for places where barrels might have been stored.
But what if the place the barrels are, or were stored, is attached to the house via one of those secret tunnels Sir Humphrey confirmed are common in large houses hereabouts?
Her grey gaze grew distant. After a moment she said,
We looked for entrances to secret passageways in the cellars. We didn't search above ground. And we didn't look for hidden entrances to tunnels in the parts of the house in everyday use.
She glanced at him, her expression growing animated.
But entrances such as those could be anywhere, even on the upper floors.
Grimly, he nodded. That's where we search next.
He gathered his reins.
And we need to do it now, because we, and Crawford, and Sir Humphrey are running out of time.
He tapped his booted heels to the grey's sides, and the horse surged. A second later, he heard from behind him,
"Sebastian! Wait!"
His instincts informed him Antonia hadn't followed, hadn't moved. He muttered an oath, slowed the grey, then wheeled. He saw Antonia in her dark grey habit, silhouetted against the paler grey of sea and sky. But she was transformed. Her eyes were wide, her face alight, and she was pointing insistently into the dip, toward where the tiny lane ran down to the sands. He couldn't see what was exciting her interest from where he was. He rode back, scanning the sands as they came into view.
"What?"
"There!"
She pointed again.
"See that churned-up sand?"
Her eyes glowed as they met his.
That patch of sand was perfectly flat when we were here yesterday afternoon. I looked.
He studied the area again. A section of sand at the end of the lane had, indeed, been trampled by many feet. The tide had come in and washed smooth the sands farther down the beach, but had only lipped the seaward edge of the churned-up section. Antonia all but jigged in her saddle.
It's as if, since yesterday, men have walked back and forth along the base of the cliffs on the other side of the dip. The trail disappears around the cliff there, heading farther along the beach. Perhaps they were carrying barrels to a wagon that waited in the lane.
Her excitement was infectious. He could see the scene she was painting. The lane itself was surfaced in flints embedded in clay. There would be no wheel marks or boot prints to be found there. But the sands. The trail did seem to lead farther south. They couldn't see how much farther from their present vantage point. He glanced in the other direction, at the cottages on the shore. Sensing his rising excitement, the grey shifted restlessly. For anyone in those cottages, at night, the sound of the wind and the waves would drown out any other sounds.
Come on!
Antonia's patience had run out.
Let's see where the trail leads.
She shook the chestnut's reins and rode down into the dip, then urged the mare up the other side. He caught up with her as she trotted along the coastal path, keeping as close to the edge as she could and peering down. The cliffs along that section weren't precipitous. They sloped sharply downward, and scrubby trees and bushes studded the slopes.
There!
Looking down through a gap between the trees and shrubs, Antonia pointed again.
See? They're still trudging along.
She drew rein and glanced at him.
Should we stop and go down and follow along the sands?
He looked back at the hall's chimneys. He had an idea. No. Let's continue up here for as long as we can see the trail in the sand. She was perfectly happy to comply. Her eyes were sharp. So were his. They caught sufficient glimpses of the sands bordering the foot of the cliffs to know almost immediately when the trail ended. They pulled up and wheeled. Without exchanging a word, they walked the horses back to the last point at which they could see churned sand below. Sebastian halted the grey and looked inland. As I thought. He smiled intently, then met Antonia's questioning gaze. We're almost directly east of Pressingstoke Hall.
You think there's a cave here that's connected to the house?
He nodded and dismounted. The cliffs here are limestone. It's fairly soft, easy to tunnel through. They probably started from the house and tunneled until they joined a natural cave system closer to the shore. He tied off the grey's reins, then went to lift her down. He had already evaluated the dangers with respect to her. Leaving her here, alone on the cliffs, while he investigated below, out of sight or hearing, wasn't in anyone's best interests. She rapidly tied the chestnut alongside the grey, then peered down the cliff.
It's not impossibly steep. We should be able to manage it.
That was his assessment too. Let me go first. As he moved past her, he felt her sharp glance and added, If I'm behind you and lose my footing, I'll take you down with me. If you're behind me and fall, I'll catch you. The only response he got to that inarguable logic was a humph. The scramble down the cliff wasn't as bad as Antonia had feared. They'd both scrambled over enough rough hillsides and craggy slopes during their childhoods to still remember the tricks. But the last section of the descent was down the sheer face of a single block of stone. Sebastian dropped down easily, landing in a crouch. She dithered at the edge. He turned, saw, and grinned. He positioned himself, raised his arms, and beckoned. Jump, I'll catch you. She narrowed her eyes on his face. He was enjoying this far too much. But she dragged in a quick breath, held it, and jumped. He seized her about the waist in mid-air and swung her around and down, finally settling her gently on her feet. She brushed down her skirts, tamped down her leaping senses. The strength he just displayed was ridiculously impressive. Then she squinted up at him, and with dignity said, "Thank you." He laughed. Then they turned to look at the trampled trail in which they now stood, and all impulse to levity faded. She tensed to follow the trail forward, southward, but he put out a hand, grasped her arm, and gently pushed.
"Move toward the water a little way."
She complied, stepping out of the churn track to where the tide had left the sand smooth. He followed. He walked on a few feet, then hunkered down and studied the imprints in the sand. She waited with what patience she could muster. Eventually he straightened. Before she could ask, he pointed to the footprints visible in the sand.
"Men came from the end of the lane and trudged that way."
He pointed south along the cliffs, then looked down at the trail again.
"And then they came back, retracing their steps. But this time, they were each carrying something very heavy. You can see that the boot prints, heading toward the lane, overlie those coming from the lane, and the prints going back are deeper."
"Yes, I can see that." With her eyes, she tracked the trail of footprints onward. 10 yards farther south from where she and Sebastian stood, the trail ended, and the footprints veered into a dark cleft in the cliff.
"There'll be a cave in there,"
Sebastian said.
"That's where they hid the gunpowder,"
she breathed.
"We finally found it."
She glanced at Sebastian in time to see him grimace.
"We found where it was."
He caught her eye.
"Judging by these footprints, they moved the barrels out last night."
"Still,"
she looked at the gap in the cliff face. It was only a yard or so wide, with nothing but blackness beyond.
"There might be some signs, some clues inside."
She looked at Sebastian and found him striding past her. She picked up her skirts and hurried in his wake.
"We are going to go in and look, aren't we?"
Sebastian halted and felt her run into him. He swung around and caught her elbows and steadied her.
"I will go in and look."
He drew his hands from her and forced himself to rein in the overriding impulse to issue an order.
"You need to remain out here."
Translation. He needed her to remain safely on the beach. There was no one near, and who knew what dangers might lurk in the darkness inside? He'd thought he'd muted his tone to at least reasonably acceptable, but the look on her face, stunned, eyes wide and widening, jaw dropping, mouth agape, disbelief in every line, suggested he'd fallen far short. For several seconds, she simply stared at him. Then, slowly, she started to shake her head.
"Oh, no, no, no."
He felt his jaw set, his features instinctively hardening. Her mouth snapped shut. Her lips compressed to a thin line, and something fiery leapt in her eyes before they narrowed to sharp grey flints.
"No!"
She punctuated the emphatic declaration by jabbing her index finger into his chest. Hard.
"I am not, I repeat, not going to be left out here, supposedly in safety, while you go in there to face God knows what."
Her diction was precise, forceful, with a hint of queenly power. She almost sounded like his mother.
"Besides, you great arrogant oaf." She stepped close enough for him to see the fire in her eyes, and drilled her jabbing finger into his sternum. "If you truly want me to be safe, from whatever I might do as well as all else, then you'll get it through your thick skull that the safest place for me to be at any time is right by your side." Her chin set, her gaze bored into his. For an instant, they teetered, will against will. Time froze. Waves softly shushed on the sand, and high overhead a seagull wheeled and screeched. He had time enough to study her face, to sense the temper, the strength, the unbending will behind her demand. He could crush it. He was the stronger. But should he? To have that feminine power, on his side, aligned with him through the rest of his life. What was he willing to pay as the price? He'd held her gaze throughout, just as she still held his. Neither of them would look away, back away. Both of them recognized the significance of the moment. Given their characters, their temperaments, it was one they would have to face at some point, at some time. Climbing down was not something he could do, easily. It took significant effort to draw in a slow breath. He felt his chest rise beneath her finger. Then he fought to unlock his jaw and get his tongue around the words he'd elected to say. "All right." She blinked, just once. Very slowly, she drew her finger back. "All right," uttered as if she wasn't sure she believed her ears. Yes, all right. He bit off the words. His jaw was still clenched. He reached out and seized her still raised hand. "You can come with me." He stepped back, swung to face the cleft, and started marching through the sand. He felt her jerk into motion, and she hurried to keep up with him. He reached the cleft. It was intensely dark inside. As they passed through the opening, and cool blackness fell over them, he adjusted his hold on her hand. "Stay close, and for pity's sake, don't dart ahead." His tone made the words an outright order. Too bad. He'd bent as far as he was going to. Chapter 14. Antonia blinked and blinked, trying to get her eyes to adjust. The opening in the cliff faced east, and it was afternoon. Very little illumination reached into the passageway they seemed to have stepped into. The area in which they stood was wider than the entrance, but her senses informed her the walls and roof were not that far away. It wasn't as if they stood in a cave. Sebastian had taken only 3 paces, then stopped, bringing her to a halt beside and a little behind him. Now he stepped forward again, slowly. She remembered and asked, "Do you have your candle and matchbox?" "The matchbox, yes, but you dropped the candle in the crypt, and I forgot to pick up another." "Oh." She peered into the blackness. "Can you see at all?" "Not well, but neither could they, so—" "Ah, here we are." He let go of her hand. She immediately clutched his coat. "Here we are what?" She sensed him reaching upward with both hands. "There's a ledge up here, with candles." He lowered his arms, then reached around and caught her hand. She felt him press a candle into her palm and grasped it. "Just as long as there are no mice, rats, or bats," she muttered. He chuckled. She sensed him searching in his pockets. Then he struck a match, and it flared. He caught her hand, held it steady, and lit the candle. Once the wick caught, he released her hand and reached into his pocket.
This time, I'll carry one as well, just in case of bats."
He'd murmured the last sentence under his breath. She pretended she hadn't heard it. Holding her candle high, she turned, examining the area in which they stood.
"It's like a small antechamber."
"Indeed."
He reached over and lit his candle from hers. Once it was alight, he faced away from the entrance, then reached back and took her free hand.
"And there is a tunnel leading toward the house."
He walked forward, and she followed close behind. They'd gone only a few yards when he said,
"Steps."
Holding his candle aloft, he started up them. Crudely hacked into the stone, the steps weren't steep. They were like stair steps, and easy enough to climb. She tugged her hand from his. He halted and looked back.
"My skirt."
The candle in one hand, with the other, she raised her heavy skirt and climbed in his wake. He faced forward and continued. Her gaze on the steps, she counted 12. Then they reached a level stretch. She released her skirt, and he reached back and took her hand again, and they walked on. As far as she could tell, they were travelling in a roughly straight line, perpendicular to the beach, which meant directly west, more or less directly toward Pressingstoke Hall. After a moment she asked,
"Wouldn't gunpowder stored in a cave in the cliff get damp?"
"Normally, yes, which is why I wasn't in any great hurry to search for smugglers' caves, which are usually by the shore, but were already some way from the water, and limestone is drying. The air here is already bone dry."
"So perfect for storing gunpowder."
"Indeed."
An unsettling thought occurred.
What if the candles burn down?
He didn't immediately reply, but after several more steps he said,
"I assume that, as there weren't any lamps, only candles, then wherever the area for storing things along here is, getting to it and getting back can be done within a candle's life. There were stubs left on that ledge, but I chose 2 unused candles."
The existence of candle stubs was, she decided, sufficiently reassuring. Then they passed through a roughly hewn archway and stepped into a large space, so large the candle's light didn't reach any walls. She looked up and couldn't see any roof either.
"This has to be the place."
Sebastian studied the cavern's sandy floor.
"It's clear those men have been here. The floor all the way along has had boot prints the same as those on the beach."
He looked ahead. The boot prints led on.
"Let's see where they go."
Stepping to the side of the well-tramped trail, he drew Antonia behind him, and they moved steadily forward. He sensed a stir in the air and stared ahead. There was a darker patch in the dimness before them, perhaps the opening of a tunnel leading onward.
"Look!"
Antonia tugged his hand and halted. He glanced at her, and saw her pointing at the floor ahead and to their right, with a hand holding her candle. He followed the direction, then grinned.
"At last."
He let go of her hand and walked to the marks she'd spotted, then crouched and examined the circular impressions left in the sandy floor. Antonia came to stand at his shoulder. She raised her candle, illuminating the line of circles.
10 barrels stood here."
He released a breath, then straightened.
"Until last night."
She glanced sharply at him, as if hearing more in his tone than he'd intended.
"How much gunpowder is there in 10 barrels?
He glanced again at the impressions by his feet, heard the grim note in his voice as he replied,
"Barrels this size would each hold 100 weight."
He'd expected fewer barrels, maybe 3 or 4, not 10.
112 pounds each?
When he nodded, she paused, then said,
"But That's over 1,000 pounds of gunpowder.
His face felt like stone as he nodded. Indeed, enough to blow up something very large.
And the barrels were already on their way to London. Urgency gripped him. He reached out and caught her hand.
We need to get news of this to Whitehall immediately. Oh, no, you don't.
The voice came out of the darkness ahead. Sebastian swung to face the threat, and light, a strong, brilliant beam of it, hit him in the face. Some man, just a vague shadow in the opening of what, in the faint light reflected from the distant cavern walls, was revealed as a tunnel leading onward, ruthlessly directed a powerful lantern beam into Sebastian's and Antonia's eyes. Sebastian raised the hand holding his candle and tried to shield his face, but he couldn't escape that disorienting, blinding light. He and Antonia were standing together. A mistake. He released her hand and stepped away from her.
Drop the candle,
he murmured, and tossed his away. She did the same. He took another, larger step away from her, forcing the man to swing the lantern beam more widely to keep them both in sight.
"Stop!"
the man ordered. Antonia gave up trying to see the man clearly and looked at Sebastian, saw him disregard the man's order and keep edging away from her. Then the lantern beam locked on Sebastian, and the sound of a pistol being cocked echoed through the cavern. She knew that sound, knew what she was seeing, and immediately realized Sebastian had it wrong. He was ensuring the man shot him, and not her. But if the man wounded Sebastian, who would protect her? The man wouldn't allow her to live. And if he killed Sebastian? Her heart seized. Sebastian's gaze swung from the man to her. "No!" She flung herself toward him. Sebastian felt his heart stop. He saw Antonia spring toward him, distantly heard her scream. He was already moving, launching himself at her, forced by instincts too powerful to resist to change direction and protect her. The pistol roared, the sound magnified by the rock around them. The ball sliced through the air where, a split second before, he'd been, and ricocheted into the darkness. He collided with Antonia, clutched her to him, and let his momentum, dampened but not negated by hers, carry them on and down. He rolled, shifting to cushion her head as they landed. Then he pushed her from him and turned onto his side between her and their assailant, and frantically reached for his right coat pocket. The lantern beam swung wildly as the man tried to locate them. Then it steadied above their heads and started to lower. Searching desperately, Sebastian slumped onto his back. A second before the light reached his face, his fingers closed around the butt of his pistol. He hauled it from his pocket, sighted, and fired. The man cried out. The lantern wobbled crazily, but the bastard didn't fall, just cursed. In the reflected glow from the now erratically swinging lantern beam, Sebastian saw the man heave something their way. He reached up and batted the projectile, the man's spent pistol, aside. It clattered to the rock floor. Glancing back at the man, Sebastian started to push to his feet, only to realize the bastard was fleeing. The lantern light winked out, leaving him blinking into complete and utter darkness. Damn! He dropped back to sit on the floor. My God, are you hurt? Suddenly, Antonia was clambering over him, in the dark patting him, working her way to his face. Sebastian, say something. Did he shoot you? Where, for heaven's sake? He caught her hands, one in each of his, and yanked her to him. He released her hands, found her face, held it immobile, and crushed his lips to hers. The emotions crashing through him were too many, too great, to make any sense of. All he knew was that if she hadn't acted, hadn't flung herself at him, he would, almost certainly, be dead, and she might have been facing a worse fate. It seemed all wrong, completely and inescapably wrong. She shouldn't even have been there. If he'd had his way, if she hadn't pushed, or if he'd pig-headedly insisted on letting his protective self hold sway, as he'd been so very close to doing, she would have been waiting in safety on the shore for him. And he would never have returned to her. He would never again have felt the indescribable thrill of her hands desperately clutching at him, of her fingers winding in his hair, never again have experienced the transcendent glory of her lips, soft and pliant under his, kissing him back with a fervour and a passion to match his. A maelstrom of feelings racked him, racked them. He kissed her ferociously, and she responded in kind, as if letting him go was something she couldn't yet manage. Relief, and the knowledge that they were still there, alive, hale, whole, and together, eventually seeped into their brains. A storm of reaction still roiled inside them, but they couldn't let it rage. Not now. Not here. Not yet. He filled his lungs and drew back. They broke from the kiss. His hands cradling her face, her hands framing his jaw, each holding the other captive, with their breathing still ragged, each leaned their forehead against the other's in wordless communion, in wordless support. Several seconds passed, then they both drew deep breaths and moved apart, refocused. He glanced toward where he judged the mouth of the onward tunnel lay. "Did you see who it was?"
"No. You?"
"Just that it was one of the younger men." In the dark, he felt her push to her feet.
"And from his accent, it was one of the Irishmen, so Filbury, Wilson, or Connell, Boyne."
He nodded, then realized she couldn't see. Moving slowly so he wouldn't bump into her, he drew his legs in and stood. "We need to get back to the house and see which one is wounded."
"Are you sure you hit him?"
"Yes, but he knows I know, so he'll be running as fast as he can. We need to hurry."
"I can't see anything," she said. "We both dropped our candles."
He felt in his pockets and was relieved to discover his matchbox still there. "I have matches, but we'll need to find at least one of the candles." Carefully, he opened the matchbox and extracted one of Congreve's matches. "Ready?"
"Yes."
He struck the match. As soon as it flared, he held it at head height, and they both searched the floor. "There!" she pounced. Just as the match burned down, and he swore and dropped it, she triumphantly rose, holding one of the half-burned candles. He drew out another match, lit it, then he lit the candle, and they finally had light enough to see each other. For an instant they stared, and it felt as if a rush of urgent things both needed to say passed between them in a second. Then they both drew in a breath, and she looked toward the tunnel leading onward.
"Do we follow him? That will be the fastest way, won't it? On to the house?"
He considered. "No, we can't go that way." An explanation of the dictate leapt readily to his tongue. "If I were him, I would wait along the tunnel somewhere and hope we come along. It's still very much in his best interests to make sure we don't reappear. At least not alive." She drew in a quick breath, and in a brisker tone said, "Very well. It's back to the beach. At least we know it's not that far." And they knew the terrain. They accomplished the return journey to the beach in a matter of minutes. They stumbled into the deeper sand on the shore. Sebastian blew out the candle, stubbed it on his boot sole, stuffed the remnant into his pocket, then caught Antonia's hand and helped her run back through the sands to the spot where they'd come down the cliff. Because of that last large stone, they had to find an alternative route up. He studied the climb, then glanced at her.
"Can you manage it?"
She threw him a look he remembered from long ago, reached up, caught a branch, and swung herself onto the slope. This time, he let her go first. He followed close behind, lending a steadying hand whenever she needed one. It was a scramble, but she uttered not one word of complaint, just grabbed branches and bushes and hauled herself up. Finally, they gained the top of the slope. They both paused to catch their breaths. Then their eyes met, and they raced for the horses. They thundered across the fields. Sebastian didn't need to glance over his shoulder to check on Antonia. He knew she was an accomplished rider. He trusted in her abilities to keep up. She was only 2 lengths behind him when, eschewing the path to the stable yard, he veered across the side lawn. He rode directly to the side door. It was their fastest route into the house. He hauled the grey to a halt, flung himself from the saddle, and was waiting to lift Antonia from hers the instant she drew up. She did, and he seized her about the waist, swung her down, released her, took her hand, and together they ran for the door. He thrust it open. Pray he lingered, hoping to catch us in the tunnel. They strode straight down the corridor toward the estate office, but as they neared the office door, they saw Crawford and Sir Humphrey in the front hall. The men's backs were to the corridor, and they were being railed at by Parish and McGibbon.
"Damned man came barrelling out through the servants' door."
His face ruddy, McGibbon pointed down the front hall.
"No consideration as to who might be out here.
He slammed into my wife and sent her spinning." Parish was well-nigh apoplectic. But did he stop? Did he even pause? "Inspector, Sir Humphrey." Sebastian strode out of the corridor. Keeping pace at his side, her hand still clamped in his, Antonia noticed Mrs. Parish sprawled limply in a chair against the wall by the side of the stairs. The older woman had one hand pressed to her ample bosom. Her eyes were closed, and she was breathing stertorously. Parish and McGibbon broke off at Sebastian's hail. Crawford and Sir Humphrey spun around. "Erith!" Crawford recovered first. His sharp eyes raked them both. "You have news?"
"Yes," Sebastian said, "but there's no time to explain."
He switched his gaze to Parish and McGibbon. "Who was it who came charging out just now?" McGibbon blinked.
"Boyne, Connell Boyne. He came racing out and sent poor Mrs. Parish flying."
"He didn't so much as glance her way." Parish returned to his complaint. "He just raced on." Parish waved up the front hall, straight out through the front door. "Disgraceful behaviour." Along with Sebastian, Antonia had followed Parish's gesture. Looking toward the front door, she saw that it stood wide. She met Sebastian's gaze briefly. Connell Boyne was their murderer, and he'd fled. Then Sebastian looked at the inspector and Sir Humphrey, and urgently said, "Lady Antonia and I found those signs we were searching for in a cavern off the beach to the east, but some man, one of the 3 younger Irishmen, found us there and shot at us. He missed. I didn't. I'm sure I winged him. He escaped up a tunnel that we think leads back to the house. We couldn't follow and had to race back across the fields." Sebastian looked at Parish and McGibbon.
"Was Connell Boyne injured when he came through here?"
McGibbon and Parish blinked. Then they exchanged a long look. "Yes, he was." They all looked at Mrs. Parish. Antonia had noticed that, As Sebastian had spoken, Mrs. Parish had opened her eyes and slowly sat up. She'd been listening closely. Now, her lips set grimly, she nodded to Sebastian, the inspector and Sir Humphrey. Connell was clutching his left arm, just above the elbow. I noticed when he ran into me. She paused as if remembering. I believe I saw blood. She looked down at the floor, scanning a certain area. He ran into me about there. She waved vaguely at the space before the side corridor. Then he ran that way. She followed the line, then triumphantly pointed. There! That's a spot of blood, isn't it? Antonia slipped her fingers from Sebastian's hold and walked over to look. She was joined by the inspector, who crouched and examined the spot. Then he rose and nodded to Sebastian and Sir Humphrey. It's blood. His gaze locked with sudden intensity on Sebastian's face. Is Connell Boyne our murderer? His expression grim, Sebastian hesitated, then grimaced. I can't say. There might have been someone else working with him. But Connell Boyne is connected with the secret Ennis was killed to protect. So, his voice hardened. Regardless, Boyne's fled, and we need to catch him. Right then. Sir Humphrey looked up the hall to the front door. He might have gone that way, but no doubt he circled around to the stable. He was heading for the side door, Mrs. Parish said, but he ran full tilt into me. And then we were all milling there, so he changed direction and rushed for the front door. Sebastian swore beneath his breath. We left our horses at the side door. We didn't go to the stable yard. His gaze met Antonia's. Then as one, they turned and rushed back down the corridor to the side door. As she passed them, Antonia saw the inspector and Sir Humphrey exchange a look. Then both men fell in at her heels. From farther back she heard Mrs. Parish saying, I'll tell the others. Go, go! Sebastian hauled open the side door. He and she rushed down the steps onto the lawn. Their mounts had been grazing. They caught the reins and turned them. Then, with the inspector and Sir Humphrey now leading the way, strode on toward the stable yard. Sir Humphrey marched in under the stable arch. The stable-master was standing in the open stable door. Sir Humphrey hailed him and demanded, Did Connell Boyne come this way? Aye, you've just missed him. Frowning, the stable-master walked out to join them. Came racing down in a right state and yelled for his horse. He was nursing one arm, but he wouldn't let me see. Just insisted he have his horse, and the instant it was brought out, he hauled himself up and took off. Which way? Sebastian asked. Did anyone see? I didn't. The stable-master turned and looked back toward the stable. The youngest stable lad had gathered with his fellows in the entrance. It was he who volunteered. Went northwest, he did, the lad pointed. Up toward the road. We need horses. The inspector stood at Sir Humphrey's shoulder. Right now. Increasingly grim-faced, the stable-master nodded and signalled his lads, and they leapt toward the stalls. Crawford turned to Sebastian and Antonia. You two need to wait for us. You can't go after him alone. He might well have rearmed himself by now, or met up with others. Sebastian frowned. He must be heading toward Canterbury and the London road. Sir Humphrey humphed. That's a decent ride across country, and he's wounded. He won't be able to ride that hard. We'll catch up with him before he gets far. Sebastian glanced at Antonia, then nodded. Very well. We'll wait and ride with you. They heard footsteps on the path and the sounds of male voices exclaiming. The four of them turned and beheld the rest of the male guests. As a group, led by Parish and McGibbon, they came striding into the stable yard. Parish and McGibbon halted before Sir Humphrey and the inspector, with the other 4 men ranging at their backs. "We understand," Parish said, "that Boyne, Connell Boyne, is somehow behind what's been going on here over the past week. If you're riding out after him, we want to come too." "It's only fair," Wilson put in. "He murdered his brother and sister-in-law and caused suspicion to fall on all of us." The inspector stared at the group, then glanced at Sir Humphrey. "More eyes and hands, more witnesses. It can't hurt." Sir Humphrey pursed his lips, but then nodded. "Excellent." Hadley Fanshawe stepped around the inspector and Sir Humphrey and led the other men to the stable. 2 stable lads led out saddled horses for Sir Humphrey and the inspector, then rushed back to help saddle the rest. Antonia brought the mare around, then glanced at Sebastian. He handed the grey's reins to the inspector, then grasped Antonia about the waist and hoisted her up. She slid her feet into the stirrups and settled her skirt. Sebastian retrieved his reins from Crawford. He met Crawford's eyes, then glanced at Sir Humphrey. "We need Connell Boyne alive." "Because of that business with the gunpowder?" the inspector asked. Sebastian nodded. "You've both seen my authority." "Oh, you'll get no argument from me." Crawford looked at Sir Humphrey. "I'd prefer him alive too. I like all my loose ends neatly tied off, even when they aren't, strictly speaking, mine." Apropos of loose ends, Sebastian looked to where the other men were emerging from the stable, one by one, each leading a saddled horse. "We agree that most of the male guests could have killed Lady Ennis, but I've always wondered about which man she, dressed as she was, would have allowed into her room at that time of night, without her being very much on her guard. If she had no other lover among the guests, then aside from myself, the only other man of the company I could imagine her inviting in, without a qualm, would be her brother-in-law. As far as she knew, she had nothing to fear from Connell. To my mind, he should be at the top of your list of suspects for her murder, but we'll never have any proof short of a confession." He focused on Crawford. "Unless you learned anything from the staff?" Crawford shook his head. "Not a thing. None of them were in that part of the house at that time." Sebastian nodded. That was to be expected. However, there's something that's been nagging at me about Connell's alibi for Ennis's murder. You told Lady Antonia and me that it was difficult to see how Connell could have stabbed Ennis late enough to meet the doctor's timetable, then got to the end of the library in time to be seen sitting there by Parish and Fanshawe, without also being seen going into the library by them. Sebastian paused as Worthington, Filbury, and Wilson, now mounted and looking intent and grim, walked their horses up and reined in to wait for the others. Fanshawe had already walked his horse out. He brought his gelding to join the other 3 and swung up to the saddle. Sebastian looked at Hadley. "Fanshawe, on the evening that Ennis was murdered, when you and Parish came upon Boyne reading in the library, how long was it between the time you set eyes on Boyne in the chair at the end of the library and the clock striking 10? Hadley met Sebastian's gaze, then he frowned, and his expression grew distant. "More than 1 minute. 2? Probably." He refocused on Sebastian. "We came into the library and saw Boyne at the end. Parish and I exchanged glances. Then we ambled down the room. It's a long room. And then started chatting with Boyne. So, all in all, I would say between 2 and 3 minutes passed before the clock struck. I doubt it was longer." Sebastian looked at the inspector. "When you considered Connell's alibi, did you take into account the second door into the library, the one in the corridor wall directly opposite the billiards room door?" Crawford's expression drained. "What?" Sebastian went on. "It's not a concealed door,
but it fits so well into the panelling it would be easy to miss seeing it. Connell would have known about that door. It's at the end of the library where he was found sitting, and it's only a few paces from the study door. He didn't need to go around into the front hall to enter the library through the main door. If Connell left the study at the same time as Fanshawe and Parrish left the dining room, they wouldn't have seen him, and he would have been in that chair when they entered the library. Good God! Crawford's expression was a medley of surprise, chagrin, and delight. Damn! That's how he did it. Indeed. Sebastian gathered his reins and mounted. He settled in the saddle. But there's something else that seemed contrived. He looked at Worthington, Filbury, and Wilson. Did Connell read much? Good God, no! Came from all three throats. Then all three looked struck. After a moment, Worthington slowly said, "I've never seen him with a book in his hand in all the time I've known him, and I've known him for a good 10 years, ever since coming on the town. Well, that's that thread tied off." Crawford glanced around, noted McGibbon and Parrish trotting up, gathered his reins, and mounted. "Connell Boyne is our murderer."
"If you want a rationale for how and why he killed Cecilia,"
Antonia coolly said,
"we've told you she was worried, even fearful, on that last night. She'd started to suspect something of what was behind Ennis's murder. I think she turned to Connell. He was Ennis's brother, and she trusted him. Why wouldn't she? Her husband had. I think she might well have asked Connell to come to her room. When he did, she poured out her suspicions."
Antonia looked at Filbury and Wilson.
"Possibly, courtesy of that conversation you two had with her in the conservatory, she misinterpreted your concerns and suspected one or both of you. But Connell couldn't have Cecilia raising such concerns with the inspector or Sir Humphrey.
So he killed her." Sir Humphrey's tone suggested that there was no longer any question about that. The magistrate heaved himself into the saddle, all in cold blood. Crawford shook his head. "This is a bad business all around." Sir Humphrey settled in his saddle and looked over the assembled company. "Right then, we're all here?" He swung his horse's head toward the stable arch. "So let's get after the blighter." They clattered out of the stable yard and set course for Canterbury. When they reached the fields, Sir Humphrey directed them to spread out, and they galloped steadily on in pursuit of Connell Boyne. Antonia galloped on, holding the mare in position in the grim line between Sebastian and Hadley. The ground was damp, soft enough to hold tracks, and the inspector, Filbury, and Sebastian were all exceedingly good at picking them out. That said, the afternoon light was waning, fading by degrees, and an autumnal mist was springing up, hanging low over the fields. Consequently, Sir Humphrey had ordered them to spread out, in case Boyne swerved abruptly. The pace they were maintaining was moving them through the fields quickly, yet with little chance of missing any sudden diversion Boyne might have made. They were still well within the estate when a riderless horse came galloping toward them. Wilson, who had an excellent seat and hands and rode with instinctive confidence, diverted to intercept the beast, and Worthington and Parrish broke from the line and followed. "Everyone else keep riding," Sir Humphrey bellowed. They did, all now peering ahead into the gathering gloom. 3 minutes later, Wilson, Worthington, and Parrish rejoined the line, with Wilson leading the other horse. "Is it Boyne's?" the inspector called. "We think so," Parrish replied. "It's from the Hall stables, and other than us, who else had a horse out?" They all digested that.
Riding on Sebastian's other side, Sir Humphrey turned to him. "Any chance you more than winged him?" Sebastian shook his head. "If I'd wounded him more severely, it would have slowed him down before he barreled out of the depths of the house, and the cavern where I shot him was just back from the shore. He'd covered a fair distance on foot in a reasonable time when he emerged, yet he made it to the stable, got on a horse, and rode off." He paused, then grimaced. "It's possible the effort and the blood loss have caught up with him, and he's fallen off." Sir Humphrey grunted. He settled back in his saddle and called to the company to keep their eyes peeled for a body on the ground. Antonia hesitated, then leaned forward and called across Sebastian to Sir Humphrey.
"Connel might have met someone with a carriage and turned the horse loose."
Sebastian grimaced. Sir Humphrey looked disgusted. "That puts a different complexion on things." He raised his voice again. "Damn it! Let's pick up the pace. We don't want to lose the beggar." Sebastian and the inspector pulled a little ahead. Filbury joined them, all three keeping their gazes trained down, following the tracks imprinted on the grassy ground. The group forged on. Connel hadn't leapt fences, but had left gates swinging wide. Although he detoured to go through the gates, he invariably returned to his northwesterly course. It became increasingly clear that he was making for the northwest corner of the estate. Antonia remembered the dense coppice that occupied that area. If one wanted to rendezvous with someone coming from elsewhere, and be sure no one on the estate would see, that coppice was perfect in structure, location, and isolation. Sure enough, Connel's horse's tracks led directly to the entrance to the narrow path, meandering to the clearing in the centre of the large coppice. They all drew rein, dismounted, and tied their mounts to trees along the edge of the coppice. Sebastian, Filbury, and Crawford were crouched just inside the edge of the trees, examining the surface of the path. They rose, as together with all the others, Antonia joined them. The inspector met Sir Humphrey's gaze and tipped his head along the path. "He's gone striding in. No sign he's staggering." He'd kept his voice just above a whisper, but then looked down the path and humphed. "Chances are he's well on his way, but we'd better check." The path was only wide enough for one. Crawford led the way, with Sir Humphrey at his heels, with Sebastian, Antonia's hand again in his, behind the magistrate. The others followed Antonia in single file. When they'd visited the coppice earlier in the day, by standing in his stirrups on the tall grey, Sebastian had been able to see through the largely bare branches into the clearing, but only well enough to discern that there was no building hidden within it. At ground level, the density of trunks and saplings restricted their view. It wasn't until, behind Sir Humphrey, Sebastian stepped into the clearing itself, obviously created to allow more effective access to the trees in the centre of the unusually large coppice, that he could fully observe the enclosed space. It was larger than he'd expected, large enough that 4 trees had been allowed to grow in a clump in the clearing's centre. Connel Boyne was sitting on the ground, facing away from them, with his back against one of the central trees. Crawford had checked at the sight of him. Now he went forward cautiously. "Connel Boyne!" Boyne didn't react. Sebastian's imagination immediately provided a reason for Boyne's stillness, but he held the thought at bay and followed Sir Humphrey as, still moving slowly, the group split into 2. Half followed Crawford clockwise around the trees, while the rest, including Sebastian and Antonia, followed Sir Humphrey, in an anti-clockwise direction. Crawford was the first to look down on their quarry, the inspector's features set. Boyne sat slumped with his legs stretched out before him. Sir Humphrey joined the inspector several paces back from Boyne's boots. The magistrate grimaced. Sebastian and Antonia came up beside Sir Humphrey. It was transparently clear that Conall Boyne was dead. Quite aside from the bloody furrow above his left elbow that Mrs. Parish had described, there was now a gaping, still sluggishly seeping hole in the left side of his chest. Sebastian eased out a slow breath. Antonia tightened her grip on his hand, and he squeezed her fingers. All the other men joined them. Everyone stood silently looking down on what remained of Conall Boyne. Then Antonia murmured,
"He came here to meet someone. A meeting arranged beforehand. Conall expected to leave, to get away, with whoever he met. That's why he let his horse go."
The other men glanced at her curiously. They didn't know anything about the motives behind the murders, about Conall's involvement in a serious plot. Yes. His expression like stone, Crawford nodded. But whoever he met killed him instead. A breeze stirred the last of the autumn leaves still clinging to the branches, setting up a dry, rustling susurration. The mist was thickening, lending a ghostly aura to the scene. Sebastian stirred. Dead men can't talk. He glanced at Antonia, then at Sir Humphrey and Crawford. Lady Antonia and I have to return to London. Chapter 15. In what felt like an omen, the city's bells were tolling 10 o'clock when Sebastian drew his greys to a stamping halt outside St. Ives' house. Wilkins leapt down to the pavement, rushed up the steps, and plied the knocker, then returned to assist Becky to the ground before running to hold the horses' heads. Sebastian stepped down, surrendered the reins to the young groom in St. Ives' livery, who came pelting up the area steps, then went to the phaeton's side and handed Antonia down.
"Becky."
Safely on the pavement, Antonia turned to her maid.
"We'll be spending the night at St. Ives' house. The Marquis and I have business to attend to, which is likely to keep us out very late. You don't need to wait up."
Becky bobbed a curtsy.
"Yes, miss."
As she straightened, she asked,
"Should I unpack your things?" "Just what I need for the night."
Antonia glanced at Sebastian. He briefly met her gaze, then looked over Becky's head at Wilkins, who nodded. Despite the rush of leaving Pressingstoke Hall, Sebastian had found time to instruct Wilkins to tell the St. Ives housekeeper to put Antonia in the room next to his. He reached for her arm, linked it with his, and turned her along the street. Let's see if fortune has elected to favour us, and Drake's at home. He, and he felt sure Antonia too, fervently hoped Drake had returned from Ireland. To him, her Sir Humphrey and Inspector Crawford, the manner of Conall Boyne's slaying had underscored the seriousness of the plot in which Boyne had, clearly, played his part. That, and 10 hundredweight of gunpowder, tended to focus the mind wonderfully. After finding Boyne dead, with Sir Humphrey's and Crawford's blessings, Sebastian and Antonia had immediately left the coppice and ridden hell for leather back to the house. They'd flung themselves into a flurry of packing, dallied only long enough for Antonia to farewell her friends and assure them that Hadley would explain all when he returned. Then she and Sebastian had climbed into the phaeton, and he'd driven them back to town in record time. Wolverston House was 100 yards further along the north side of Grosvenor Square. Sebastian escorted Antonia up the steps, then wielded the knocker. Light could be seen through the transom window. When the butler Hamilton opened the door, they saw the front hall was fully lit. Hamilton recognized them instantly. Before they could say anything, he bowed. "Lord Erith, my lady." He smoothly stepped back and waved them inside. Surmising that Drake had mentioned they might arrive, with his hand at Antonia's back, Sebastian ushered her inside. Immediately Hamilton closed the door, Sebastian asked, "I take it the Marquis is at home?" "Indeed, sir." Hamilton reached for Antonia's cloak. "He arrived not 15 minutes ago and is presently bathing. He said you might call, and that if you did, the matter would be urgent." He relieved Antonia of her bonnet as well, then accepted the greatcoat Sebastian shrugged off. "I will inform his lordship of your arrival immediately." "Thank you. Please confirm that the matter is indeed urgent. Oh, and Hamilton." "Yes, my lord." "Is there any chance of something to eat? We've driven direct from the Kent coast and haven't eaten since an early lunch." Hamilton looked pleased. The man was known to thrive on domestic challenges. "Of course, my lord. If you and Lady Antonia will make yourselves comfortable in the drawing-room, I will arrange for a suitable repast to be served momentarily." Antonia added her thanks to Sebastian's, and they walked into the long, formal drawing-room. A cheery fire was crackling in the grate. Antonia led the way to one of the matching pair of sofas, facing each other across the Aubusson rug, spread before the fireplace, and sank onto the silk damask with a sigh. Sebastian followed and sat beside her. After a moment, he reached across, closed his hand about one of hers, then raised her fingers to his lips and pressed a kiss to her knuckles. Then he lowered their linked hands to rest on his thigh, sat back, closed his eyes, and let the peace and stability, the tranquillity of the house and of her, wrap about him. 10 minutes later, all of which they'd spent in blissful silence, Hamilton came to summon them to the smaller dining room, the one the family used. The table could seat 12, and given the size of the current ducal couple's family, that was sometimes only just enough. 3 places had been set at one end, with a plethora of dishes already arrayed before them. Hamilton sat Antonia in the seat to the right of the carver, leaving Sebastian to claim the place beside her. "The Marquis requests that you make a start without him. He too hasn't yet dined, and will join you as soon as he's able." Hamilton lifted the lid of a tureen. "I can recommend the oyster soup." A savoury aroma emerged, carried on the steam. Antonia nodded eagerly. Sebastian's mouth watered. After serving them, being experienced in the ways of his masters, Hamilton filled their wine-glasses, then retreated. They were supping second servings of the delicious soup when the door opened, and Drake entered. Antonia lowered her soup spoon and blinked. Good Lord! Resplendent in a dark, multi-hued silk velvet dressing gown, thrown over a shirt and soft trousers, Drake shut the door carefully, then strolled slowly forward. He waved languidly. "Pray excuse my déshabille, Antonia." She pointed at the carver. "For God's sake, sit before you fall down." With a small, quite gentle smile, Drake moved to obey. Antonia found herself staring at the dark circles around Drake's hooded eyes. His habitual languid drawl had sounded more drawly than usual, and the way he moved. She'd never seen the normally vigorous and virile Drake so drained and depleted. He looked as if he might collapse in a heap at any moment. He made it into the chair, sinking into the embrace of the carver as if he was a much older man. But his golden eyes had already surveyed the dishes and their plates. "Is that oyster soup?"
"Yes."
Antonia reached out and picked up the soup ladle. When Drake handed her his soup plate, she took it, added 2 ladlefuls of the creamy liquid, then handed it back.
"Eat. You look like a shadow of your former self."
His long lips twitched. He exchanged a look with Sebastian. "I understand you've rushed up non-stop from Kent." He paused to take a mouthful of the soup. "Against that, I've been travelling for the past 2 days, some of it running. Literally." Leaving him to eat, and hopefully recover his strength along with his usual incisive wits, Antonia set aside her emptied soup plate and served herself a helping of what appeared to be braised venison. She passed the dish to Sebastian, who handed her a dish of assorted boiled vegetables in return. While they ate, she was aware of Drake's eagle's gaze, assessing them, something that bothered neither her nor Sebastian. They'd long grown used to Drake's rather acute scrutiny. There was no real way to avoid it, and it was only an issue if one had something one wanted to hide. Speaking of which, Antonia noticed the knuckles on Drake's right hand were scraped. She contemplated the sight, then glanced to her right at Sebastian's hands. Looking again at Drake, she caught his eye and nodded at his hand.
"You should have worn gloves."
Drake glanced at his knuckles and faintly winced. "Gloves wouldn't have fitted with the costume. I shouldn't have been there at all, but—" He shrugged.
"I mean," she persisted, "that if you want to pass for someone of lower station, you need to wear gloves. Your hands."
With her gaze, she directed his attention to Sebastian's.
"Are like his.
Long-fingered and elegant.
They immediately mark you for what you are."
Drake looked mildly taken aback. Perhaps that was it. From which Antonia deduced he'd been playing one of his charades, had been found out, and had had to fight his way free. Drake finished his soup and pushed aside his plate. After a moment, as if infused with renewing energy, he sat straighter. As he helped himself to the venison, he murmured, "You both look rather rumpled. Definitely not your usual debonair selves. I take it your day was eventful." Sebastian had cleared his plate and was feeling human once more. He set down his cutlery, pushed aside the plate, reached for his wine-glass, and leaned back in the chair. Let's see. Dealing with a Scotland Yard inspector and a magistrate, both engaged in investigating 2 murders, then riding out, searching farmhouses, cottages, hay-sheds, barns, and the like, for barrels of gunpowder, then scrambling down a cliff face, trudging through sand, following a tunnel into a dark cavern, finding evidence of 10 barrels of gunpowder having been stored there, being shot at and having to take a dive, then racing back out to the beach, scrambling back up the cliff, riding like the wind across the estate, then riding out again in pursuit of the murderer, also the only one we knew of who could tell us about that gunpowder, only to find the man dead, shot. Sebastian arched his brows. Then we had to pack and drive up to town, so yes, eventful enough. Drake had frozen in the act of skewering a potato. Gunpowder. He stared at Sebastian, then looked at the potato, stabbed it, transferred it to his plate, then imperiously waved at them both. "Start at the beginning, and if at all possible, leave nothing crucial out." Sebastian settled to relate all that had happened from the moment they'd arrived at Pressingstoke Hall. Antonia added her observations as appropriate. When informed of Ennis's last words, Drake frowned. "Gunpowder here." After a moment he shook his head. "At least you managed to find it." "Unfortunately not. We only found where it had been." Sebastian continued describing all the pertinent events up to the point of them discovering the imprint of 10 barrels in the cavern off the beach, and their deduction that the barrels had been moved during the previous night. "So most likely into a wagon, and most likely ferried up to London." Drake paused, then refocused on Sebastian. "And then?" With several interjections from Antonia, Sebastian recounted how they'd been shot at by the man involved, who had proved to be Connell Boyne, how they'd missed catching him at the house and had given chase, and subsequently found him murdered in the coppice. Drake had finished eating, and like Sebastian, was now sitting back in the carver and sipping wine. He grunted. "Dead men pass on no information." He sipped, then frowned. "But why was it necessary to kill him? Why not just spirit him away?" Sebastian shrugged. "Too risky, now the authorities knew who they were looking for?" Drake's golden eyes narrowed. "Possibly." After several moments he said, "The way I see this, Ennis, as well as his brother Connell, had been secretly supporting the Young Islander movement. But in Ennis's case, that support was by donation and encouragement, rather than being actively involved. Connell, on the other hand, appears to have been seduced into actively working for the cause, given he spent most of his time on the Ennis estate in Ireland. It's not hard to see how that might have come about." "Possibly without Ennis knowing," Antonia said. She too was sitting back, cradling her glass, and listening avidly. Drake inclined his head in agreement. He focused on the goblet he was slowly twirling between his long fingers. After a moment, his eyes hooded, he continued, "I was summoned to Ireland because my sources had heard whispers of some major plot being afoot. By the time I arrived in Dublin, they'd heard that the plot involved gunpowder. Subsequently, I learned that a group of young islanders had secured a quantity of gunpowder. Exactly how much I didn't find out, and it had been dispatched to somewhere in England's south. The ship had already sailed from Limerick. The choice of port seemed odd at the time, but it might be explained by the Ennis estate lying in the countryside north of the town. Unsurprisingly, I decided we needed to know more about where the gunpowder was destined, and for what purpose it was intended. So I worked my way deeper into the movement's hierarchy." He frowned. "The strange, and to be truthful, troubling fact was that no matter how high I went in the movement's upper ranks, no one seemed to know anything about this plot. No one was in charge of it, and it hadn't been discussed at any of the various inner council meetings." "Did you reach deep enough, high enough, to be sure of that?" Sebastian asked. Drake's expression hardened, and he glanced at his scraped knuckles. "Yes, that's what nearly broke my cover. I kept going higher in the organization. But I should have been following a solid trail from the foot soldiers who arranged the shipment, the Connell Boynes of the enterprise, to the upper echelons. But the moment I stepped away from the field, as it were, there was no trail, seemingly no connection whatsoever." Drake raised his lids, and his golden gaze met Sebastian's eyes. "And that makes me question whether this is, in fact, a young islander plot at all." It was Sebastian's turn to frown. If not them, then... He spread his hands. "Who?" "That, indeed, is the question." Drake drummed a finger on the table. "Someone over there, in the higher ranks, should have known about this plot, but no one did. Of that I'm quite sure. While the Young Islanders, like any movement of its kind, has its more militant arms, I've never heard of a scheme of this ilk being run purely by the lower ranks, with no one in the upper echelons even being told of it. No well-organized movement encourages such things. Renegade actions, those implemented without the knowledge or approval of the higher councils, risk said higher councils losing control of the movement." Drake fell silent, then his fingers stilled. After a moment he murmured, "I wonder, could someone have seen the young islander hotheads as potential hands to exploit?" Abandoning his sprawl, he leaned forward. With both forearms on the table, he cradled his goblet between his palms. His golden gaze was sharply intent and focused unseeing down the table. "Has someone been clever enough to manipulate a group of young islander foot soldiers, including Connell Boyne, into thinking this plot is an officially sanctioned young islander plot, even though it isn't?" "That would certainly account for Ennis suddenly wanting to speak with you." Sebastian sipped, then lowered his goblet. "Consider this scenario. Connell, believing he's acting for the movement, arranges in secret for the gunpowder to be shipped, then comes to England to visit with Ennis at Pressingstoke Hall and discuss the harvest and other estate matters, as he always does at this time of year. And while he's in Kent, to receive and hide the gunpowder, presumably directly off the ship, then to lead the men who arrive to take it on to London, to the cavern. Either Ennis or Connell had to be there to show the ship's crew where the entrance to the cavern was, and later to guide those who came with a wagon to take the barrels away." "But," Antonia said, "Ennis knew nothing about the plot, not until Connell arrived at the hall and told him of it." Drake was nodding. "Do you know when Connell arrived in Kent?" Sebastian exchanged a glance with Antonia. "I believe it was a week before the house party." "Yes," Antonia said. "Cecilia confirmed that." "The timing fits," Drake said. "Connell tells Ennis as soon as he arrives at the hall. Assuming Ennis has been a supporter for years, and it's Ennis who has the money in the family, then Connell would have expected Ennis to be as committed to the plot as he himself was." Speaking of money, Antonia glanced at Sebastian, then turned back to Drake. "We forgot to mention that we found a half-burned envelope in the grate in Ennis's study.
after he was murdered. On the envelope was written £300 for... but the rest had burned away.
Drake nodded. And that fits too. It would have fallen to Connell to pay the ship's captain for transporting the gunpowder, and so he had to tell Ennis all about the plot. Connell expected to have Ennis's full and unequivocal support. But Ennis saw the plot differently. He wasn't enthused at all. To his mind, such a plot would be a step too far, out of keeping with the movement's direction, and very possibly not in its best interests. Open rebellion on home soil and protests in London and in Parliament are one thing, but blowing up some building in London? Ennis was politician enough to know what that would lead to. Sebastian snorted. Even more heavy-handed repression. Indubitably. Drake paused, speculation growing in his golden gaze. After a moment, he went on. I can imagine Ennis being prepared to give Connell the money to extricate Connell from this plot, even though Ennis intended subsequently to reveal all to the authorities, namely, to me. Sebastian nodded. That's why he insisted on meeting face to face. He would have demanded clemency, if not an outright amnesty, for his brother in return for revealing the details of the plot. Family loyalty, something to which we can all relate.
Unfortunately, Antonia said, in this instance, attempting to save his brother got Ennis, and his wife too, killed.
Both Sebastian and Drake grimaced, but neither disagreed. After a moment, Drake said, For all their hot-headedness, the young islander movement is not stupid enough to do something like this, not even their militant arms. As matters stand, there's no real benefit for them in it. Sebastian concurred with a grunt. A moment elapsed, then Sebastian looked at Drake. That brings us back to your earlier supposition. Idealistic young men are notoriously easy to recruit and also to mislead. For instance, by someone who thinks like you. Or your father. Drake swallowed a mouthful of wine. There aren't, thank God, that many people in this world who think like His Grace. He quietly added, It would be frightening if there were. Antonia looked from one to the other.
Frightening or not, time, gentlemen, is getting on, and we have 10 barrels of gunpowder that are presumably somewhere in London, in the hands of unknown plotters, whose intentions we can't begin to guess. So what are we going to do?
Drake looked at her, then looked at Sebastian, and straightened in his chair. He set down his goblet. Aptly put. He drummed the fingers of one hand on the table, then said, I suggest we leave aside the question of exactly who is behind this, at least for now. Given that the only real use for 10 barrels of gunpowder is to blow something up, the more pressing questions facing us are... He raised his hands and ticked off each point on his fingers. What are they planning to blow up? When? And where is the gunpowder now? Arguably the most pertinent of those questions, as of this moment, Sebastian said, is how long we have before they act. How long do we have to stop them? That, Antonia put in.
And how are we to approach answering Drake's 3 excellent and very pressing questions?
All three of them looked from one to the other. Silence reigned, deep enough for them to hear the ticking of the long case clock in the corner. Then Drake grimaced.
"I fear I'm not at my best at this moment, and I suspect neither are you. Despite the likely urgency, making decisions in a fuzzy-headed state is never wise."
He glanced at the clock.
"It's almost midnight. I suggest we reconvene tomorrow, after we've all had a decent night's sleep."
An excellent idea.
Sebastian pushed back his chair.
Motion carried.
Antonia waited until Sebastian and Drake rose, and Sebastian pulled out her chair. As she got to her feet, Drake said,
"We can meet here again. The parents are at Elverdon, and my brothers will be out, so we'll have the house to ourselves."
Sebastian and Antonia nodded. With Drake, they walked slowly into the front hall, where Hamilton was hovering. They strolled up the black-and-white tiles and halted before the front door. Hamilton retrieved their coats and Antonia's bonnet. After he'd assisted her to don her cloak, Antonia left him to help Sebastian while she turned to a large mirror and adjusted her bonnet. When they were ready, Drake, who'd been studying the floor, swung to face them, an amused light in his golden eyes.
"As I take it, you two have parents to see, arrangements to discuss, and announcements to make."
His smug expression made it clear that, without any word of it passing their lips, he'd guessed their intentions.
"And I need to catch up on rather a lot of sleep. Shall we say 2:00?
By Ton's schedules, that was still early in the day. Antonia arched a haughty brow.
2:00 will suit admirably."
She nodded to Hamilton, and he opened the door. With a dismissive,
"Good night, Drake,"
she walked briskly out onto the porch. Sebastian grinned, and he and Drake followed. Drake halted on the threshold. About to follow Antonia onto the porch, Sebastian halted, and curious, met Drake's eyes.
"Aren't you going to wish us well?"
The light wasn't strong, but he would have sworn Drake faintly coloured. Drake glanced at Antonia, who was waiting, one brow arched expectantly for his reply. Then he looked back at Sebastian.
"I would. I do."
He looked uneasy, an odd look for Drake.
"Except,"
he grimaced,
"once you make your announcement."
He met Sebastian's gaze.
"I'm older than you."
Sebastian laughed and clapped Drake on the shoulder. He exchanged an amused look with Antonia, then murmured to Drake,
"Perhaps it's time you faced the music, too."
Drake's expression turned genuinely horrified.
"Thank you, but no."
His features set, and he reached out and seized the door. As chuckling, Sebastian walked onto the porch, joining Antonia. Drake stepped back and firmly shut the door behind them. Antonia laughed softly. She looped her arm in Sebastian's, and together they descended the steps to the pavement. A wide smile on her lips, she murmured,
"Poor Drake."
They set out to walk the short distance to St. Ives' house, and Sebastian observed,
"Matrimony appears to be one challenge our fearless Drake is in no hurry to face."
A few steps later, Antonia tilted her head. When Sebastian glanced her way, she caught his eyes. The obvious yet critical question hovered between them. They were ready to face what Drake still shied from, weren't they? The answer was there, in their eyes, clear enough for the other to see. Their expressions eased. As one, they faced forward. As one, they lengthened their stride. Chapter 16. Whether it was simply relief to be home again safe, with their part of the unfolding drama successfully played, at least to the end of this act, or welling exuberance over their triumph in having established a personal partnership that felt so very right. They were both smiling, and Antonia was actively reining in her delight when she swept into Sebastian's room. There'd been no staff downstairs to witness their entrance, just a lamp left burning low to light them up the grand staircase. In the gallery, his hand riding at the small of her back, Sebastian had guided her along the corridor into the east wing, then down another corridor to the room at the end. Antonia walked confidently across the large room. Over the years, she'd become familiar with much of St. Ives house, but she hadn't ventured into any bedchamber except for that of Sebastian's sister, Louisa, which was in the west wing. As it happened, Sebastian's room was the mirror of Louisa's in placement and size, with a wide bank of windows directly opposite the door through which they'd entered, and a secondary door in the wall to Antonia's right that she knew would lead to a large bathing chamber. The two doors on either side of the main door would each open into one of the rooms back along the corridor. One room would be Sebastian's dressing room, with the other room, very likely rooms, reserved for his Marchioness, his wife. The massive bed that stood against the wall to the right dominated the room. It was balanced by the huge fireplace in the opposite wall. As she crossed to the windows, she noted a pair of heavy tall boys against the other walls, a desk-cum-bureau against the wall between the windows and the fireplace, and 4 large, comfortable armchairs, one pair angled before the fireplace, the other pair placed to take advantage of the wide windows. She reached the uncurtained windows and looked out. Directly below, she glimpsed the edge of the terrace outside the family parlour. Beyond it, silvered by moonlight, spread the lawns and neat shrubs of that section of the mansion's rear garden. Curiosity welling, she turned and surveyed the room. Sconces set around the walls had been left turned low, shedding a warm glow throughout the chamber. The decor was a reflection of Sebastian, of his personality. Expensive, yes, yet a touch austere, with a ripple of rain passion, of innate power hidden beneath the smooth surface. The creamy ivory of the walls was offset by the richness of old oak, the warm patina glowing golden against the dark forest greens of upholstery and curtains. The frames of the twin oval mirrors flanking the mantelpiece and of the paintings on the walls were heavy and strong. Wilkins would keep the place tidy, but there was a book on the side table beside the armchair before the fireplace, a bookmark jutting at an angle from between the pages, and a riding crop and a pair of riding gloves had been discarded on the low table between the chairs by the windows. The mantelpiece held an eclectic array of odds and ends, scrimshaw, a set of carved ivory figurines, a large ormolu clock, 2 dueling pistols mounted in a display case, and 2 lamps, and stuck into the frame of the large restful landscape hanging above the fireplace were a selection of gilt-edged invitations. Then there was the bed, large and heavy, and sumptuously sensual, with its forest green silk coverlet, and the mound of ivory silk-encased pillows at its head. Sebastian had paused in the doorway, watching her. As he stepped inside and shut the door, the clocks throughout the house struck 12. Midnight. Despite the light cast by the sconces, it was primarily moonlight that lit his face, his long body, as he strolled slowly toward her. He halted before her, the piercing quality of his gaze muted by the moonlight. He studied her face. On the 2 previous occasions they'd come together, they'd been driven, not just by their newly discovered desires, but also by a sense of, for one reason or another, needing to seize the moment. Tonight, there was no such blinding imperative. They both knew they could have each other, would have each other, time and again, in the days, months, and years to come. That they'd already agreed, albeit without any declaration other than their passions. So tonight, there was no need to rush, no sense of urgency to infuse their touch. Not yet. As if he could hear her thoughts, as if he shared them, he raised one hand, and with one fingertip, traced the line of her cheek from temple to jaw. Even as that single finger slid beneath her chin and nudged it upward, she was rising on her toes. He bent his head and brushed his lips across hers. Once, then again. Then his lips settled, and he kissed her. Gently. Yearningly. With an invisible beckoning, she felt tug at her soul. She'd forgotten, overlooked the fact he was a master, that in this sphere he was openly classed as an expert, as the warlock she'd sometimes thought him, with his strange, pale green eyes. He wove a web of sensuality about her, slowly, with touches that mesmerized, with caresses that burned. She followed his lead and returned the pleasure, and he allowed it. He proceeded slowly enough for her to take her own time, managing their reins, keeping them relaxed as they ambled along a road they'd already traveled. But this time, they went slowly enough to fully appreciate the landscape on both sides. While their lips supped, tasting, exploring, reassuring, he drew off her bonnet, languidly tossed it on the nearby chair, then shrugged off his greatcoat and let it fall to the floor before he helped her shed her cloak. Some time later, he sank to his knees before her. "Lift your skirts." The rumbling order was only just discernible. Without rush, she obeyed. She gathered the folds of her carriage dress and ruffled petticoats and raised the hems, high enough for him to reach beneath, glide one palm up the back of her leg, then release her garter and roll her stocking down. He undid the laces of her half-boot and eased both boot and stocking from her foot. Then, still moving to that slow, regimented beat, he repeated the process with her other leg, baring it and leaving her standing barefoot. Smoothly he rose, and she let her skirts fall. Practicing such restraint raised tension of a different sort, of a type she sensed would later break through their control and compel them. But for those moments in which they stood communing in the moonlight, that seemed an entirely reasonable toll to pay. She pressed against him, her hands sliding up the wall of his chest to lightly grip his shoulders. His arms closed around her, then crushed her to him. Their lips met, and hunger leapt, and she rejoiced. And the kiss flared, hot, too hot, As if both sensed the danger, the threat to their control, they drew back, and together broke the kiss. He trailed his lips to her ear, then down along her jaw, planting nibbling little kisses that distracted her senses and helped her to step back from the fiery lure. Their breathing gradually steadied. Determined to succeed in this novel endeavour, to maintain the measured tempo of this heady new dance, she drew in a slow, steadying breath and set her fingers to the folds of his cravat. She drew out the heavy gold pin with its large pale peridot, the gem the same colour as his eyes. After anchoring the pin in his lapel, she eased the ends of the cravat free of his waistcoat and shirt. While her fingers unravelled the simple knot, the winding folds, she felt his fingers sliding free the buttons that ran down the back of her carriage dress. His lips were curved when, in the waning moonlight, they again brushed hers, again left hers hungering. Needing an anchor, a more definite distraction, and judging from the increasing tension gripping him that he might welcome the same, she murmured,
"Once we break the news to our families, all hell will break loose, socially speaking."
His lips drifted to her temple, his breath a wash of heat across her cheek.
"Do you think they'll be surprised?"
Wry cynicism coloured the words. She uttered a short laugh.
"I doubt it will be any great shock."
The last word turned breathless as his fingertips, just the tips, brushed her bare skin as the back of her tightly fitted carriage dress gaped. This slowness, this lack of rush, this measured pace, was tensing her nerves and heightening sensation in a wholly novel way, on a plane of elevated intensity. A fresh challenge. She felt his lips trail down her throat. She tipped her head back and, in an effort to cling to control, gabbled the first thought that came to her.
"And yet no one ever tried to steer me your way."
He raised his head. The moonlight etched his features as he caught her hands and drew them from his now loosened cravat. Then he reached for the shoulders of her dress and drew the bodice forward and down, sliding the sleeves down her arms. She eased her hands from the tight sleeves, then pushed and sent the dress with its wide skirts slithering to pool in a heap about her feet. She felt his gaze brush heat over her breasts, over her torso, screened though they still were by chemise and corset. His voice had deepened and grown rougher when he said,
"No one mentioned your name to me either."
His gaze remained locked on her breasts. She heard him draw in a deeper breath, all but sensed him tighten his hold on his own reins. Then he grasped her waist, spun her about, and set his fingers to the laces of her petticoats. A second later he said,
"It's curious, now I think of it, that none of the grand dames we both know ever pushed me in your direction."
He seemed to be concentrating on unravelling the laces. Then he asked,
"Did your mother or the others ever steer you toward anyone?"
She frowned.
"No. They always seem to be waiting for me to choose."
Oh. She realized what he was suggesting.
"You think that they knew all along, and we were the only ones who didn't?"
That thought wasn't comforting. He grunted, and the waistband of her petticoats loosened.
"Let's not think about that. The gloating will be enough to endure if and when it occurs."
"Indeed."
Between them, They pushed down the froth of cotton and lace that was her multi-layered petticoats. Taking her hand, he steadied her as she stepped free of the pile. She would have turned and walked into his arms, but his hands gripped her waist again, and he drew her back until her derriere met his thighs. She leaned against him, her shoulders to his chest, and tipped her head back. He bent his, and their lips met again in a teasing temptation of a kiss. Then he raised his head, and their lips parted. He didn't straighten, but through the shadows studied her face, watched her reactions as he cruised his palms upward, then closed his hands about her breasts. Her eyes locked with his. She drew in a slow, tense breath, then couldn't release it. She felt trapped in his gaze as he kneaded her flesh. Then his artful fingers cruised the firm mounds, circling the puckered buds of her nipples, then closing, tightening. Her lids fell, her spine arched, and she gasped, and heard the sound hover in the dimness, as if it came from someone else. He played, and her body bowed against his, her breasts pressing into his palms, an invitation he didn't refuse. Yet still they danced to that slow, rousing, arousing beat. Power of a sort she hadn't encountered before, strange and compelling, rose and wreathed about them. His hands possessed, then shaped the lines of her body, her hips, thighs, and derriere, barely screened by the fine cotton of her chemise and drawers. Her breathing had quickened, and her senses had come alive, when he eased back an inch, steadied her, then withdrew his supporting hands, and set his fingers to the laces of her corset. Sebastian felt the power driving the desire that thudded, heavy and resounding through his veins, through his body, his mind, reaching into his soul, a compulsive beat that held him to its rigid cadence, slow, slow, slow. The better to appreciate, to know and savor the beauty before him. Not just the body, but the elemental being held within it, the other half of him. Where she was concerned, control was nothing more than an illusion, yet he wanted to give her this interlude, this engagement, one perfect moment, encapsulating the promise before them. His fingers were operating largely by rote, unpicking the laces of her lightly boned corset. A distraction seemed wise. He cleared his throat, then ventured, his voice gravelly with harnessed hunger. "When we're married." He glanced briefly around and tried not to sound overly diffident as he continued, "We could buy a house somewhere else in town, if you prefer." Her head rose. He sensed her draw breath and swiftly scanned the room. Then she glanced over her shoulder. He felt her gaze touch his face, but doubted she could read much through the dimness. After a second, she faced forward. A second later, she murmured, distinctly breathlessly, "Let's leave such matters aside for now. We can deal with such things whenever we wish." The last lace gave, and relief flowed through him. He grasped her corset, drew it from her, and tossed it to join her petticoats. An excellent idea. He closed the inch between them. His hands curving about her hips, he drew her flush against him, then skated his hands slowly upward, possessively reclaiming her curves. She all but purred as she instinctively arched against him. They both, it seemed, accepted the imperative of clinging, for as long as they could, to that slow, rigid, compelling beat. It informed their every movement, their very breaths, as they continued to disrobe there, in the moonlight before the windows. She leaned back against him, her hands closing over his as his palms moved over her chemise-clad body. Then he splayed one hand over the subtle curve of her belly and held her hips against his thighs as he reached down and with the fingers of his other hand found the slit in her drawers and caressed her. Her welcome flowed like molten honey over his fingertips. He reached further and slid one long finger into her scalding sheath. She tipped her head back against his shoulder and clutched the hand splayed over her belly with both her hands. Her nails sank in as he probed, and she tensed, her body arching. Slow, slow, slow. He clung to the rhythm, heard her breathing fracture, felt her rise in his arms. Then she cried out, the sound pure encouragement to his ears, her shuddering climax a goad to his libido he fought to suppress and ignore. As she eased in his arms, he stripped the drawers from her. Then, still constrained by that slow beat, he eased his hands under the fine material of her chemise and drew it, slowly, smoothly, up. Her breasts heaving, she moved as if she was, as he felt, compelled by the invisible reins of their joint passion. She raised her arms and gracefully pirouetted as he drew the garment free of her upstretched arms. Then she stood naked, facing him, bathed in the silver light of the moon as it poured through the windows behind him. Her gaze was steady on his. There was not an ounce of uncertainty in her as she stepped forward to claim him. And it was his turn to stand in apparent submission, in willing subjugation to their shared pleasure. With her pale skin flushed with the warmth of spent passion, a rosy tint just detectable beneath the moon's pearlescent sheen, she moved like a nymph as she divested him of coat and waistcoat, tossing them aside to join the heap of fabric beside them. Then she drew the long strip of his cravat from about his neck, with an artful lack of speed that demonstrated that she was as attuned to the music, to the magic of this moment, as he. Then her features, lighting with a sense of wonder over something that was still new to her, but still riveted and enthralled her, she unbuttoned his shirt, pushed the halves wide, and openly gloated. Then she set her hands to his chest, and, remembering at the last to cling to the beat, caressed. He clenched his fists, locked his muscles, eventually clenched his jaw, closed his eyes, and tipped his head back, and endured. The subtle and oh so pleasurable torture as she explored. She stripped the shirt from him, then swiftly dealt with the buttons at his waist. He sensed her pull up, and forced herself to slow, to return to that compelling rhythm, as with sensuous gravity she slid his trousers off his hips and down his long legs. She crouched, and with his assistance stripped away the trousers along with his stockings and shoes. Then she rose. He brought his head upright and opened his eyes in time to see raw passion light her grey eyes and infuse her face as her gaze locked on the evidence of his hunger for her. Released from the confines of his trousers, His erection tented his linen drawers. As he watched, one of her hands darted to grasp the dangling cords. He saw her stop, almost swaying, as she pulled on her own reins again. She found the beat again, and forced her limbs, her eager fingers, to comply. Slowly, to that rhythm, both he and she could feel. She tugged and drew on the cord until the knot unravelled, and the garment sagged about his hips. She set her palms to his sides, glanced once at his face. Then she pushed the fine linen down, letting the drawers fall to his feet, fully exposing all of him to her now very avid gaze. Also to her hands. Greedy little hands she fought to restrain, to force to their accepted beat. Even so, he had to close his eyes, suck in a tortured breath, and his head tipping back again, hold that breath while she played. Not at all innocently. But he held fast and gave her the moment, one she clearly wished for, one she transparently enjoyed. Yet he knew his limits. Before she reached them, he straightened his head, opened his eyes, and set his hands to her body. In short order, he reclaimed her attention, her senses. When her hands, forgotten, went limp and eased from him, he stepped into her, and their lips met. In a kiss still slow and steady, but several orders of magnitude hotter, hungrier, increasingly flavoured with desperation and wanting. He bent and swung her into his arms and carried her to the bed. Kneeling on the covers, he shuffled forward, then laid her in the very centre of the expanse, her long, lithe body, gleaming like a pearl set on the dark silk of his counterpane. He stretched out alongside her, set a hand to her curves, then bent his head and savoured. He licked, laved, suckled, still moving to the increasingly heavy, increasingly compelling beat that drove them. That beat might have escalated, yet it remained slow, still reverent, still slow enough to infuse every caress, his and hers, with a sense of worship, of giving thanks. That they had this, that they'd found, seized, and could now claim this, their fated destiny. They'd found their way through the drama, through the demands of the mission, and it was finally time. Tonight was the time, for them to look into the face of what linked them, to bow their heads and acknowledge that power, and rejoice in the glory it bestowed. Tomorrow, the drama might well return, but tonight was their hiatus, their moment in the eye of the storm, in which they could draw breath and freely evoke passion's mysteries. He took her high again, with his tongue sent her soaring, and savoured the satisfaction of feeling her tension, the tension he'd built in her, shatter and send her flying free. Despite the rampant need thudding in his veins, he seized the moment to gloat, to delight in the sight of her sprawled, bonelessly in his bed, so wantonly abandoned, so very tempting. She was watching him from beneath her lashes, and she raised a hand and beckoned. He was only too ready to move over her, but she caught his shoulder and surprised him by struggling up, lifting from the bed, and steadily pushing him back. Wondering at her direction, he let her steer him back, until he was sitting on his ankles, and with a distracting sweep of her long legs, she came up on her knees and straddled him. One hand gripping his shoulder for balance, she wrapped the other about his erection and somewhat breathlessly dictated, "This way." Who was he to argue? As she rose up, set his head at her entrance, then, in one long, excruciatingly slow slide, impaled herself on him and engulfed his throbbing erection in her gloriously scalding heat. Arguing was far from his mind. Breathless, well-nigh witless, Antonia struggled to absorb the pummeling tide of searing sensations, battering her senses and setting fire to her nerves, all at the same time. The feel of him filling her was paramount, like a heated steel rod at her core, but the brush of his chest against the swollen fullness of her breasts, the abrasion of the sensitized peaks by the crinkly black hair that adorned the heavy muscle bands, and the sheer heat radiating off his large body, all contributed to the sensual symphony. And then there was the indescribable lust that flared when she raised up, then sank down, a sudden, driving, ungovernable impulse to seek completion. She wanted to, somehow needed to, go slow, to hold to some semblance of that earlier steady, relentless beat. But she teetered. She didn't think she could hold fast against the welling tide. Then his hands clamped around her hips, hot, hard, possessive. The touch shocked her out of the swirling whirlpool that had threatened to sweep her away, and she steadied. Determined, she grasped her own reins and held tight as she acceded to the urging of his hands and rose up again, slid down again, and gasped at the glory. She had to admit that, in this sphere, control, exercising it, brought definite benefits. Sebastian watched, guided, and let wave after wave of sensation wash through him. His focus on her pleasure, on her direction, gave him the strength to hold his slavering demons at bay. Gradually she steadied, and the threat of her being overwhelmed faded. She mastered the moment and settled to a rhythm that satisfied, yet allowed their senses to expand, to seek, to explore. From beneath her weighted lids, from under the fringe of her lashes, her grey gaze, now silvered with passion, met his eyes and held the contact, held to the connection, direct and open, their gazes merging, even as their bodies did. Slow, steady, sending pleasure purling through them both, yet manageable, controllable. With nothing to immediately do other than follow her whim, he allowed his predator's mind to rise to the fore, and through his eyes quietly study her. At some level, he was very aware that, no matter what other words she'd uttered, no matter anything they'd done, no matter even this present engagement, she had yet to agree, to state unequivocally that she was his, that she would be his marchioness, his forever. At moments like this, the conquering nobleman was never far beneath his surface. He picked his time. He waited until he sensed the tide of distracting sensation rising through them both, brushed his lips over hers, tasted her hunger, as instinctively her lips followed his, and for an instant clung. Then he drew back enough to breathe over the swollen curves. So when are we getting married? There were more ways than one of getting the answer he wanted. Her breathing had gone ragged, but after several seconds her lids rose, and at close quarters her stormy eyes met his. For a second she stared, then surprisingly calmly said, "You do know you haven't actually asked me to marry you." She rose up and slid down again. "Don't you?" Damn female. Was she truly challenging him? Now? He was hanging on to control by his fingernails. As she rose and fell again, involuntarily, his fingertips sank into the lush flesh of her hips. Trapped in her gaze, his jaw clenching, he managed to somewhat grimly say, "Very well. You perceive me on my knees." Her head tipped back, and she nearly choked on a strangled laugh, and her sheath contracted powerfully about him. He thought he saw stars. He lost his breath, almost lost his wits. In a rush of effort, he forced out, "Antonia Marguerite Rawlings, for God's sake, marry me, and link your life with mine." Having finally uttered the words, he suddenly felt free, as if some weight had lifted from him. He refocused on her face. Gripping her hips, he thrust up and filled her. To the hilt. He leaned close, his forehead to hers, his lips a fraction of an inch from hers, and breathed, pleaded, "Marry me, Antonia." She raised her lids just enough to meet his eyes. She rose and fell again, firmly sheathing him in her heat. Her breath mingled with his as she asked, "Why?" He blinked. "You want reasons?" He nearly shook his head, instead said, "At this juncture?" and powerfully thrust into her again. She sucked in a breath and rode the wave of sensation. As it eased, she rose again, met his eyes again. What better time? That had been his thinking, but he wasn't so sure of its wisdom now. He tried to concentrate, but the lustful heat welling between them had built to the point where not even he could bring rational thought to bear. Somewhat to his surprise, he heard himself admit, "My mind isn't working all that well." Despite all distractions, she was watching him closely. She had a death grip on his shoulders, her nails sinking in with every surge. She leaned forward and brushed his lips with hers, not in teasing nor temptation, but in transparent encouragement. "That's why," she whispered, her voice sultry and low, drenched in sensuality and a bone-deep honesty. "This is the best time, the right time to ask." She paused, lids falling, fingers tightening, as sensation spiked and rolled over them, and played havoc with their wits. As the wave receded, her lids rose, and she locked her eyes with his again. "Just answer with the words that come to you. Who else is here to hear?" He stared into her glorious silver-grey eyes. He'd reached the point where thought was beyond him, where the only words he could summon would be the truth as his inner self saw it. "Because we fit." He drew in a breath that shuddered. "Because you are, and always have been, the other half of me. And I don't think I can, or at least I don't want to, live without you." She looked drunk on passion, and her lips curved. "See, you can manage the right words. So now, why?" Exasperation flared. high enough to cut through the sensual fog that engulfed him.
Antonia. No, just answer. Why do you feel that way about me?
Enough self-protective instinct remained for him to clench his jaw and set his teeth. But then, aggrieved, he gritted out,
If this is some convoluted female test, I didn't read that textbook.
Antonia held his glare. She knew she was pressing him, knew in her heart why she wanted, nay, needed to hear his answer to that most fundamental question. The textbook, did he but know it, was an oral one, crafted over centuries by women like her, those fated to mate with arrogant, commanding, irredeemably autocratic noblemen. Even as, keeping to the now tense rhythm of their joining, she rose on him again and let him draw her down, a touch more forcefully, as he thrust up and filled her again, deeply, completely. She accepted that she could not risk turning her back on the wisdom of generations. When dealing with men of his stripe, love was the only guarantee. But even if she knew, to the depths of her soul knew, that it existed in him, not even love could protect her, not unless he acknowledged and accepted it, at the very least between them. Still holding his gaze, with the flames of their lovemaking rising between them, threatening to engulf them and sweep them away, she clung to the one thing strong enough to anchor her, her love for him.
No.
Her eyes locked with his, she paused to moisten her lips, saw his eyes trace the movement of her tongue, and accepted not even he could give them much more time.
I'm not teasing. The question.
She broke off on a gasp. Her lids fluttered as he surged beneath her, into her, and she felt the last shreds of control thin. She forced her lids up, locked her gaze with his.
My question is important, to us both. I need to know, to hear you acknowledge it, to prove that you know the answer.
She held his gaze and refused to let go.
Just once. That's all I need.
Sebastian felt his world shake, quake. Fundamental instincts and the impulses they drove clashed inside him. As always, his first impulse was to bury what his inner self regarded as a weakness. But she'd said the one word that bound him and irresistibly compelled him to the opposing tack. Whatever she needed, truly needed, he would move heaven and earth to give her. He looked into her grey eyes, felt himself balk on the cusp of the precipice, and forced himself over. Knowingly, intentionally, he lowered the barrier he invariably kept between his feelings and his tongue, and spoke as he very rarely did, without restraint.
You are the world to me. I always knew there was something different about you. I told myself it was because you were a cousin, but not. A slightly different species. But inside, I always knew there was something else there. Something waiting to win free.
He dragged in a breath and surged with her, filling her. Neither he nor she had let that rhythm lapse. Where they were, the point on the sensual road they'd reached, it was now too critical, a physical compulsion neither could or would deny. He knew he hadn't yet said the words she needed to hear. He knew what those words were, knew they were an elemental truth. Yet getting them past his lips was still an effort. Briefly he closed his eyes, drew breath, drew strength, Then he raised his lids and locked his gaze with hers.
I love you, and I can't change that. I don't want to change that, even though I definitely do not appreciate some of the consequences.
He drew in a deeper breath, felt his chest expand, as if against some inner vice.
So there's your answer. I want you. I need you. But most important of all, I love you. So please be my wife, my Marchioness, and stand by my side through all the years to come.
He ended one teeny-tiny step away from glaring at her. She held his gaze for an instant, then she smiled. Just smiled. And it was as if every last screen in her grey eyes had whisked away, and he was looking unimpeded into her soul, into the glorious joy that reigned there. In that instant, he decided to make the effort he just had more often. It would be worth every ounce of the struggle just to bask in that joy. Then he remembered, and thrust deeper into her body. Renewed lust buoyed on a surge of hope.
Yes,
he prompted, his eyes almost crossing as she tightened in glorious welcome about him.
You're supposed to say yes.
Yes. She tipped her head back as he surged inside her, and her fingers dug like claws into his shoulders. Oh, God, yes. He huffed. It wasn't at all clear to what she was agreeing. Had he left it too late? But as if realizing her shortcomings, she hauled in a huge breath, straightened her head, and from beneath passion-weighted lids, her silver-grey eyes blazed into his. Yes, she said, and there was no doubt of her certainty, of her commitment. I'll marry you, Sebastian Cynster, and I fully intend to cleave to you for the rest of our lives. For a split second, he exulted. Then he pounced and seized. She seized him back, and they plunged headlong into the raging inferno of ravenous, needy, rapacious passion they'd stoked, and yet held back. The last rein snapped, and their joint passions roared over them, seized them, drove them to new and ever more desperate and devastating heights, then shattered and reforged them. Finally, the tumult faded, and left them wrung out and gasping in the battlefield of his bed. Both victors, both triumphant, both utterly surrendered to the force that now bound them more irrevocably than any words, to the love they'd always shared, the love they'd faced, acknowledged, and finally embraced. Later, when dawn was streaking the sky outside the window, they woke in each other's arms, and after the storm of the night, reassured themselves that they could, indeed, be relatively civilized in their love-making. Relatively being the operative word. A new assurance had crept in on both their parts, and now coloured their caresses and the deeper intimacy of their joining. A development neither regretted. Later still, Antonia lay on her back, her head on Sebastian's chest, as he lay beside her with his arms locked around her. They were comfortable, warm, at peace. After a moment, she raised a finger and prodded the heavy muscle in the arm that lay across her waist. One thing we should discuss. The wedding? No, our biggest hurdle. A wary silence held sway for a heartbeat. Then he asked, "And what's that?" She realized she needed to choose her words with care.
"We've established that you love me and that I love you. I didn't say it, but I didn't have to. You already knew."
He shifted fractionally, but didn't disagree.
"Good. The point we need to discuss is what, for both of us, springs naturally from that love, from loving as we do."
She twisted her head and looked into his face. His impassive mask was well and truly in place, and his eyes had already narrowed. Undeterred, she went on.
"Anyone you love, you protect, absolutely and without question."
His brows started to lower.
"And I have no issue whatsoever with that,"
she hurried to add.
"But you have to accept that the converse is also true, that if you are threatened, then I will act to protect you."
He didn't like that. He opened his mouth.
"No."
She narrowed her eyes and wriggled around so she faced him.
"I spring from the same warrior caste as you. That's why we mesh so well together, as you phrased it, like two halves of one being. We are alike in many ways, and I will not sit meekly by while you go into danger."
She locked her gaze with his.
"For instance, what would happen if, in Kent, I'd waited on the beach while you went into the passage and onto that cavern alone?"
Sebastian had already thought of that scenario, and had promptly buried the realization it had brought. He hadn't wanted to dwell on that then. He didn't now. But her words brought the memories flooding back in full force.
Those moments in the cavern will live blazoned in my mind forever.
Her gaze didn't waver. Somewhat coolly, she arched a brow.
"And the reason you're alive to remember them at all?"
He exhaled through his teeth, slumped back on the pillows, and stared at the ceiling. Inexorably, she went on.
"If you hadn't been there, if it hadn't been there, one or possibly both of us would have died. But we were there together, and love, the desperation it brings, made me rush to push you out of harm's way. And for the very same reason, you changed direction in order to save me. Together, we won through. Singly, we wouldn't have."
Sadly, that was an inarguable truth. He sighed.
"I will never, ever like, approve, or appreciate you being in danger."
He raised his head and met her eyes.
"Even if you're with me."
She held his gaze.
"I know, and I'm not asking you to like it. I don't like, approve, or appreciate you being in danger either. But I can't be your marchioness. We can't have the marriage we both want, unless you allow me, to be the woman I truly am.
Your equal." She didn't say the words, but he heard them, and knew in his heart that she was right. After a long, fraught moment, he eased his tense jaw enough to say,
"I'll try."
She held his gaze for an instant, then inclined her head.
"That will do."
Antonia knew she couldn't hope for any better outcome. She hadn't been sure she would gain even that much. From Sebastian a Cynster, on that particular point, a commitment to try was a significant concession. She felt his muscles ease beneath her. Keeping her satisfaction to herself, she turned and resettled in his arms, and he closed them about her once more. After a moment, he murmured,
"You can't expect me not to try to avoid the issue."
"By keeping things from me?"
by shielding you from circumstances that might bother you.
She did smile at that, intently, even though he couldn't see.
Just as long as you aren't surprised if I refuse to be coddled.
She accepted she'd have to fight such battles through the rest of their days, but with men like him, that was only to be expected.
About our wedding.
She dutifully turned her thoughts in that direction.
I suspect we should speak with my parents as soon as possible.
She glanced up at him.
Today?
He nodded decisively.
I shudder to think of what will transpire if your father gets wind of you staying overnight before I make a formal offer for your hand. Let's get that done this morning.
As for the rest...
She settled, warm and secure in his hold, and they ran through the immediate steps they needed to take, notifying his parents being the next highest on their list.
As to exactly when we should wed, I'm sure Mamma will have thoughts on that head. Best leave that until we speak with her.
He was silent for a moment, then murmured,
Given the season, if we time our announcements, we should be able to hold much of the ton, and they're sure to be avid, not to say rabid, interest at bay.
She felt him shift to look into her face, and turned her head to meet his gaze. He searched her features, her eyes, then said,
At least until this mission of Drake's is over.
She nodded, entirely at one with that sentiment.
Yes, let's keep the news under our hats for as long as possible, at least until the gunpowder has been found and made safe.
Sebastian was relieved she'd agreed. No matter the distraction, 10 barrels of gunpowder and the havoc that could wreak in the heart of London was difficult to block from their minds. Chapter 17.
Am I allowed to say it's about time?
Sebastian had a wince. He just made formal application for Antonia's hand in marriage. As you wish didn't seem a wise response to make to the gentleman seated on the other side of the desk in the study of the Green Street house. Giles Rawlings, Earl of Chillingworth and Antonia's father, was one of Sebastian's father's oldest friends.
I suppose I should ask,
Chillingworth continued, clearly unsurprised by Sebastian's silence,
what Antonia has to say to this.
I've asked her and she's agreed.
Excellent.
Sitting back in his chair, Chillingworth smiled. While Sebastian felt the Earl was enjoying himself, thrilled to have a Cynster metaphorically at his mercy, he nevertheless appeared to be genuinely delighted.
A wise move on your part,
and a highly satisfactory one on hers. He eyed Sebastian indulgently.
I suppose I should confess that your father and I long suspected it would come to this.
Understanding that Chillingworth was not inclined to even pretend to be averse to the union, not that Sebastian had anticipated rejection, but the Earl could have made his approval much harder to gain. He tested the waters with a disgruntled grunt.
You, or he,
might have warned me. Chillingworth opened his eyes wide.
Where would be the fun in that?
It was, Sebastian discovered, a touch disconcerting that Antonia had inherited her grey gaze from her father. That gaze was currently fixed on him in a far too knowing fashion.
Besides, the Earl said, we each of us have to find our own way into and out of the morass.
Sebastian nearly asked, which morass, but suspected he knew. Then it struck him that Chillingworth had to have faced many of the same issues, along with the same intense and rather fiery counter-response he himself was now facing. It was widely acknowledged that Antonia had inherited both her black hair and the wilder, more dramatic side of her nature from her mother. Apropos of that, he rapidly searched for the right words, but in the end settled for a man-to-man appeal. As Antonia takes after the Countess in many ways, do you have any helpful hints about how to manage the usual hurdles men of our ilk face? Chillingworth regarded him impassively. Then, somewhat to Sebastian's surprise, the Earl leaned forward, clasped his hands on the blotter, and fixed him with a serious look. "I'm sure your father would agree that the most critical aspect to understand, in order to enjoy a long and happy marriage, is to realize that power isn't entirely ours. Not with respect to wives, or at least not to our sort of wives. We might rule our roost, but only with their acquiescence. As long as we play by those rules and give them due deference, all goes smoothly. Try to lord it over them, and you will very quickly wish you hadn't. You really don't want to test them, or more to the point, plumb your own emotions. Believe me." Sebastian considered that, then asked, "You mean that continues forever?" Chillingworth sent him a shark's grin. "To the grave. Ours, most likely." The look Sebastian sent him clearly made the Earl's day. Chillingworth laughed, then gestured to the door and made to stand. Sebastian stayed him with an upraised hand. "One moment. There's something else you need to know." Chillingworth sank back into his chair. There was nothing wrong with the Earl's ability to read other men. His "what is it?" held a sharper edge. Succinctly, Sebastian described Drake's mission, and how Antonia as well as he was now involved. "The intrigue is ongoing, and it's possible that I, and even Antonia, may have a further role to play." Chillingworth didn't look thrilled. He stared at Sebastian for several seconds, then stated, "I can't order her out of it, any more than you can." Sebastian grimaced. "So it seems." Chillingworth studied him, then said, "Your father and I, and the others of our circle, when we were your age, we stepped into the fray when we needed to, when we were called on. We can hardly argue against you, and even Antonia, stepping up to the same mark in your time." Sebastian held the Earl's gaze, then arched a brow. "Like a baton being passed on?" "Precisely." Chillingworth rose and waved him to his feet. "I could wish Antonia wasn't involved, but now she is." He met Sebastian's gaze, as Sebastian straightened to his full height. "I'll have to place my trust in your abilities to keep your Marchioness-to-be safe." Sebastian formally inclined his head. "You may be sure I'll accomplish that, come what may." Chillingworth grinned and slapped him on the shoulder. "Excellent. Come, let's find the ladies." Together they left the study. Chillingworth led the way to the back parlour. When Sebastian and Antonia, with Becky in attendance, had arrived nearly an hour ago, as if they'd just returned from Kent, the Earl and the Countess had heard their voices in the front hall and had come to greet them. On learning that Sebastian wished to speak with the Earl in private, the Countess had blinked, then smiled delightedly. She'd linked her arm with Antonia's and had borne her daughter off to the back parlour, leaving the Earl and Sebastian to confer in the study. Sebastian followed the Earl through the parlour door and saw Antonia seated on the sofa facing the long windows that gave onto the rear garden. The Countess, Francesca, was perched on the window seat, her emerald eyes candidly and very shrewdly observing her daughter, her husband, and Sebastian. Antonia swiveled to look at her father. She swiftly read the Earl's expression, and her features eased. Then she transferred her gaze to Sebastian. He nodded to assure all had gone well. That short of the official announcement, they were now formally betrothed. Francesca read that message in their faces. Her features lit with exuberant delight. She sprang to her feet and clapped her hands. "Wonderful! Champagne, Giles, don't you think?"
"I do."
Chillingworth walked to the bell-pull.
"Not every day one gets to set a ball and chain on a Cynster's leg."
"Papa! Giles, you will not say such things, especially not in front of Honoria." Having tugged the bell-pull, the Earl turned a bland gaze on his Countess.
"I do have some sense of self-preservation left to me."
The butler Withers appeared, and orders were given. While that worthy hurried to fulfill the request, Francesca congratulated her daughter and Sebastian warmly. As he'd known the Countess from his earliest years, he wasn't taken aback by her ebullience. When she grew excited, her Italian upbringing tended to overwhelm her Englishness. Not that a proper English reserve had ever been a true part of Francesca's make-up. Haughtiness was a facade she adopted only when it suited her. Looking from mother to daughter, Sebastian accepted that the reserve expected of an earl's daughter that Antonia effortlessly maintained when in public was only a veneer, one barely thicker than her mother's. He wasn't about to complain. The champagne arrived, carried in by a beaming Withers. Glasses were poured, and several toasts, some serious, others less so, were duly drunk. Then Francesca called them to order. She resumed her position on the window seat. Sebastian joined Antonia on the sofa, and stretched one arm along the sofa's back behind her shoulders, while the Earl tugged an armchair to a spot between the end of the sofa and the window seat, and sank into it. "Now," Francesca fixed her gaze on Sebastian, "I take it you have yet to inform your parents." He nodded. "They're at Somersham, but I assume they'll be returning to town shortly." He glanced inquiringly at the Earl. Chillingworth stated, "Your father intended to be back for the next sitting of the Lords, so I'd expect them in a week or so." Francesca waved dismissively. "They'll be back before that. Once Honoria hears your news, she'll be packing within the hour." No one disagreed with that prediction. "So," Francesca continued, "we should consider the where and when of your wedding. It will be a major affair, and with you both being who you are, I warn you, there will be no way of avoiding that." She fixed a challenging look on Antonia and Sebastian. When they returned her regard meekly, Francesca humphed softly and continued, "As I have already mentioned to Antonia, a wedding at Lambourne Castle would be most appropriate. The castle is large and grand enough to do full justice to the event. The chapel there is lovely, and it is where Giles and I married as well." Sebastian glanced at Antonia, caught her gaze when she looked inquiringly at him, and deduced the plan met with her approval. He looked at Francesca and nodded. "That sounds perfect." He was immensely relieved to be spared a full-court wedding held in the bosom of the Ton at St. George's in Hanover Square. From the corner of his eye, he saw the Earl's lips twitch mockingly. Antonia's father could very likely read his mind on that score. But Francesca looked upon him with approval. "Good. You may leave the rest of the details to your mother and me to arrange.
We wouldn't dream of doing otherwise,
the Earl murmured, and earned himself a narrow-eyed glance from his countess. Then Francesca returned her gaze to Antonia and Sebastian. With that settled, the only other point that, at this time, we need to discuss is the timing. The Countess arched her brows. When do you wish your wedding to be? The Earl shifted and caught Sebastian's gaze. I gather this intrigue of Drake's that these two were assisting with is still ongoing. It is. Francesca's brows rose. I'd forgotten about that. She looked at Sebastian. Did you not deal with whatever it was down in Kent?
We did.
Sebastian heard the grim note that had returned to his voice. He glanced at Antonia.
But the matter in Kent appears to have been only part of a greater whole, one with the potential to be a wider threat, possibly even to the country.
Francesca frowned. How long will it take for this intrigue to be resolved? 10 barrels of gunpowder somewhere in London. Sebastian arched his brows.
2, possibly 3 weeks. I doubt it will drag on for much longer.
Francesca's face cleared. She waved dismissively. 3 or even 4 weeks is of no moment. She paused as if calculating, then focused on Antonia and Sebastian again. Given the current season, you have a choice. You could be married in mid-November, not later than the 3rd week, or we would risk early snows. But it's that or late February or March next year. That didn't sound like much of a choice to Sebastian. He glanced, hopefully, at Antonia. She met his gaze, smiled easily, then turned to her mother and stated, Mid-November. Excellent! Francesca looked enthused. Then that too is settled. Her emerald gaze fixed on Antonia. But with the wedding so soon, you will need to start on your gown without delay. Immediately, the conversation swung to consideration of the weights of various sorts of silks and the virtues of different types of beading and lace. Sidelined, Sebastian glanced at Chillingworth. The Earl caught his eye and grinned. You see, the first lesson you need to learn is that it's best to simply smile, surrender, and let them run. Sebastian noted the contented expression on his soon-to-be father-in-law's face. He looked at Antonia and her mother, both now animated to much the same degree. Knowing his father's counsel would be the same, he smiled, relaxed against the sofa, and followed the Earl's advice. If smiling, surrendering, and allowing them to run was another part of the price men like him had to pay to have women like Antonia, her mother, and his mother in their lives, so be it. In all matters social, it was a price he was entirely willing to pay. In the parlour of a manor house, deep in the quiet countryside, a man stood before a many-paned window. His upright posture, that of the army officer he once had been, he looked out at the nearly leafless trees in the wood on the other side of a short stretch of poorly tended lawn, and in a deep, authoritative voice succinctly reported on the progress of the mission he had agreed to undertake.
Boyne, most helpfully, stepped in and silenced his older brother, Lord Ennis, before Ennis could pass on anything of our plot to anyone.
From deeper in the room came a creak, and the old man seated in the bath chair parked in the dimness into which the weak autumn light did not reach, grunted.
By which you mean Boyne panicked, and acted to save his own skin, as such men are wont to do. I did warn you he had overestimated his brother's commitment to the young islander cause.
Like many an Anglo-Irish peer, Ennis paid lip service to the notion of a free Ireland, and while he might have contributed to the cause's coffers, blowing up some government building in London would not have been something he would have condoned. The man before the window frowned, safe in the knowledge that the older man couldn't see his expression. His lips compressed. Then he relaxed them and said,
"Regardless, Boyne got the money he needed from Ennis, and was at the rendezvous to receive the gunpowder and pay off the captain."
He hesitated, debating his next words. But the old man would probably hear of it anyway. His ability to learn of actions and details all the way down to minutiae, despite being buried in the country, and barely able to move from his chair, was nothing short of miraculous. In an even tone, the ex-guardsman reported,
"Boyne also killed his sister-in-law. He feared Ennis might have mentioned something to her, so he tied up that loose end for us too."
The old man grunted again. At least the man was thorough.
"He was, as you rightly guessed, panicked. But in the end, he played his part well enough. He did what we needed him to do."
A moment elapsed. Then the old man asked, "Are you sure no one knows of the barrels?"
"Quite sure. As per your plan. We only left the barrels on the estate for a few days. We moved them out on the second night after they'd arrived, and no one was any the wiser. Boyne and I saw the barrels on the road to London, and I instructed him to ensure there was no evidence of any sort remaining of the barrels' existence."
The ex-guardsman crossed his arms over his chest and settled, his feet apart, his legs braced.
"When I met with Boyne yesterday afternoon, he confirmed he'd been to the cave, and that there were no traces there or elsewhere to alert anyone even to the existence of the barrels, much less of any plot."
Excellent. Rich approval coloured the old man's voice. The ex-guardsman wasn't immune to the effect, even though he understood that that tone, and its effect, was one reason the old man had once been such an influential manipulator in the more rarefied circles of government. The old man continued, "I take it you've eliminated Boyne."
"Yes."
Again the ex-guardsman hesitated, yet it wouldn't pay to step out of his role of subordinate, not at this point.
"But he'd already been winged by someone, and was desperate to drive off with me. I asked, and he said he was being chased over his brother's murder."
"By whom?"
"An inspector from Scotland Yard and the local magistrate."
The old man snorted derisively. "So no real threat to us, not now Boyne has been silenced." After a moment he went on, "Given the circumstances, I assume you left his body where it would be found."
"Yes. If they were pursuing him, his trail would have led them to it."
"Good. The inspector and the magistrate will, in all likelihood, be grateful to be able to close the file on Lord Ennis's murder." The old man gave a dry chuckle. "It might even be said that you performed a civic service in killing Boyne, and sparing the courts the trouble and expense of a trial." The ex-guardsman allowed himself a thin smile. "So the barrels are safely stored in London?"
"Yes."
Unfolding his arms, the ex-guardsman turned away from the bleak view. He hunted in his coat pocket and drew out a piece of paper and a ring with 2 keys. He glanced at them, then crossed the room and offered them to the old man, who raised a partially palsied hand and took them.
"That's the address of the warehouse and the foreman's keys. The barrels are sitting there, sweet as you please, and no one knows they're there."
His head bent, The old man studied the address. Then he fumbled and folded the paper and slipped it along with the keys into the capacious pocket of his brown velvet smoking jacket. From beneath his shaggy white eyebrows, he shot a sharp look at the younger man's face. What of the young islander hotheads who transported the barrels and arranged their storage? The ex-guardsman's smile was cold.
They're in no condition to boast to anyone of their acts of defiance.
A smile split the old man's lined face. Then he cackled. This is proving to be far more entertaining than I'd expected. Not just using these idiotic fanatics to my own ends, but then simply removing them from this world. After all my years of having to deal with them politely, I'm sure you can comprehend that I find a certain satisfaction in that. The ex-guardsman inclined his head. The old man studied him. The younger man remained as he was, and showed no sign of being unnerved by the close scrutiny. Then slowly the old man nodded his great head, which seemed almost too heavy to be supported by his emaciated neck. His expression eased into one of benevolent approval. You've performed well. You can leave the matter with me for now. The next stage is not yours to run. I'll send word when next I need you. The ex-guardsman half bowed.
I'll wait to hear from you.
He stepped back, snapped off a deferential salute, then turned and strode for the door. The old man sat, patient and still, and waited until he heard his visitor's horse's hoofbeats fade into the distance. Then he reached out to the table beside his chair, picked up the brass bell that sat there and rang it. As the resounding clang died away, the old man smiled. He hadn't lost his touch. Everything was proceeding smoothly, inexorably. And now, he pulled out the paper carrying the location of the gunpowder. It's time for the next stage in my exquisitely orchestrated scheme. This concludes the reading of The Lady by His Side by Stephanie Lawrence.